It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat.
Champions, underdogs, upsets, and heroes. In EMEA, we've got it all. Our story began in December 2020. First Strike saw the birth of our first ever champion, the star-studded Team Heretics. They were the ones to beat heading into the first ever regional masters, but a team called Ascend and their relatively unknown Turkish Jez CNED took that challenge head on. At the time, we knew EMEA were the best, but we needed to prove that to the rest of the world. And luckily for us, it wasn't long until we were given that exact opportunity. Fnatic had a memorable debut at the first ever international tournament. And although they fell short against Sentinels, Durka, Mini and Boaster were legends in the making. Well, you don't need me to tell you what happened to Sentinels after that. For the rest of 2021, we brought home trophy after trophy. Gambit, they 3-0'd Envy at Messe Berlin. And at Champions, we had 2 teams in the top 2, meaning that the trophy was guaranteed to be ours before we even played the grand finals. And in the end, it was Ascend that made history. Now, those weren't the best days to be an NA fan. There was a lot of tears and a lot of near airports. So in 2022, we gave him a chance. And even under those circumstances, under the leadership of Angel, FPX, they managed to bring another trophy home, and this time from Copenhagen. And just a few weeks ago, EMEA were on top again. Fnatic finally won. And they did it in Sao Paulo in front of a huge crowd against the reigning world champions Loud in a historical comeback. We've turned up and we showed the world what we can do. But it's time for the next chapter in our story. Tonight, 10 teams will be battling it out on LAN in a coliseum worthy of Valorant's strongest and most storied region. Fnatic will be looking to continue their dominance, but it's easier said than done. They're not the only super team from EMEA. The road to get here was glorious and paved with gold, but today we kickstart new journeys for every single team. Each week, all the players will be on this very stage fighting to become the next champion. This is where heroes will be made, rising stars will be found, new rivalries will be forged, and get ready for lots and lots and lots of those overtimes. So sit back relax, and enjoy the show. This is your Valorant Champions Tour EMEA.
I want to win more, and I kind of want to create a legacy for Fnatic history.
Experience is always like a very important factor. There is so many feelings that you need to experience several times to get used to them.
We are here to make our supporters proud, and we will do our best to not let you guys down.
We believe in ourselves and we have the level to play and to qualify for Tokyo.
They should scare us and they should really prepare good against us.
We're coming to Berlin with the instinct to just slap everybody on stage, like who's going to play against us.
I'm not playing to be top 6 or top 5, you know. We are preparing to qualify for sure.
Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. We are coming to champions.
Personal expectation, just to qualify to every single tournament and do the best that we can do.
A lot has changed since Lock-in. Expect someone seeking revenge, expect someone that wants to prove themselves, and that's the scariest person to go up against.
A lot of teams might think Fnatic is done. I say we're not quite done yet. We want some more trophies.
They're scared. I don't need cameras to see that.
Hello everyone and welcome to a new season of Valorant, coming to you guys live from Messe Berlin, the home of VCT EMEA. I'm your host Yingsu, and I'm very, very excited to introduce to you guys and be reunited with your analysts and my good friends Cougar and Lothar. Honestly, Lothar, it's been so long since we had EMEA competition that you're nearly 38 years old.
That was actually pretty tame.
Every day.
I was expecting something more savage, so thank you, Yinsu.
I would never do that to you.
No, I think that we, every single year, we say we're so excited for what it is to come, but especially this year, everything's so different. We finally have all the teams here. We have the venue. We have a new team that has built everything. So thank you very much for everyone for coming, for tagging along and making this possible.
Yeah, we have a crowd. You guys hear that? We actually have a crowd, and they are going to get to see their new champions, because the EMEA fans, they didn't really get to see Fnatic's success in Europe, but they are coming back, Cougar. They finally won a trophy.
I cannot believe it, especially during last year. Everything was about Fnatic. Every team were fearing them, and it was a matter of time, and they finally made it. They finally got that international trophy, and in the fashion in which they did it, they got to that finals without dropping a single map, and then they have to perform a historical, as you said, Yinsu, comeback against Loud. I think that is so well deserved, especially because they are the living proof that hard work pays off.
Yeah, and not only that, they also denied the first possible reverse sweep, right? In the grand final would have been also pretty nuts, but I'm so happy that Fnatic actually made it, and we have also seen the rise of Leon as well in this team, some historical storylines being made. So in general, I feel like it was a most exciting match to date, and I'm so happy that this time, for the first time in 3 years, we're gonna be able to like look at the players playing next to us and just have this excitement at our hands.
Well, looking ahead, more importantly, Fnatic victory means we get an extra slot at Masters Tokyo, and Lothar, we know we're the best region, so it's only fair, right?
Well, look, not only the Masters Tokyo slot, right, but that can be ironed out into a possible 5 out of 10 teams coming to champions in the you know, at the end of the year. So this is actually a very big deal.
Let's be honest, the rest of the world already has enough trouble when they have to deal with 3. Just imagine if they have to deal with 4 teams coming from EMEA, so good luck.
I love how optimistic we always are on the first day of the season. Well, as happy as we are for Fnatic, we are here to crown a new EMEA champion. Let's take a look at what our 10 teams have to do if they want to secure that crown.
Our Coliseum will be the place in Messe Berlin, where the 10 best teams in the EMEA will deploy their players in front of a live audience and broadcast for thousands. You may not know all of them, but wait until you see what they've come to prove.
Winner dance, guys, winner dance.
Starting March 27th until May 19th, the 2023 split will begin with the regular season, where all 10 teams will face off against each other. Each week will have 3 match days, featuring 1 game on Wednesday, 2 games on Thursday, and Friday respectively. Wait, not enough for you? Alright, here you go. A super week for the start of the split. 5 days with 2 games per day. During the 8 weeks of fierce competition, the teams will aim to be at the top of the rankings in a single round robin best of 3. After that, on May 19th, only the top 6 will remain, qualifying for the VCT EMEA playoffs. Starting May 23rd, teams will fight to cement their place in the international scene. The 6 teams will face off against each other in a double elim bracket. This means that if you win, you move on. You lose once, you have another chance, but lose twice, you're out. Top 3 teams will qualify to Masters, but thanks to Fnatic winning the lock-in, a 4th spot to Masters got unlocked. Our 4 best teams will compete in Masters, and based on their placement, top 3 will go to Champions. The 4th will join the remaining 6 teams in the last chance qualifier, the last chance to gain a spot in Champions. The teams will eliminate each other and the winner will get that last spot remaining for EMEA at Champions. Is it the last spot though? Well, maybe not. If EMEA wins Masters, there'll be an extra spot in LCQ. So 2 teams instead of only 1 would have the chance to prove they are the best in the world at Champions.
1 chance!
Overwhelmed? Well look, buckle up, this is just round 1. Check out our socials for further updates and full information, and we'll see you in Berlin.
Well, thank you very much, Pansy. Next on our regularly scheduled programming, it is the Valorant News Network EMEA.
That's the VNN EMEA VCT to you.
Your most trusted source for all things Valorant.
Coming to you live from Berlin.
I'm Youngsu Collins.
And I'm Christy Frierson.
Our top story of the day. Fnatic just picked up their first major trophy in Sao Paulo, meaning for the first time ever, their players have actual job securities after international tournaments. Congratulations to Fnatic.
And pour one out for Doma. The IGL shortage crisis continues to hit teams worldwide. Carmine Corps, however, called the entire thing a farce, stating that IGLs are a conspiracy invented by bottom-fragging paycheck stealers.
Well, for more on paycheck stealers, make sure to tune in for the Americas VNN starting on Saturday from 9 p.m.
I am not associated with her in any means. A joke here about heretics and vitality would be... Did you not write a joke for me, Jens? You're making me look like a fool out here.
Well, linguistics specialists, we're on a timer, come on, Ender, we're on a timer. Linguistic specialists have now revealed that BBL does not in fact stand for Brazilian butt lifts, and foot has nothing to do with actual feet, although the origins of these acronyms are still being debated on. Both of these orgs are hoping to win fans over this year. Just don't tell your parents that you like to see foot play.
This just in. The inquiry into Fnatic's broken lock-in trophy has finally come to a dramatic conclusion. In a shocking twist, investigators have charged the players of Team Liquid as the culprits, with the squad confessing, "We just wanted to know what it felt like to win something."
That's relatable. In science and technology, researchers were able to successfully reverse the effects of aging with a serum containing Angel's DNA. It was found that the 33-year-old had the same reflexes and reaction time as 18-year-old Jet One-Tricks, while being far less sus on Twitter without supporting the typical anime profile pictures.
I might need a touch of that. Well, it's time to send it over to Lothar for the weather.
It's hot and sunny here in Breeze, but there doesn't seem to be anyone here. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Lothar. As always, we asked you to vote for who you think should be the Bulgarian Player of the Week, and we are so excited to give the honors to Koi's Wolfen.
Well, make sure to vote for next week's Bulgarian Player of the Week and see if Wolfen can win it again.
Oh, that would certainly be something, wouldn't it? Well, for the Valorant News Network EMEA, I've been Christy Frierson.
And I've been Yingsu Collins. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching.
Thank you. Thank you. Please come back.
Well, I have no idea who those people are, but let's get back on track here. We've got 10 teams here in our league, a new format, of course, and a lot of legacy and new faces too. So I'm looking forward to seeing them play, but I want to get you guys on the front page of Reddit. Okay, right off the bat, day one, Bea, give me your most outrageous take right here.
Obviously, this is a year for winning in Spain. We already have 3 teams in partnerships. So I'm going to say that the 3 of them are going to go to Masters Tokyo.
Okay, I'm going to do you one bet. I'm going to look ahead to Champions, and my prediction is that 5 Turkish players will be lifting that trophy at the same time. There's going to be all 5 of them.
Those are really
so no one even sick.
Far-fetched. So I'll be a little bit more grounded in reality than you guys. And I will say that Liquid, Karma, and Colt, will have at least 1 win because they'll play against each other.
Oh, okay, that was the grounded take, Lothar. Okay, let's not get cancelled just yet and move on to our match schedule. We are bringing you guys a super week, which means there's going to be Valorant on every single day over the next 5 days from Monday till Friday. Cougar, which matchup are you most looking forward to?
I'm actually looking forward to seeing the teams, that we barely saw in Brazil. But if I have to choose one, I'm going to go on day 3, Navi versus Giants, because after the first 2 days of competition is the first time that we're going to see 2 teams that have already played in the region and maybe swap something up from locking play against each other. So I'm excited about that one.
It's kind of interesting because I picked also a match with Giants, but not because of Giants, because of Fnatic. Fnatic versus Giants for me is, they're coming in from lock-in after the big win. They kind of have the pressure to perform again, while Giants have everything to gain from winning that match, right? And also, it's kind of unlucky for them that they're playing Navi next, right?
I think it's great, actually.
Well, so you're both very excited for Giants. That's what I got from that. Of course, we have, like I said, a new studio, a new stage and everything. And we also, Lothar, have a new agent coming into this.
Yeah, and the new agent is an initiator called Gekko. He's the newest agent in Valorant, and his kit is specifically, I would say, kind of like animals that have HP points and have an ability. So I prepared a small graphic to tell you which agents could perform well with Gekko and also which agents would not be happy to see Gekko on the other side of the map. So when it comes to good synergies, if you guys remember how recon arrows and flashes were being used by DRX or Fnatic on Icebox to combine them to pay it to the recon will get the attention of the players and then flash them while they're trying to shoot it. This is why I also put in Sky, Yorokeo and Breach, because that same combo can be used for the Dizzy. Dizzy is a creature that blinds the opponents if he sees them, but it can be shut down. So when you combine it with a flash from another character, you have guaranteed, let's say, map control, because the players will be blinded for sure. Now, Brim and Yoru have very good ultimates that will be combined with the ultimate from Gekko, because they can get free kills off it when Trash makes someone stunned for 5 seconds. Then you have the orbital strike coming at them when the position is known. While Fade is fantastic when she will just literally make opponents not aware of the utility from Gekko being used, because when the Wingman plants or the Dizzy is being used or Thrash is being used, they are very, very loud. When the volume will be just kind of cut off from them by Fade, well, that gives a lot more value. Now, when it comes to the opponents that will not be happy who will be playing against Gekko, is mainly Sentinels. Gekko has the ability to use Dizzy in the Viper pit from Viper, and it's not being obscured by the smoke, so he literally will know where the Viper is hiding in the Viper's pit. The same Thrash is able to get a lot of information over where the utility from Cypher, Killjoy Viper is being put on the map, which gives a lot of information, while Chamber doesn't even have an ability to kind of go into safety anymore with just 1 TP. Now, when it comes to the value, I will go to the clips that I prepared. Hope you guys like my Phantom skin, by the way. This is how I envision the Dizzy being used at the beginning of the round, because this is the only initiator that has to pick up his utility to get it back on a cooldown, not like Breach, for example, or Recon Arrow from Sova, which can be just used after 40 seconds. So Gekko on defense need to be in safety to have another, let's say, usage of his Dizzy. This is why I think throwing it up into safety when he can pick it up and be supported and get the vision from the utility is so important. Now, remember, the next clip will also show the molly from Gekko, which essentially can be used as a tool for control and not only in post plants, because it can clear, for example, the entire pizza on Ascent. And why I also talk about Ascent, I think Ascent is the best map for Gekko and he might be actually used on it. As you can see, I posted 4 maps as being good choices for Gekko: Ascent, Haven, Icebox, Split. 2 are neutral, Fracture and Lotus, and the one that I think is bad is Pearl, because that's very hard to get value out of the recurring utility from Gekko overall. And that's about it.
Oh, thank you very much, Lothar. A very informative segment. But my question to you is, which teams do you think will be choosing Gekko from the outset?
If I would have to choose, I would say that Vitality might be one of the teams that likes to experiment a lot with the new agents. We have seen that with Fate, for example. And then I would say Navi. We have seen them in the past use all of the unorthodox agents, and I think Gekko would fit them.
Ooh, I'm glad you mentioned Navi, because we might see it sooner rather than later, and it's time to get hyped up, you guys, for our opener of VCT EMEA. It is Koi versus Navi. It's time to talk about Koi and Navi. Starting with Koi, Bea, you know, you had a lot of high hopes over there talking about the Spanish team. So talk me through the expectations of this particular one.
I mean, I think everybody, if we think about what happened and at lock-in, you know, it's not that Koi had the best performance, but it's kind of hard to be the first one to play and the first one to go home. And things looked a little bit undercooked. But if we look at the roster, they have a different core and a lot of retails from other places. We have Colamenta, Barbar, and Trex coming in from Gale from last year. But hey, Starster's joining them, and it's not like he's a stranger to Colamenta. I'm really surprised, and I really want to see how Shaders is going to perform. I want to know what they have been doing with this extra time that I think they needed.
Yeah, in general, I would say, like, remember, guys, lock-in was a single elimination tournament. Whoever from the fans is paying too much attention to the stats happening at that tournament might be a little bit, you know, like, this is a blank slate. We're going into the first season, and you have to kind of forget about the appearances at lock-in as well. But I wanted to say, Wolfen had, by the way, insane engagements during the tournament, and I expect him to be very aggressive during this match.
We're going to get onto that in a second. I'm glad you guys mentioned Coldamenta, by the way, because here he is talking about what he is expecting from Giants this season.
Well, when they announced the organizations that were going to be in the VCT, some of them contacted me, and I chose Koi, and then we built the team.
I got invited to Koi, and I said, yeah, of course, why not? I want to play with Kolda, I want to be with our coach.
We share the same vision of the game. It's like, yeah, we have like one style, but at the same time, we always try to adapt it to new players or new things. Giants, Heretics, and Koi. These organizations are very big, like they're the biggest in Spain. There is some sort of rivalry, I guess, between Heretics and Koi, and Giants has always been there as well. I think that's very good for the Spanish community, because there's going to be a lot of people watching it from Spain, and I hope we receive a lot of support, you know, the three of us, the three Spanish players, Vitinho, Mixwell, and me. I think we are finally like finding our synergy, because at the beginning we didn't have like too much time to do it.
Koi looked good in glimpses, you saw potential, you saw map 1 look incredible.
Before Brazil we have only 1 month to prepare because of a lot of problems.
I mean, it felt like we did all right facing the energy, because feelings were that energy was like one of the strongest.
It was like good team bonding, and we learned a lot from that loss.
I think we focus a lot on many of the mistakes that we made.
And right now we have a long time to prepare for franchise.
Yeah, I think main goal is making it to champions, and I expect it to happen, so would be fun.
Så skoj.
I'm so glad to see that Starkso has given that energy to Warfen as well, you know, one of the lesser known players, but Cougar, just because he's lesser known, even though, by the way, he did win the Bulgarian Player of the Week.
Exactly.
Which is a really big award here at VCT.
We take it very seriously.
Yeah, but there is a reason why he is in VCT.
Yeah, exactly. And I wanted to be a little bit fair with him because we heard a lot of people asking, why is Wolfen playing on the duelist? You have Trex, you even have Stark, so we have some, you know, some crazy plays. But some people do not know what Wolfen comes from. And I wanted to showcase a Bulgarian Player of the Week, as you can say, that was playing on Kase. And they were actually the winners of the VRL there in Spain, the Rising Ones. And he was one of the stars, if not the biggest star that was on the team. He was always performing and always from that chamber. I think we got too used to players going on the big stage and having an insane debut, and some people were maybe too harsh on Wolfen just because he wasn't stellar and he was making, you know, some mistakes. I still think that they needed time. We've given them a little bit more time, so let's see what they do with that.
I mean, Wolf in general, in the 46 rounds that they played at lock-in, he was in the opening engagements 23 times. Like, that's 50% of all of the rounds. That is absolutely insane. You cannot expect a player to win all of them.
But I think that is, you know, that's a double-edged sword, because especially on Icebox, they were so close in that, and maybe, you know, it was a mistake and let it out of hand, just trying something crazy for the sake of it happening.
Well, he's going to have a big job to do today, because they're going up against Navi, who are always, Lothar, so consistent from the day that this team was formed.
Look, Navi is something else. The core of that team, it just sticks together since the beginning of Valorant 3 years ago. And I feel like this is one of the teams that is, you always have high expectations. You're always a little bit lower on the results, right? Coming into the season here, they're expected to be the second best team. And that is huge burden to have on your shoulders, specifically also when you have another roster change. Seen it now, like taking place of Artis in this team has big shoes to fill, and I'm saying that about Seen it, like it's mind-blowing, right? So this team is like something to behold, and I hope they're gonna perform really well. They're also very innovative with the way they play the game. We have seen many unorthodox compositions in general, but back to Seen it, I mean, Kakuka, he's just nuts, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think that is definitely the player to watch here, because I think it was a delight to see, a Turkish delight, definitely, to see CNET back on that jet, the one that actually gave the name to the Turkish jet. The way that he was performing in lock-in is what everybody expected, and it's just a pleasure. You know, last year when he joined the team, we were like expecting, is he going to be on that chamber where he was not performing so well? Because if you look at your screen right now, you can see the comparison between a chamber that did not see a single international event versus that jet in lock-in. Also, those stats include a 0-3 loss, so it's pretty great.
I mean, in general, CNET, I feel like his type of playstyle that he had was just so revolutionary when it comes to playing jet that he just kind of never could take it off the same way on the chamber, and now he's back when the jet is nerfed, and he's kind of struggling a little bit, but he's still that explosive player.
I mean, this is a super team. Fnatic is not the only super team we have in this region, and speaking of those superstars, let's hear from one of them right now. Here's Getko.
The tournament actually showed us which team we should prepare more than others. I mean, we don't underestimate other teams, just in general, for other teams you have more preparation than usually. I will say that it's 32 teams, and because of this I would like to say that it's like good tournament for us. Like it can be special because of this. After lock-in, like every team will change everything because they already showed it on their matches. So we definitely will change our stuff also. About my individual stuff, so I also was thinking too much about this, and I changed something. But I unfortunately cannot say my thoughts about this. I will say about agents. It's gonna be like new agent, you probably gonna be excited because of this. So you will see. I was chilling because we had like tough preparation for Brazil, and about my trainings, it's like wake up, play, and that's it every day. As we saw on last results from EMEA teams, I wouldn't say that it's like increased, it more decreased, but I hope in Germany and in future tournaments it's gonna only increase, so we will see. Honestly, I'm looking forward to play against Crew. I hope they will take revenge against us. Actually, I would like to play against the Rigs, because it's kinda our team friends. Against Koi, we didn't play Parks at all, so we usually don't play EMEA teams and teams which we will face in future tournaments. I didn't watch them, only first game on Icebox. I remember how they lost, and that's it. So it's like they had too much time to prepare, so I hope they did great. Actually, strong players in this team. What they will prepare, I have no idea. I hope it's like not something special, because I don't like surprise. Actually, we can say I'm friend with Shadows, because I'm living with him, and he's a good guy. So to play against him, also gonna be good.
It's always nice to listen to the players talk about the preparation. Of course, Navi, we know what they do. They love to prep. But Lothar, we've only seen Icebox and Haven from Koi, and they didn't look super good. So surely now they've had enough time, the other maps are going to be quite good.
Well, we don't really know. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And that's why also this match is so exciting, because I have absolutely no idea which compositions Koi will play. I have absolutely no idea what maps would they play, because I'm hoping, I mean, they didn't look bad on those maps in Lock-in. They were pretty close. If I remember, 11 round wins on Icebox, and on Haven it was 9, or the other way around. And in general, I feel like there's a lot of stuff that can happen from Koi's side.
Well, let's take a look at the map vetoes here. Kukuka, of course, Navi, they were banning Haven, and they ban Haven again.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise here.
Yeah.
Definitely is something that they decided to do during Lock-in. In fact, the only time that they didn't ban it was against Fnatic, and let me tell you, they definitely regretted that, because Fnatic picked it right off the bat. Koi is going to be banning Pearl, a map that they definitely don't want to see, I assume, after what Navi picked against, you know, Team Seeker and what they did to them.
So we start off the bat with Navi selecting Ascent, and Icebox being... Yo, so the
three new maps.
Yeah, the two maps that got banned that Koi played at Lock-in, so they have to play all 3 new maps completely, maybe catching Navi off the guard as well, because something that Navi always had is the element of surprise. This is why they're ever changing so much when it comes to compositions and the maps that they play, and now Koi has that advantage by being unpredictable towards Navi.
I am loving what I'm seeing. I really hope that we get to that split. Regarding that Ascent, that first map, we're talking about, this is the map that got banned against Koi, but if we take a look at Guild, you know, the 16 core there on Koi, Ascent is what they banned through the entirety of LCQ. I know it comes far, but you know, in the preparation of Navi, they might take this into consideration. Okay, what can we pull against them? And honestly, they have seen it. If I'm on the other side and I have to go against CNET, please, anything but Ascent.
Well, and also Ascent was being played twice by Navi during Lock-in, so there are some tapes, I mean, not many, right, but they also played twice the same composition. That was Cypher, Fate, Jet, KO, Omen. So they will know what was being used if the composition will be the same. I don't expect like revolutionary Cypher setups or something, so that gives a slight edge for Koi here.
What I will say is they beat Leviathan. They didn't just beat like any team on Ascent at Lock-in. They beat the best, one of the best Ascent teams in the world. So I feel like Koi, uphill battle maybe right off the bat.
But anything was going to be an uphill battle for them because of the time, because of what happened at Lock-in, because starting off, even on week 1, it looks like we don't give them a break. It's like you have to go against Energy, and then when you come back, day 1, you have to go against Navi.
There's also a big duel between the Jet players here in this match. Wolfen versus CNET, specifically on Ascent, as you mentioned before, it's going to be a tough battle.
Well, this is it. The maps are locked. The teams are ready. It's time to kick off VCT EMEA.
Koi. Wanna be a top boy, hot boy, keep the movement flowing, don't stop, boy. Wanna drive a new car straight out of the lot, boy. Keep your mind focused on the plot, boy. Yeah. Wanna be a top boy, hot boy, keep the movement flowing, don't stop, boy. Wanna drive a new car straight out of
Navi.
These are the first two teams to ever step foot inside the pit. We've seen them play before, but they've never actually faced each other. And what better way it would be for them to start their season here with a win.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely not under their banners, and definitely not as coy as a full team. In fact, the last time, I'm going to take Guild as a reference because it's the biggest that we can get to. And the last time that they played, it was favorable to FPX. I think that they have a lot to win in their place, and they should be feeling very comfortable about getting this first pick. On the side of Koi, everything's going to be a question that is about to be answered when it comes to Agent Select.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just watching. This is so cool. 3 years in the making of our league. This is the first time we actually have them behind the wall with us here. It's so cool to see the teams actually play on LAN, and it's gonna be super exciting. I cannot wait to see the audience as well, how they react to those games.
Yeah, especially with some of the other teams that's coming up in our league. We got some clouted, I feel like, hardcore fan bases with some of those teams. But coming back to these two, I think what you said, Cougar, made a lot of sense here. But if we were to theorize about what Koi could choose for Ascent, what would you like to see?
So there's two routes that they could take here. They can either go for a double duelist using Trex and Wolfen as the Raze and the Jet respectively. It's also a question of where are you going to feel Starks and Shadows. I think the biggest of them all is who is going to be the Sentinel if they're going to have a pure Sentinel.
Did you like Shadows as KJ at lock-in? What did you make of it?
I would say this is pretty standard. Nothing like super out of the box, you know.
For the time that he had?
Yeah, I mean, I would say so. Remember that Ascent is a very simple map, and it revolves around just 3 choke points, essentially. So having a utility by a Killjoy being used in all of the spots that it typically is being used, so on Pizza and on either than A main or B main, the utility from the opponents is actually more important than the Killjoy, because if there's a Sova with shock darts that are able to destroy the utility of Pizza consistently every round, that kind of puts a big question mark to the defenses when it comes to the map control. And we've seen that in the past. It also depends, who knows, maybe we'll see triple initiator, double initiator, that also makes huge changes to the way you play both defense and offense, because it's more about gathering active space with the recon utilities from them.
Yeah, and it's not only that, we know, we can theorize, you know, that Navi is going to be picking on that KO, definitely an agent that is very popular, but what is going to be the response? You know that this is probably where you're going to be facing off, not only against Navi, but most of the region. How is the initiation going to look on their side? If they're going to go for that double duelist, something more explosive, and how is that battle for the information going to work in a map? As Lothar said, it's a pretty easy map, you know, it's a pretty standard map, so you have to think outside of not only the box, the entire cube, to just try and come up with something new.
I mean, it feels like a lot of that pressure is on Cold and Mentor, because Cold and Barba had the luxury of being able to see Navi play Ascent a couple times at lock-in. They know what they do, they know what Angel and Doombros are going to be cooking up. So I want to see Coda coming off the bat, being able to get those reads, being able to maybe keep the team together a little bit, the synergy there, because I feel like, I know you said there was going to be uphill battle no matter what, but beating Navi on Ascent, you don't just, no one just turns up and do that. That's not an easy thing to do.
It's not only Ascent. If they manage to win this match, it's going to be definitely what the Spanish community needs, because because there's a lot of hopes with this Koi team, and everybody loves Koi. I cannot blame them, and they have many reasons to do so. It's important that you mention Coldamenta, because he's literally going to go against one of the biggest minds that we have here in Europe, which is Angel, both possibly playing from the smokers. I would be surprised. And also on the side of Angel, we had this running joke in Spain where we would just count how many times Angel was going to die first in a round, or you know, how long was Navi going to be without those smokes. And actually, during locking, he didn't die first that many times. And we were like, okay.
Well,
No, listen, on this map specifically. Because you expect him to go, just on the lurk, on a crazy TP, and you're like, oh my god, someone managed to tame Angel? Did he tame himself?
I can guarantee you that's not only an anecdote running in Spain. That is like all over Europe. But when it comes to IGLs, if there's an IGL that I expect to perform with a new team, that's called an Impact. Like, he is just known to iron out new teams, completely revamp them from the ground up and make them successful. And that happened in the past. So I'm actually looking forward to this, and also to this guy.
Oh, we have
Baba guys, if you want to have someone...
Maybe he can hear you.
Has he smashed the keyboard yet?
Yeah, I don't think so. He might have like 3 keyboards there. He is the most emotional, in a positive way, coach that I have seen. He's fantastic to look at, and you can literally see how he reacts to the match. It's awesome. I hope we have a specific camera just for him.
Yeah, and also I want to kind of come back to the expectations, because you talk about Spain, you talk about why the fans need this. And from speaking to the Spanish caster, Ulysses and Yuri, they were saying that KOI fans are expecting them to beat Navi.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
What?
Yes. They are expecting them to win today.
I mean,
We're not
I
losers.
understand there's like a huge pride moment and so on, but sometimes you have to ground yourself in reality. You know?
No, so the thing is that if you really look at what happened at lock-in, was literally KOI not being able to close that first map, and everything went downhill from there. So if, we're living on the hopium that if they had been able to close that map, they would have gone very, very far away in the competition. And it's a great highlight for you to say, I got up with a new team, I go up against NRG, and I get the win. Even with just that one, it would have been enough. And they go, it was close.
Well, that's whataboutism. That's a lot of that happening right here.
I mean, do you think it's really outrageous that a lot of the fans are expecting KOI to win today?
I mean, support of the fans has to be unconditional, and I love that. Hearing that the coming in from the country that the organization is coming from, that's actually something that we should have a pride in as a region. Europe is so fragmented, right? And the teams are also have international players, but there's still that pride coming in. So it's just nice to hear that there's an unconditional love coming from the fans.
I think on the other side of Navi as well, we talk about expectations. Lothar, you said they should be not even definitively, but at least by some measurement, the second best team in Europe. They are.
I'll be honest with you, with whoever I talk to, I don't think anyone else, anyone said they are not expecting Navi to be the second best team coming into the season.
Even the best. Even the best. Yeah.
I'll get about that.
I think it's the same conversation that we were having last year over and over. We were talking about, it's like, Fnatic is up here, and then right, 3 steps away, you can find FPX, which would be Navi right now, and then is the rest of the teams. It kind of looks like we come with the same perspective, but that is the chance that we need to give to the new teams to actually prove that the time that is always short, because it always is. If it's not for creating rosters, for the new map, or for a new agent in this case, you need to be fast in this game.
You mentioned that gap, but I do think that in the previous seasons, the gap between first, second was
okay, that is the biggest buff.
Hello.
Hey. Okay, we have the Sasha buff in the crowd. There's no way Navi loses now. Sub him in map 2, I've seen him play Valorant. I've seen him play with CNED. He's really good.
He's gonna pick Reyna. Please, for God, no.
No, we need to do what they do at the LEC, where they have a booth where you can play a 1v1, and we can just, we just charge for tickets if you want a 1v1 against Simple. Do you think you win, Lothar?
Yeah, I'll just leave it to...
Honestly, I want to bring it back to Lothar's point from earlier. Like, how insane is our lives right now that we have a crowd, a studio, a stage like this, and Simple is just there watching.
And it's not borrowed.
He's just watching casually. Why not?
I cannot wait to just go to the audience and look at it myself to see it, how it is from that perspective, right? But I wanted to say something, because you mentioned... Oh, never mind. We're going into straight agent select.
We are indeed, of course. KOI, they've never played Ascend before. Cougar, let's see if your predictions of what they should be leaning towards is going to come true.
Okay, so Trex is going to go on that kick.
Oh my God!
I promised myself I was not going to even mention Shao on this desk, and he goes and picks Gekko.
I said I expect Navi to experiment with Gekko. I didn't expect it to be happening right now, but that is in line with what the team represents so far. They always try to surprise the enemies. And I don't know if KOI, we have to ask them at some point, if they ever played a scrim against Gekko as well. So, like, we'll see.
And the double controller here too. We got Viper Omen with Gekko.
Yeah. It's not even that, you know, they sacrifice that Sentinels that you've got to sacrifice if you want to play Gekko plus that double controller. So definitely we're going to see some crazy things. When you were talking about, you know, can they track against Gekko? It's complicated for the teams because obviously they cannot play against each other because they're going to face up on the competition. Yep. And the VRL teams are already preying on the previous patch, so they have very short time to actually test this.
Yeah, and when it comes to the composition, they play KO Gekko and the Viper on Ascent, by the way. She's very good if there's a main controller on the lineup as well. So you're able to utilize the maximum map control that you gain with that amount of smokes and vision denial, but also you have flashes on two characters that can help with capitalizing on that space gained after that Omen and Viper combo is happening on the map. There's like a lot of one-ways that you can use with Viper on market, on A main, on B main. The potential of post plants is also pretty huge. And remember, Viper's Snakebite right now is a very cheap way and pretty consistent to also destroy Sentinel's utility on pizzas as well.
I just want to mention the other side of this as well. Of course, Shao, he's one of the best flex players in the world. Initiation, we know what he can do, but Starkso locking in that Fade the second time he's ever played it. That head-to-head is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, I was really, you know, guessing what the Starkso might be playing because we know that he's also a very good flex player. We saw him playing many agents, as you said, second time with Fade. I think that when Navi was playing that Fade, they ran out of ideas, you know? There's only so many things that you can do with the ice, and, you know, they decided to go on a completely different route. It looks like the side of Koi is going for something more traditional. It's literally the comp that Navi was supposed to be playing, except for that Killjoy.
This agent select is wild. We can talk about so much happening here and also the potential combos. By the way, if someone doesn't remember, Starkso was a Jet main. Like, this guy is absolutely unreal when it comes to the amount of agents that he's able to play. But this Ascent will be very interesting. And if I'm mistaken, because I don't see the comps right now, Wolfen and Cinder are both on Jets, right?
Yes, I think so. And the head-to-head is, I think so. I'm going to say that yes, that he ended up picking that Jet if we think about the traditional composition. Yeah, because Trex was on the KO. So it's going to be complicated going on that head-to-head, especially when you know that every single round has been suited for you to have a Gekko, because as you're saying, Lothar, when you have the Gekko, you can combine the utility in many various forms, and including the wingman, you know, that you have some extra pushing opportunities that you wouldn't have, and you also force your opponent to play around that. So if Koi came here thinking that that Ascent was going to be just as they saw in Lock-In, I am so sorry for them.
I mean, it's Navi, it's Angel. They've got 3 comps prepared for every map, as they said in the past.
I'm just surprised it's not Angel playing Gekko.
Yeah, but that's
you know?
That is true, that is true.
So, but yeah, the Gekko, it's gonna be a very big question mark, and I hope that Navi found a very cool way of utilizing him on defense, because that's the most challenging part. You know, using an initiator on attack is always easy because you just got a space. If you're successful, it's easy for the Gekko to retrieve his utility because you got the space already, you have it under control, so you have the time to pick it up. But on defense, that's the question that I want to see, and I'll be paying close attention to how the Gekko is being used on the defense. And also remember, this is a map where the orbs are easy to pick up as an attacker.
As attacker. Yeah, and it's also very, very interesting because you know when you pick this map that there is a very high opportunity that the other team is going to pick to start on the defense. So your starting plan has to be all around the attack. The defense is like the easy part of it. Everybody has like their own role, their own place to be, especially as you were mentioning, Lothar, especially on those clips where you have to be and what information you have to be gathering. Now that you have the Gekko and you have the knife, the 0 point from KO, that is a lot of information that you can gather and reuse later during that round. But I cannot wait to see those execute, and obviously the response that Koi is going to have for there.
What's really interesting is we are going through a tiny bit of a delay right now, but back in Lock-In, I remember I was watching a lot of the documentaries and behind the scenes, and a couple of the teams said that during the Lock-In they had time during the pauses, they had a little bit of time to think. I think in particular when Fnatic were facing that Viper Harbor comp, they had a bit of a pause as well, and they had time to think about what they could do. And right now, I would pay good money to be in Coldamentor's brain. Lothar, if you were Coldamentor, what are you thinking about right now? How do you do this, given that they know they're starting on the defense?
Well, with the Fade and the KO being so proactive, I feel like you have to gather space and deny the space from Navi in this form, because but there's a problem here, because the Viper is great at denying or stalling the potential attacks. So this is a very big challenge for Koi, because their lineup is not as flexible as Navi's lineup, and depending on the informations that you will gather from the first 4 rounds, you will have to then tailor the entire defense plan, basing it upon the 4 first rounds.
Honestly, I would do quite the opposite. At the beginning of the first rounds, I would literally give them the space to see what they want to do and see if I can play a retake and actually, you know, use my utility more to counter the aftermath, you know, like the result. They need to see how that's going to work on the map, because there's another situation going on here. Not only the technical delay, but it's the fact that it's not only that Navi's playing a new comp, is that they've been together for a very long time, okay? Excluding Zenit. And now you're expecting a team like Koi that is going to require a lot of micromanaging from Coldamenta to actually face up against this situation with some players that he hasn't been playing with for that long.
Well, I mean, at the other side of this, if you're Angel, you're chilling. You're like, they play our comp, like, okay, I know what to do. But of course, they're going to be starting on the attack here as well, which ironically for Navi, it's always a good side for them on Ascent. And I know a lot of the other teams tend to struggle a little bit on attack here on Ascent, but Navi, they don't ever seem to have that issue.
Well, this composition is also favoring attack, I would say. Even though you can argue that having, you know, no Sentinel on defense is a big problem for Ascent, but Viper kind of qualifies as a Sentinel for the defense, just doesn't have the passive informations about the map control. But in general, what you mentioned, Kakuka, that you would let the opposing team to have the space on attack and gather the information how they play, that's typically a good response to something that you don't know, like how the opposing team is playing. But the problem is, this entire composition is based upon like getting the early informations and gathering space bit by bit, because the Gekko has only 10 seconds cooldown, right, on this utility.
But what I mean, and the comparison that I was making with the rosters not being together for so long, that is something that you can rely on doing when you really trust and everybody is aware of the position and how they're going to be playing and what they have to do. I think that now that probably Coldamenta and probably some other players are going to have to make decisions, I think it's easier for him and on his head to just say, okay, first round, especially the pistol round, let's just play on the retake. If they have something prepared, especially to go on the aggro, maybe. But I think that he needs the time. Well, they need to see how this is going to play out.
They can also gather early info without even gathering the space. For example, what I could envision is Trex on KO, playing on short from tree, using his dagger towards B-Link to gather the early informations about potential splits, and then Fade playing on B, gathering space with the eye first in B main, and then using one Prowler for B lobby. And because of that, if there's information gathered, then, well, if there's no one there, you have a lot of potential info about the A stack, how it has to be happening for the defense to be effective. So there's, I feel like proactiveness is something that Koi needs to rely on, but even if they don't push after the proactiveness utility being used in the first place.
Yeah, I think that, of course, is going to be tough. I want to see the individual plays. I expect a Navi that is literally just going to go in and destroy their mental. Because right now, I can understand it if they were fragile in some way, you know? If they're like, okay, we have no response. That's what we were talking about the cameras earlier, about seeing Barba. I want to see his responses. I hope that he's using this technical delay to come up with responses. But just by seeing the fun time that Starso and the others are having, maybe they anticipated this.
It's Starso. Like, I remember he was doing this when they were losing as well. He's just a very upbeat person. But I also kind of want to quickly talk about Shados. You know, you guys, we've seen his KJ before. I think at Lock-In, it was a big shock that he was the player on that team that was taking the responsibility of the Sentinel. He's doing this again here. Of course, you had Trex that usually is a very good Sova, playing KO stock, so second ever time playing Fade. There's a lot of potential, a degree of uncomfortableness we could be seeing.
I think it's for Koi is about finding their identity. It hasn't been built yet. If they want to prove to the world that this roster is going to work, it has to work from different roles, and they have to show the idea that they had when they decided that this were the players that were going to form this team.
Yeah, and also coming to comfortability when it comes to Shadows, like his playstyle doesn't really fit, and that's why the Killjoy is such a shock, right? When he was playing Sage, he was playing Raze, he's a very let's say, all-in player in a lot of his decision-making. And then he just, after getting one, he's pretty safe and goes back. So he's like the aggressive player, but also smart because he knows when to back off from his position. With Killjoy, your utility is not as proactive because the utility that you can use to like gather information or like have an advantage while peeking, like being on the wall, like with Sage or Raze with the satchels, you don't have that as Killjoy. So he has to completely change the way that he plays on attack or on defense because he's not allowed to do anymore what he was allowed to do with the other characters.
Yeah, exactly. You talk about being comfortable, about the roles that the players have had in the past. I remember that Yinsu, you did an interview, correct me if I'm wrong, with Cena before lock-in, and one of the things that he told you about being on chamber and not finding the comfort that he had when he was on the jet, for example, is that he could not be as proactive as he wants to be. He wants to be aggressive. He wants to feel free. And now that not only he's free, but he's also going to have all these new combos, he has to feel euphoric right now.
I mean, Jet with Gekko is actually pretty nuts because she's the one that can close the gaps, right? When the utility from Gekko actually has a response. So imagine it's kind of like you have a pocket Raze with the Boombot because there's a wingman, right? We actually didn't even speak about the possibilities of getting plants with wingman or diffusers. There's so much stuff going on.
I swear to God, if anyone shoots wingman, if anyone dares to disrupt him, I know where you are. I've got beef right there. Like nobody on Koi better do that. Sorry, Lothar. I'm very passionate about this topic.
He's cute, and like that's actually an important factor in the game because in some situations this will be the 6th player for Navi.
Well, we're going to throw to a quick commercial break here and try and get everything sorted for you guys. Stay with us. We'll see you after this.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone. We're still working on getting the issues fixed as quickly as possible for you guys at home. But first, I want to quickly talk about the season, the format. You know, this is the first time we're having an actual league. We're going to have players here on stage every single week for 8 weeks, and we have a playoffs, as well. So even if these teams lose today, it's not really the end of the world. You know, they still got a lot of time to catch up. They can still make it to playoffs, and we come from a region of upsets. We've seen enough upsets already.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's going to be very interesting. I assume also that the teams have very different routines, even though they're, you know, playing for the same. But I think we'll hear from them in the future.
Well, we got some good news for you guys. I think we're getting ready to go into game. You guys know we have the best region here. We're so good that we managed to yoink someone all the way from North America. Here's Ender and Pavlos.
Yes, you heard that right. We are here in Berlin for the first match of VCT EMEA in the Colosseum. This is epic.
It doesn't get any better than this. Literally, the arena is just so sick. We know we call it the Colosseum, right? But down where the players are underneath us, that's the pit, right? And the entire theme is like an underground, like fighting ring. Literally, we've got fans hanging out on the ring on the outside, like peering over, looking down into it. The players step out of a bind teleporter to even get here. I love what we've been able to do here.
This has been 3 years in the making, so I want everybody in Berlin to help me make some noise here for our two teams, Koi and Navi! All right, it's time to get the show on the road, Ender. It's a set for the first match. How are you feeling about this one?
I am feeling great. Honestly, we've got some wild comps. Angel is always cooking up some fun stuff, and we are 7 seconds away from getting into game number 1. Already a really sweet Viper wall that's going to help them get some market control. It's going to be a fist fight for B main control and potentially a split to B later.
And already we're seeing some early aggression from Koi over to B main.
What is that?
Ned through the smoke. Now that's the first kill of VCT EMEA 2023, everybody.
See, Ned kicks it off. These two teams playing, yeah, for the season, playing for everything, but also for the first win in the Colosseum. It's going to be a lot of fun as Wolfen tries to fight a little bit into A main. Navi are still spread out. They've got the numbers advantage. Now they can try to collect themselves and maybe broach their way into a split A hit.
Yeah, quite a pivot already now towards this A site. Obviously, there's 2 players holding out onto short, but it's some early impact. Just Wolfen not afraid to take these fights. Oh, and this could be quite impactful. Caught with his pants down. That's the first pick going their way, but obviously traded, leaving Starkso to fend for this A site alone, which he does end up falling, putting Navi in the front seat. Kodamenta by himself, trying to find some kills, but up against the 3, it's just too damn difficult. Navi with first blood.
Navi get it done to kick things off here, and what a way for that to happen. CNED with a kill through smoke, and the rest trading out the kills, watching out for the Wolfen re-aggress into mid. Navi shut that one down. I still want to see, like, what did he even have some spam? No, just threw a wall and a smoke. Yeah. Looked like absolutely nuts. But just then also the reaction there after his teammate dies, instantly swinging over. It's a very good way to kick off this first map.
It is indeed. Oh, it's so good to have these teams here in EMEA. We saw them in lock-in, but not against each other, right?
Right.
Obviously, Koi, we've only seen them play 1 match, which you can't blame them for dropping against NRG, right? Previous Optic Core, some of the best, well, one of the best teams in the entire world.
Tough competition for sure.
But Navi had a quite deep run.
Yeah, they absolutely did, and eventually falling to Fnatic.
Who won the entire thing.
Who won the entire thing. That's the only team they could lose to. So
exactly.
They've got a lot to say for themselves, I think, a lot to sort of play for. Again, this is that similar Viper wall, and I think from Navi, what we're going to see a lot on their defensive side, once again, trying to play through this wall, maybe get a flash later on after the info you gather from Wingman, the mosh pit and the C4, the fragment from KO, there's nowhere to go. That's a nasty combo.
Doesn't get more uncomfortable than that, that's for sure. Shados loses his head as soon as he's able to rip it apart very early. But of course, with one defending the sites and of course lesser weaponry on Koi, you can't expect too much from him, apart from maybe some damage that the shorty can perhaps do, and that's what Starks is looking for, entering the smoke. CNED putting him to bed, and I'm pretty sure that's all she wrote.
Should be pretty short work here. Honestly, the one thing I'm wondering with this Navi comp is, they do lack a little bit in terms of the overall information, right? They do have some tools, but they don't have that typical killjoy you'd see on the map, maybe a Fade or a Sova on the opposite side. So there are options potentially for Koi to try and find flanks. The unfortunate reality, though, of Ascent is that going for like the big flanks through spawn just takes you so long. So you oftentimes end up seeding almost the entire site.
Yeah, and as we're entering now to the Logitech power-up round of this game, we've got obviously some guns coming in. This is where the interesting part of this match starts. We get to see some rifle play, and that's what we're all about. Now, we saw Fnatic shaping the meta, haven't we? When it comes to how you buy up
light armor,
half shields, you know, galore.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm interested to see how these teams adapt to it.
We're already seeing it, right? 4 light armors, and a lot of this was like the Sheriff buys in the last round, which more teams are going to go for Sheriffs, Marshals, these types of things, because going for the light armor just sort of guarantees you to have rifles almost every single round of the game. Navi had a couple back in round number 2 that are going to carry over, and it's not your typical bonus round, right, where you would save on the players that maybe didn't have a gun. No, we're going to have very good firepower coming through from Navi here.
I was a little bit concerned there, not going to lie. Angel was very far forward towards that A site. And, you know, a lot of people were sort of talking about the first deaths he had in lock-in.
Yeah, he does like to take those early fights. We'll see if it ends up happening. CNED's been able to lodge himself in A main. Really good position, but not quite able to find that first kill. Just going to escape with the paranoia, the smoke, and the dash. A lot committed just to get him out of the spot, and he falls immediately.
Double-sided push onto this A site. Called him into holding on, doubles it up, and now Koi with a clear advantage. Navi, how do you enter through here? Still got the assistance of Suigetsu on the sideline, but it's Zip and an Angel to find the following kills. Suigetsu alive, he's got the spike, but 30 seconds to work.
Yeah, he's going to pivot all the way back over to the B site. This alarm bot should trigger on him in mid, so they're very well aware of what's going to happen. He was hoping to find a shot, find something, because that door is still trapping him here.
Suigetsu. Let's see if you can find the first clutch.
15.
Of 2023 here in EMEA.
10 seconds
nothing
left.
to work with. The retake, not a lot for Koi to try and play with either, but they've got each other.
They're moving in quickly, and Suigetsu, not a chance to breathe, not a chance to pull that trigger. That's going to be Koi on the board.
I mean, fantastic hold there. Cole Dementa first trapped on that switch, is able to get 2 before he falls, and then Shadows, of course, finishes off the round with a 3K there as well. Very nicely played, and after things got a little bit dicey, I think, right? The position from CNED to start things off in A main, I think is very good, especially if this team keeps trying to split their way into the A site where they're committing 3 people on catwalk and only 2 through main.
Yeah.
That can leave those players very vulnerable, especially trying to get the timing right into the site. So swinging late out of wine could absolutely snap people in the side of their heads if they're not being diligent clearing that one out.
And I think now we need to put some emphasis onto ultimates, right? Because this is the stage of the game where they start to appear.
Yeah.
CNED with Blades helps out with economy. You've got Zipan. Close to that no command, can deny quite a bit. But I think the most important part is that kill. Lockdown, very close.
Yeah, lockdown just one off, and not a Sova on the opposite side to destroy that, but the Gekko, the KO, not going to be bad options. Oh, man. Face right tucked up in here in the wall for Starzo.
They're definitely putting pressure onto Koi here.
I really love that play, though. As a dive bomb shark, what was that from Wolfen trying to pinch on down? They had Trex flashing over the top of the smoke, too, but a little bit disjointed there. Still, I respect the effort. That's
It's
a fun
respectable. I think we can say that much. And if it worked, it would have been marvelous. But for now, we hold. And so do Koi here. You can see Cole Dementa very pushed up here onto this A site towards short. Kind of the defense of that site is down to him, the gatekeeper.
Yeah, and one of the things, Navi's been playing slow, but I think that having double smokes as a setup just makes it really hard for the defense to play through mid. We're seeing this wall, which really cuts off your options to play off of Cat, unless maybe you're trying to flash through, but even that's not the most reliable of options. And then, of course, you can't peek from deep CT because of this Viper wall either.
30
so
seconds left.
I really like the way Navi have been trying to play through mid and then work their way into the site.
Yeah, and Cole Dementa here has got a really tough choice to make, to call rotations, to react in time, play for retake. It's not an easy choice to make, and obviously they're allowing Navi to just waltz into this B site. Oh, but through the smoke, it's a victorious kill for Shadows, putting them right back in even grounds, but no, actually even giving them the advantage.
That's just insane. Shadows finding 2 there, very low time on the clock, and only 3 players alive.
Oh, he might even be able to use a lockdown, but Angel's pushing up very aggressively. Cole Dementa putting him to bed quickly, but still, look how far Navi are going to play this. They're not going to let their opponent set up, not at all. Suigetsu alone, but not able to win that second clutch. It's going to be Koi to double up their rounds.
If you're down numbers after planning that spike, you have to play forward on the B site. You can't allow yourself to get trapped back boathouse or anything like that. So they're trying to fight forward on sidewalk. Just doesn't matter when Koi are that diligent, trading off one another, playing very nicely in that 3 versus 2 situation to bring things back to even. And once again, Shadows, he had the 3K in the round previous. There he's finding 2 kills through smokes. Just a beast.
Now I'll be interested to see how Navi pace themselves, right? They've so far been quite hold back. You know, they've got this ability to try and bait out a lot of utility off of their opponents and, you know, hope that they dry up until the latter stages of the round. That's what we've mostly been seeing, but, you know, they're also notorious for the shape up in pace, which is exactly what we're seeing here. Very aggressive onto the safe side.
Oh, wow. Trekk's able to find one there, and Wolfen, we've seen him so many times, wants to go for that aggressive peak, but no. Up numbers, 5 versus 4, no reason to throw yourself on the line. That's the type of play you make when you're down numbers. Instead, just going to group up, 2 players over towards tree, a tale as old as time as they try to re-peek into mid and just narrowly miss on that.
Yeah, they see Cena, they're like, I'm not sure I want to go up against a Turkish jet.
Oh no, is this alarm bot actually behind the Viper wall too? I didn't catch because previously it had been in front, but wouldn't be of much value as Xiao makes quick work of Wolfen there.
Nice little flash drive, allowing Cena to push a bit further forwards. Much pitch, just making sure they don't push further into tree, but the A site is what it's being given to them. We're looking at a 4 versus 4 retake.
Yeah, it could be a quick retake though with the lockdown if they want to drop that one in, but look at the control, the fight over tree. Sugetsu getting that kill shuts down any option to use the lockdown. Important. It's so easy for the players near Switch and Cat to crunch in on tree and make that happen, so it actually comes down fairly late and fairly deep too.
It essentially funnels them into that heaven side where potentially Navi is there and waiting.
Retake coming in over Raptors now. 3 players coming through, but Angel finds 2!
Oh my goodness, Angel! Blink and you miss it. That's Navi on top.
Absolutely nuts, just shutting it down. Lockdown doesn't even matter from main. Angel is able to get the job done. That's an important one too. I really think Sugetsu getting that kill in mid was the breaker in that round. Made so much more pressure, and there you can see the shot. Very aware of what's going down, and actually that second kill, I didn't quite see it the first time around, but that was nasty, and he knows that was gross.
Hey, look. Out of everything that happened that round, what made me most happy was the wingman spike plant.
That's so true. And honestly, like, for whatever Gekko does for you.
Fighting mid, I guess.
Why not?
Trex, slow down a bit, buddy.
Wow. Bottom mid, absolutely rolling. I'm curious to see. I think a lot of times when I've seen this Viper on attack on Ascent, I see her try to have a lineup to throw that orb bottom mid.
Yeah.
And what it can do is actually really punish teams that like to play forward because you have full control over when you throw up and when you drop that smoke. But they're not doing that this time around. I think they've used maybe the Omen smoke before, but it would give them another option to sort of counteract that heavy mid aggro at start of round.
Navi look to move into A main. Well-timed paranoia will definitely deter them from that initial effort. You can always see the pivoting happening from Koi. This should be a fairly clean endeavor. They've got Navi's number, really.
No reason for Cold to peek here. Just wait and trade off the teammates. Same thing with Sarso. You can see not actually holding that angle for the time being.
Yeah.
It's a very deep off angle, and it's just Xiao in a 1v3.
Yeah, Xiao. This is a difficult one.
30 seconds left.
And I think there's not much more to be said after that. Maybe to save. You know, the economy on both sides isn't comfortable. So a rifle in his hands wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, I mean, I have to respect the way Koi have played with a numbers advantage, especially. Like, when they're down numbers, they're taking more risky plays. When they're up in numbers, like, they're in very good position, so they don't give a single option over to actually throw around.
Wait a minute. Yeah, no, okay.
They're fine. So
yeah,
this is something
fine.
Koi have been doing regularly. I believe they're closing, we haven't been on their POV, but I believe they're closing that door as they leave the B site and rotate over to A when that hit ends up coming through. And as you can see twice now, it's just added so much more time, added pressure of, you know, if you're planting in a 1v2, 1v3, those rotations are coming in quicker because you have to spend 3 seconds blasting down the door, reloading your weapon, then running into site, planting. It's just so frustrating.
And it all just started from this, right here, Trex. Just peeking mid. That's as simple as that. Obviously, he had support from short, putting more pressure from multiple sightlines. But the fact that Koi are comfortable with pressuring mid, we've seen a lot of NA teams kind of like to use that maneuver, and Koi bringing that to the arsenal is
aggro mid.
Pretty nice, and we're seeing that again, but a different variation of it. Wolfen will get shut down quickly. Shao,
what
quickly
happened?
to deal with that one.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to let Thrash rip up mid, but I don't know. I think the flash was perfect over the top of Tiles right there. I don't know if Wolfen maybe got caught by the flash or something, because updrafting there was not it.
Yeah, quite lapse in judgment. All right, Navi, closely to this B site, of course, have illustrated their presence. And Koi telegraphing that have left just solo Shadows towards the A site to defend it with his own utility. So a stack up here is massive. And Starkso, together with a flash drive, is able to grab out 2. As simple as that. And they get away with their kills they've gathered. Just fall back, and with no reason to take the fight. Yes, a no command comes in, but why take on this fight?
Oh, Shadows is right here and destroys Angel. Heard everything that was going down. 2 versus 3 is not unplayable for Navi, but they're running straight into the Killjoy setup, and those mollies won't actually let you out of door. That's a lot of time that Shadows can buy.
30 seconds left.
And that alarm bot just triggers. They know exactly what's going on. The dagger doesn't catch out the Killjoy either. Nano Swarm delay, Shadows there with his gun. Pulling the trigger against the smoke. Drops a classic, but it's Coleman to finish the job up against Zipan. It's Koi with a lead.
That was brutal what they just did to them right there. The lockdown, and I mean, I like the idea from Angel to try and get that ult over to the A site, because I do believe that Shadows has been rotating fairly quickly when Koi do notice the spike, but actually caught it at just the wrong timing. Shadows is literally in motion, leaving the site through tree. Then here's the ult. Instantly turns around, is able to lock him out.
And it's a shame we didn't really get to see too much value coming out from the Thrasher of Shao, right? Because he was able to, well, he picked it up once, right? He used it in mid, didn't find anyone, couldn't kind of capitalize on that with a push, and then didn't get a chance to use it over in B due to the collapse from Starkso and Trex.
Made things really tough for them. Navi repeating some of this A main early aggression we saw once before. I do like mixing up the way they fight, especially because if that aggro play were to come in from bottom mid again, that could be really, really punishing. Not just not having the smoke bottom mid, but also not having the darts to clear things away. But because of it, they've seeded tree almost completely.
Yeah, this is a lot of pressure.
Oh, quick flank though, look at Wolfen!
Oh my goodness, they're coming in quickly, but there might not even be needing them. Wolfen with 2, CNED putting into his grave, but is that good enough? Onto the site, they have to deal with Trex. Now quickly traded, but Zipan is alone, and he's only got a Sheriff. What a collapse from Koi. What a quick move from Wolfen.
Look, we might just be 8 rounds in, but I'm going to make a bold prediction that Koi may be the most fun team to watch in Valorant. The amount of plays they have done to set up Wolfen for aggressive dashes has been nuts right there. The Fade ult deafens everyone right on the attacking side. So Wolfen goes flying up mid with 2 players behind him. Flash is ready, is dashing up, drafting over them, climbing down and shooting 2 people that can't see or hear anything. Like, what is that?
That is gorgeous. And the amount of utility that the attackers kind of spent to enter that site was just all gone to waste. Had to spend 2 players to look behind, and obviously they couldn't hear, see, and had their skulls being crushed by lead. Oh, crazy stuff. I feel like here, this is Navi trying to slow down the pace. It's Koi that has been caught them off guard a couple of times so far. The past 2 pushes, wherever they try to go, they get greeted with aggression.
The thing is, it's not even necessarily like always on the same timers or anything. It's not like start of round, Wolfen's doing something crazy. That was mid-hit, right? As they're trying to work into tree, they're instantly getting flanked. You don't run into that very often. And I think this is something that it is characteristic of Wolfen, though. Since pistol round, going for those mid-round re-aggresses into mid, that has been very common for him to try and find, catch you on a bad timing, catch you when you're in motion with util in hand as the execute is coming in. He's been very effective on that. Even though he hasn't gotten all of the kills, I think the rest of the team has been playing up behind him and has been converting.
Quite an important round here for Navi, because losing this, they are in fear of falling further back. And don't really want to be that behind from Koi this early on into the game. Obviously, we saw Koi in lock-in. They're good at starts of maps, but we've also seen them fail very, very quickly after that.
For sure. Right there we saw Angel trying to see if there was going to be an alarm bot. No alarm in mid this time, and interesting, Sugetsu has been using this B orb for B main control to shut down. Right there you see Wolfen with the operator trying to get that forward angle, but can't really walk through that smoke. That's not something that you're ever going to feel comfortable doing on, I don't think, especially with the Decay coming on in. And interestingly enough, Navi regrouping for a full 5-player hit through A main. This is completely unique for them. They've been going for these very split hits through mid. And what's going to be the play? Because they don't really have any ults to work with, do have flashes. Of course, Wingman can go for a plant, and they do have the Viper ult in the post. That's going to be something that may be difficult to work through for Koi.
Big change of pace for them for sure. CNED takes charge of the side. Oh, uncomfortable. Ends up low. And it's the turret who end up killing off CNED. Trex picks up one as well. Navi on the hot seat with only 3 against the 5 of Koi.
And Sugetsu is playing A main, so they're not actually going to use the ultimate here. No pit. Try and lock it down. Actually, he's going to come out now, but the retake's already in progress.
The Viper's pick comes in very, very late, which leaves Shao to try and do this all by himself, up against 3, but impossible. And it's the bot that is the MVP of that round.
Absolutely nuts. The turret doing all the work there as Shadows just continues to farm up kills. And I can't help but feel like Navi maybe a little bit split in the decision-making. Sugetsu seems like he realized after the fact that he wanted to use the pit, and then I think just got spammed through smoke trying to put that one down. Very unfortunate situation to be in, because I thought Navi actually played the initial site hit pretty decently. I think the spacing between the Omen and Jet diving into site, while the rest of the team backed away, they avoided this paranoia, the counter paranoia that initially comes out on the hit. But then these angles up from heaven, it all falls apart.
I feel like a lot of these kills are just through smokes.
It has been
so many of them.
Which is crazy, because it's not even like, you know, Navi's playing with wall hacks. And Stars at least.
Yeah, and it's crazy that a lot of these kills are with Vandals as well, with guns that can be traced. Wolfen,
His shoulders gotta hurt after that, right?
Yeah,
he just went at like 100 kilometers an hour straight into a wall. I don't know.
He's got to feel happy, though, that he's picked it up in the end. Angel trying to square up that numbers advantage. Now down to equal. Wolfen just updrafts on top of his smoke and picks off Angel.
I like
it's
that.
that simple. But look at this push in mid. Well, it's kind of a fallback, actually, from Navi, now that they have no idea of what's going on over TA main.
Yeah, it's less of a push and more of just a big chill in mid. You know, tucked over by Fridge, and now just waiting. Seeing if there is going to be that reaggress, I think, maybe, as an idea. But I don't think that's something Koi do with a numbers advantage. You can see they've seeded mid control entirely. They're playing 2 in spawn, spotting that one out. Wolfen can jump up on the fountain here and look for another peek into mid, but even that might be a little bit ambitious.
Their backs against the wall for sure. And, you know, there's a lockdown available, no command for Koi. Tough cookie to crumble for sure.
Yeah, the post plant's not going to be fun. They have to get Trex and not actually lose a player on the head.
Yep, Shadows spotting out Trex. No command, that's Trex down. Very important. Can they keep their players alive?
Yeah, that's fantastic. I think they contacted all the way up to stairs.
How the turntables. And now it's a 2v3. No command, ready here for Koi. This is all possible for them. Will the no command be expended here by Shadows? Obviously. Knowing that all 3 players are on site is the most important part.
They've got a lot of time. They can time out this KO ult and then decide to go for it if they want.
That's exactly what they've done. No more, no command available.
Here
the
it is.
lockdown drops. And look at CNED, he's pushing together with Zipan, and they'll be able to take it down, but they don't want to show their position. Not just yet. Peeking out through logs. It's Coordamenta and Shadows to win off the clutch.
Shadows in the clutch is just unbeatable. Who is this man? Even going to funnel him the orb right here as well. I love that. Again, very high level play, not deciding to shoot the ult until the very last possible moment.
But Coordamenta was 2 steps ahead of him.
It doesn't matter.
He was waiting for them to do that.
Yep. The double swing from sidewalk, from logs right there.
Beautiful. Destroys
it. 15-4 is Shadows. Oh, man. I mean, not even getting the first kill is like, okay, no, I'll deal with CNED first, come back, you know, I'm finished playing with my food now, get the second one. Easy does it. Ooh. And Wolfen is just the wealthiest man on earth right now.
Yeah. Now Navi in mid. They've lost that clutch, even though that round seemed to be falling in their favor. It can be a little bit heartbreaking. Let's see if they can draw it right back up. Obviously, Angel, very experienced IGL. He can definitely bring the boys back.
Interesting that Wolfen's playing mid here. It doesn't even matter. I thought he was just going to get smoked off, but they just take the fight and kill him.
I mean, it doesn't matter if Angel's on the front line when he's doing the entry killing. But look at this B push. 2 defending for Koi. Shadows looking to respect Cloud Burst, but no, they drop further backwards, still hold on to this market position, and maybe look to push in once again. Poison Cloud, they want to kill off the player on site before they enter, but it's bought so much time for Koi to move back to this B site. But no, they're lingering. They're actually dropping back even further. They're questioning whether there's a rotation in from Navi. Navi pushes to the site, gets the kill. The spike plant will be theirs, and Koi is on the back foot.
They need to fight forward to with Xiao. Xiao a little bit isolated in logs.
He's fine though, he's got a crossfire with Angel. And he can just peek out in time. Xiao, first kill of that fight. Coldamenta and Trex are dead men walking. Trex, Pikaru, but bye-bye. Angel for that round.
Very nicely done there. Having to gamble a little bit through the one-way, but pinching down onto the site, shutting out Starkso from the round. He's able to lock that up. And it all starts off with Angel just absolutely murdering Wolfen. Wolfen having a bit of a tough go of things. A lot of the plays have been fun, have been clever working with the team, but the kills just have not been there. And when Angel is just taking these opening fights, it's one of those crazy things. It's like, he's on smoke. Surely you don't want him taking the opening fights, right? Because it puts you in a position where maybe you lose that. Well, they say, okay, first of all, we have 2 smokes. Second of all, Angel's just going to kill the enemy offer. We have full faith in him to do it. Hard to judge him too harshly for that one.
Ooh, Wolfen. He's just comfortable enough to push through mid like that. Of course, he had the support from short, but how it worked out, I have no clue. Navi now entering the B site. Cena trying to pull his team in with him, but he dies before his team has a chance to cross through that smoke. Shados just really picking them up. Oh, and he's just picking them up one by one. Koi, end off the half, 8-4.
8-4 to kick it off here in the Coliseum. You gotta love to see that. Koi really,
from the front.
We're popping here, especially Shadows. 18 kills after 12 rounds. That's crazy.
That is mad indeed. Okay, well, okay, Navi, we know they've got a potential to come back from this, right? This is not the end of the road. Now they enter on the defense. They'll feel a little bit more comfortable.
For sure. It will be a challenge, though, just seeing how they work this comp. And they have so many tools to stall out site hits, but not that much in terms of reliable information. So how they're able to play for that is going to be something we'll have to continue tracking, because what Koi have got, it's standard, it's by the books, you know it's going to be strong.
That is true, that is true. But I'm impressed by Koi, right? They're known for these early starts, and I think what a lot of people have in their mind is them being able to keep that momentum, keep it going in their favor, and try to close out this map. I think it's really important. Because imagine, right? I'm probably getting ahead of myself right now, but this is Koi potentially getting a win against Navi in the first match of VCT EMEA, and that would be quite a confidence booster.
We'll have to see if they're able to close it out. We do have Yinzu standing by with Simple, though, so let's go over to her.
That is right. Thank you very much, Ender and Pavlos. I'm joined by the one and only Simple. Hi, Sasha.
Hi.
Welcome to the arena. That's right. Give him a cheer. Give him a cheer. So the rumors are correct then. Are you moving to Valorant anytime soon? We're going to be able to steal you?
Probably no, because there's a new CS game. So I just come in here to visit and watch how everything said it, you know.
Okay, Valorant fans, I tried, okay? I gave it my best. Now, what do you make of this new arena? Is the day one? We're just open. What do you make of the stage and everything?
Yeah, I enjoyed so much because last time I've been in 2016 when I played for Team Liquid. I've been in League of Legends, Riot Studio, and now it's next level.
Yeah, this is cool. It's a cool experience.
Yeah, it's beautiful music, beautiful lights and all of this.
Are you sure you don't want to play here? Are you sure? 100%?
I actually wanted. I told CND just stand up a bit, just for one map, but said, no, I got this.
Speaking of the map, Xiao, he played Gekko. What do you make of Gekko right now? What do you make of this agent?
I actually watched Navi practice like yesterday, and I finally understand how Goku, right? Goku works, and I think they're gonna. I think it's overpowered.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Simple. I'm going to see if they can actually turn it around in the second half. Back to you, Ender and Pavlos. Thank you. You're the best. You're the GOAT. You're the GOAT.
Thank you. Yinzu, come this way, please. I'm pretty sure we've got like an entire comp over with cosplayers over in the corner. We've got a Killjoy, Jet, a Fade. We've got everything.
Pretty neat, pretty neat.
Literally doing it all. I love the setup. I love seeing everyone in person, the teams in person as well.
Great, man. We've been waiting for this for a while.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is turning out to be quite an interesting match for the first map of the day. Obviously, Navi being the heavy favorite coming into this, not having the greatest of starts, right? Koi having their number, a few set plays here and there. Have caught them off guard a number of times.
I am always hesitant to react heavily after the first half,
Yeah.
so especially with Navi moving over towards the defense.
For sure.
In my books, I feel like teams always are performing a little bit better on the defense than the offense,
yeah.
maybe a bit simpler. And again, with the amount of stall this team has, if you are trying to just full force your way into a site, you're going to run into trouble already with the Viper wall here that gets shut off instantly. That's a good catch coming out of Trex.
Yeah, 3 players detected there at the initial effort, so Navi having read that are happy to keep their 3 players holding that out. But if you notice, mid is sort of open for the taking. There is a bit of lurking going on here from CNED, but with that smoke, his vision is obscured.
Koi still with options. To me, it seems like this may end up being a split into B. Actually, as they pull Starkso back into mid, very likely ends up moving over towards the A site with the smoke to maybe get them either to cross or threaten. They're standing right outside of market. Not that Navi are playing for that necessarily. It seems pretty common after you lose the early engagement, fall back to the trenches, right? Especially focusing your attention on tree. Xiao's just going to try to stall here for as long as possible.
Yeah, mosh pit dropping. That's going to delay, but with a dash, he's left Wolfen to pass by. CNED with behind the smoke. Somehow is able to stay alive. His angel really, saving him. 3v3, CNED into his own smoke, comes out of it. Trex there to receive him. And just like that, Zipan and Suigetsu on the conversion, trying to get here quickly. But if you look at Koi's health, they're not that healthy. Could be picked up easily.
Yeah, they could do a lot of damage here. No flashes for Zipan to get into the fight, so it's going to be all about the guns. And switching over to the Frenzy is perfect, especially on how low these players are. Suigetsu has to be able to find Starkso. But will he clear left instead of right? That's the gamble he has to take. I love that they're grouping together.
Yeah, they're going to move it together, that's for sure. Starkso with the first one just swings by Ferrari peak. Zipan not really anticipated to be in that position, but the double stack up there from Koi allows them to pick up the second pistol of this map.
Good redirect from Koi back into tree, finding where Navi are maybe a little bit weak and punishing it. At the same time, I do have to, okay, right, they win pistol. Let's do a little Gekko timeout. Let's see what he was trying to do there, because he obviously ended up falling right next to Switch, but similar to how Lothar on the desk was talking about how you can throw the flash like straight up in the air and then try to reclaim it very quickly so you don't have to run a mile away. That's exactly what he was trying to do into tree. He just got rushed while trying to set that up. So a little bit unfortunate, but you can see some of the theory because, at least for me, I feel like Gekko as an agent is just weaker than a lot of the other initiators, right? Especially like his blind, it's like the splat on your face, right?
Yeah.
You know, like in Mario Kart when the squid comes and inks all over you. That's literally what it is.
I hate that.
And I feel like still having your peripherals gives you so much because you know where you are, you know where you can kind of angle your crosshair, gives you a lot more comfortability than a full flash would potentially. But that being said, being able to reclaim your abilities and only have that 10-second cooldown, that's where I think a lot of the power could potentially come from. So it's nice to see Xiao trying to implement some of those ideas.
Seeing CNED on a Marshall, but a very passive position for him. Nothing too overzealous, really. And two rifles on the Koi side.
See, straight up, flashes into A main there.
It feels just like Lothar's tutorial.
I literally saw him do that today, except for the Smite Vandal, which is questionable at best.
All right, well, Trex holds off CNED, the only member of Navi with a gun, so this should be fairly simple and straightforward for Koi, but with Navi coming in, they're going to be moving in together. There's a potential for some kills to be falling their way. Koi's passive, they don't need to take any of these trades. It's clear, no risks are necessary to be taken, even if their opponents are just pushing through smokes, but this is somewhere where it may get dangerous. They're running out of time, so they need to get these kills quickly. They've gotten 2, can they triple it up? Shados able to change his position, finds another, Starkso looks behind him, and Koi recover.
Yeah, rifle does survive there for Koi, so not too bad, and the second one picked up at the very end for Coldamenta. So not going to be too unhappy with how that all played out. But the fact is, Koi winning pistol after going up 8. Fantastic way to kick it off. And they're going to be able to fight here. I wonder... They could only upgrade into a 3rd rifle. So there's a world in which Koi, because they're up 10-4 here, decide not actually to go for the upgrade and go for the fight into this round. I think in most situations you would, and I think the whole idea around like bonus rounds is somewhat expired, but you can see Trex did not actually upgrade, and I think this is largely part because of what money they ended up on, but also because they do have the comfortable lead.
Quite a bit of comfort. 6 rounds for Navi to try and square things up. And this is definitely a round that could get them started in that pursuit.
There it is again. One thing is, though, I think the last time when it was an A main, there were players in A main and it didn't actually spot them. So now I'm questioning how reliable actually that does end up being for them. Because obviously, in order to have it go straight up and straight down, like it's a pretty awkward angle that may not catch. They are close, but there you have him, using it again.
Just a shout out to observers here, really highlighting Gekko. Obviously, this is one of the first times we see him in competitive play, so thank you for that. Zilv and Mel, by the way, for everybody watching.
I feel like the camera work has been less sus than I'm used to with Mel, so I don't really know how to feel.
Yeah, it's a change of pace, right? Okay, well.
Ooh, check out that the one-way on the Viper, just because, again, the agents you see a little bit less of. I know we had like the Viper Renaissance back at lock-in, and you started seeing her on a lot more maps that you weren't used to, but this one-way is really nasty, and the cooldown of it is going to be back up for her to pop, and really solid to hit. What can you do?
Well, Navi electing to not hold the site, instead go for the tree setup. Ooh, quite a lot of expenditure towards that position, and the cross is coming forth. Koi looking to enter this, and they've been successful in getting in here without dropping any players, but they don't have much time to get that plant down. Cine with the first pick. Uncomfortable Trex also gets shut down. Shadows trying to put his name on the board, but this is getting dangerous. The spike is still not down. It's down in spawn, and they have to get the kills. No time remaining. That is Navi getting the win.
Huge round for Navi there. They absolutely needed that round. And it came down to the slow play and then the stall, right? Navi playing to their composition, punishing Koi for taking their sweet time around mid and then not giving them an option to go for the plant. CNED playing a little bit aggressive, going for the repeaks. They just want to fight you to the death before you can actually put the spike on the ground, and it worked beautifully there.
Wonderful, wonderful. I guess you could also say that Koi maybe left that a little bit too late, knowing Navi has got so much in play. Right, obviously they didn't know the setup exactly, but you know, if you look at the setup, it's supposed to be quite a bit there.
Oh no, they shot the poor animal. Come on, guys.
The humanity.
Just wanted to live. That is brutal. Yeah, I do think a big part against playing against the Viper is either A, catching her with your the KO knife, or trying to catch her on the timing of when she brings down the orb, because that cooldown is pretty long on the reactivation. There was an opportunity in the previous round for them to punish that, but I just don't think they were quite in position, and often you can't really play for that. Hold on. Ooh. It's going to be a mid play, but they're just going to run into this turret.
Hold the door.
Hodor.
Hodor. Well, in and out. Said hello, said goodbye.
Yeah, see, I would be confused if I was Navi. I'm like, wait a second, are Koi still in the spawn? Were they by guns? Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but here they are. Again, slow. This is maybe problematic as we look further in this half. Koi have been taking their time. Now, 45 seconds is more than enough, don't get me wrong. But if they stall out clearing through a main, this could be bad. And one being noted has caused the rotates to come in from Navi.
The crucial thing, they're not moving into short, which is where Navi has a setup 2 rounds consecutively. Prowler not spotting anybody. Snakebite will be delaying together the dark cover, but they're just waiting for the lockdown to proc for them to push forwards.
The fragment, literally everything. Wow. So much stall, so the lockdown doesn't actually matter.
It doesn't. All that utility just nullified the effect of it, and Angel is just fragging! No way! And now the Starkso to himself, but he's just walking on a field of dead bodies, and those were his teammates. Navi pick up a 6 and show dominance on the defense.
Just nasty right there. The layering of molly on nade, on spray from the rifle, just gross. Gross. What do you do against that?
Disgusting.
The A main lockdown doesn't actually fully reach into heaven, so there's so many options. Sugetsu was pumping out those mollies very early on into lockdown too, making sure there was no real window to actually sneak out onto the side. I think one player perhaps made it, but apart from that, it was just absolutely perfect. And the rare save now to come in from Koi, just the hero with no armor on Wolfen.
A little bit of an early presence here from Navi and A main. Won't be sticking around too long though. Fights being taken out in mid. We're looking at Koi with pistols, okay? So this is definitely Navi trying to bring back the tempo. Remember, there were 6 rounds behind. Potentially after this round, there'll be 3. So this is definitely looking a lot more fathomable. And the comfort we were talking about on this defense is definitely there.
Yeah, I think Navi really aren't trying to put themselves in positions where they can be easily killed early. You can see everyone kind of holding hands, making sure there's going to be a trade. Because, yeah, one player can get caught by the odd sheriff, but if there's a second one there, much more likely you're able to shut that down.
I may be putting you on the spot here, Ender. But if you were Koi, what would you be doing differently? Because obviously they've struggled with similar situations so far on the attack.
Well, I think a lot of the problem has come down to how late they actually work into a site. I don't think they've been challenged a ton in mid, so I'd actually like them to sort of claim that space a little bit earlier on. I don't think that it requires a whole lot, maybe just a fade eye early to scout out near market, or bottom mid, and then working up into tree. Because also, like, the fights haven't been in main either. It's all been entrenched deep on site, like this.
Yeah, exactly like this. Left it too long. Angel on site, untested. CNED and Angel both rain their bullets upon their opposition.
That's so nice, right? Just leave yourself at a very far angle versus the Sheriffs. Cut down. In theory there, you could even have Zipan swinging out off of the Omen contact into tree, and then these players are like, I have to spin it like a 110-degree angle. It's just absolutely gross what you actually have to do to try and shut down those players, but that is a very nice setup. Even resetting the spray there, got a little bit ambitious, trying to convert it in the second.
I'm going to point out something. Koi haven't gone for a timeout in the second half yet. Right?
Who needs a timeout?
Who needs a timeout? Well, apparently Koi do, because they haven't quite figured out their issue yet.
Yeah, one of the interesting things, by the way, was I know we had a big old pause at the start of the game, but the players were actually allowed to talk to their coaches throughout that pause because the game actually hadn't started. And I can't help but feel like that's a nice situation to be, especially cooking against, you know, a very strange composition. Maybe seeing Gekko double smokes. Can't imagine they played against that a ton.
No. Definitely a fresh experience.
But here you have it, right? You're not getting fought in A main, so they're just trying to set up for the attack. And it comes in at 110 because they didn't use that cooldown right off the rep.
They're moving in quickly. That's for sure. Zipan within the smoke, though, is trying to surprise. Hold him enter, making sure he's no more. Koi, for the first time in a while, are winning out on these first strikes and do not want Zipan to be alive for it.
Absolutely perfect. Contact up through A main and then burst out onto the site. Don't let the util players bust out the mollies in their hands and throw it in. You just catch them completely off guard.
For Navi, they've got an Uno reverse card. They've got CNED and Shao, apparently. This is far from done. This is far from over. Dash from CNED, trying to bait out Koi's position. Spray downs. Maybe when they reload, Navi will choose to push in. CNED walking a little bit further forward, his teammate right behind him. All of them from heaven. Breaking the eye. On a bit further, Trex and Shadows peek simultaneously, and it's all down to Shao. They know exactly where he is, they know exactly what he's doing, and they are patient to peek at the right moment. Koi, on the 11th round, they're back.
That is tough. Koi pinpointed exactly what they need to do. There are options, try to split into a site, try to bust on in, but I think the way that they just didn't make a sound in main until they were ready to commit really challenges this Navi comp, again, because Navi have a weaker scouting options, I think, right? No drone, things like this. Yes, you can use times where you send out Wingman or you have the KO knife, but I feel like it's just a little bit less reliable than you'd get out of your typical agents. Or, for example, a Killjoy that can have that utility on site. You don't have to prep that. You can just instantly react as the hit is coming on through. They don't have that option. They have to have the forward information to be able to time their util correctly.
I know we had some time at the start of this day to have a look at this studio, the pits of the Coliseum.
Oh, yeah.
It's looking dope.
It's looking very dope. I literally just feel like there's like gladiators supposed to walk out of that teleporter out onto the stage, you know, go to battle. The fans up above throwing roses on in there for their champion. All the good stuff. Maybe not in this day and age.
Yeah, maybe not today. I feel their weapons are their mouses and keyboards now.
Yes.
Yeah. It's good enough, though. Good enough for the action
now,
we're seeing.
Do you think that back in the day that fans would like dress up, they would cosplay gladiators? Like they would show up to the arena and they're like, yeah, I'm in my battle attire.
I don't think they'd ever want to be confused as gladiators, though, because watching it and
would
being
not be
part
good.
of it is something completely different that I don't think they'd want to be a part of.
Yeah, a little bit more life or death than the VCT.
just a tad. Just an incy-wincy bit. Koi 2 rounds away from closing this first map out. Navi, though, has had a greater grasp of this defense. Koi just had a greater lead on their first half.
This setup from Koi is interesting, though. Playing for ult orbs on Trex, of all people, just trying to snowball him ahead. Well, Wolfen's just kind of camped outside of A main, playing a very tight angle actually in front of the alarm bot. The rest of the team is going to rotate over, and I wonder if Coldement is going to try to, sell some attention over on B, maybe end up ulting over towards A later on, or could just go for the more standard late lurk through mid.
Yeah, I'm curious if they will be seeing some creative rotation game going on. Both of the Omens have
look at this.
from the shadows.
Just the Prowler has pulled CNED away from Cat up into watching main, right? They want a gun at the ready to try and shut down this hit, and then if the jet falls right on the attacking side, then it's much easier to sort of overlay your utility and stall out that hit. But that has opened up mid for Coldment's lurk.
And CNED holding it out, can't quite use his dash with the dagger
central,
inflicting the mark.
What is going on? They're rotating through spawn all over the place.
No, they're sticking to A.
Yeah, well, because Trex did end up coming all the way over, so they could end up looking
no way! Wolfen just jet diffed CNED, and he doubles up onto Suigetsu. 2 players without their heads, and now Navi left with 3. Their backs are really up against the wall. This is the first map of the series, and Navi's map no less. Losing this puts them at a really bad spot.
Zippen and Xiao have to do something. They've got so many flashes to work with, but Trex over on Cat. Xiao needed to find that fight. Now he's spent 10 or more seconds hunting down that kill.
Oh, and Trex is just moving further and further away. Xiao very, very eager to pick Trex off.
But there could be even another flank. You can see that Shados is actually now taking down the Cat.
Coin playing it comfortable, playing it safe. No reason to overpeak. And as you said, they've got the guarantee of the rotation, the backstab. Xiao moving forwards, but he doesn't have much time. Yet again, reminding you of the back push from Shados, and he's there, finally making his presence known. Xiao put down, and Koi on match points.
That is huge. Koi all the way up to the end here. Shados leading from the front as well. I mean, what a performance. Kicking things off on the Killjoy with 24 kills.
Oh, I just noticed that.
Yeah, I mean, his defensive half was nuts. His attacking half also looking very strong. The clutch factor from him has been fantastic. Late in rounds, he's always good for his.
I mean, CNED was out with his scope on the operator. Maybe it was just a millisecond where he looked at the map or something. But the fact that Wolfen was able to be out in the middle of the entrance of A and still be faster to the trigger than CNED,
oh yeah,
that speaks volumes.
Just better in that instance. And Koi too, it looked like they came up with that sort of on the fly because they had the Omen ult. They wanted to get him into backside. Hey, wanted to go heavy on the dive with that. That's actually why they rotated Trex, because they still needed some kind of mid-lurk. The shot doesn't connect.
Oh, he's needed some time to warm up.
How does he live there?
22 points of health. Still breathing, still living, still with the ability to use his gun. But Navi, you can tell the pressure is on. They're just making a few little mistakes here and there.
Yeah, Koi saw a lot of players over towards B, so they're quickly trying to split into A, but the stall is here once again.
They've got so much installed to stop this from happening. You can't enter from short, you can't enter from main. Good luck with that.
But they have 50 seconds now. The time is there. It's not though, as Angel and Zipan shred.
And when the utility's obsolete, there are guns there to stop you. Suigetsu in the corner to 50 points of health. Brings out the classic. Angel's there to help though. The captain is here to stop them. Shados doubles up. And there's a grand opportunity for Koi to bring it right back up. Lockdown available. Thrasher thrown. Trex, he's in big trouble. CNED shut him down. And it's down to Xiao. Alone. Lockdown tries to kill off Trex, but Trex has got his number. Map number 1 goes to Koi.
That was an unreal opening map from Shados. He just, the adrenaline running through his veins, back on stage, and the man could not be stopped.
That was incredible, and like I said, a massive confidence booster for this team. They had such a great start to their game against NRG and Lock-In, but they weren't quite able to close it right back in the end, right? So they didn't quite get the satisfaction of being so successful early. But this time they got it done on Ascent, on Navi's map pick.
Oh yeah, show up, map 1 in the Coliseum for the first time. That is a statement victory to kick it off. And honestly, just the way it's done, from the clutch at the beginning of the game from Shados to the end, finishing it off in that final round, that was fantastic.
Well, we'll be back very shortly, so stay tuned.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What a dream start here for Koi. They take their first map right here in the Coliseum against Navi. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Cougar and Lothar. Honestly, Cougar, I'm never going to doubt you ever again. That was the one and only time. That was the one time I doubted you and I was wrong. Yeah.
No, but I'm very happy with what we saw. It's not only the fact that, again, they have to be the first ones to play. They have to do it in the opponent's pick. They had to face off against a new composition. But the way that we saw them play, especially on that first half, the way the Shaders was doing things, the way that Wolfen was losing on the engagements and did not care at all. He was still being aggressive. He was still going on the hunt for the kill. If it works, it works. And he did not end the diff and seen it, but that's, kind of complicated.
He won.
Yeah, he won. That's enough. That's enough.
Yeah.
It was actually crazy, just a show match of confidence. Every single player on Koi was like, when you were watching their POV, they were absolutely mad in the way they are peaking. They always knew that they have a chance at winning that duel, and it was visible through Shaders. I was wondering how he will play on that kill zone. He has a little bit less of utility to make himself confident in those duels. Well, he just does it and wins them. That's about it.
Yeah, 3 out of 8 that you can see that Navi were unable to win those 5 postpones. And I trusted Coldamente making that decision, and that just give them time. Just give them time, because there's a lot of pressure on them too. You have, in so many occasions we saw Xiao, especially I think 2 rounds before the game was over, that he did not use the mosh pit just because he's not used to having that ability kit.
And speaking of Shados, you guys brought him up already. Actually, we should have known how he was going to turn out, because let me tell you, Navi only lost Ascent twice
when they played here in 2022, and both time was against Mech, and both times Shados did pretty good. So we should have seen this coming.
He has the number. He's made a WhatsApp group. That's all I can tell you. For Shados, it's not only the fact that I remember in the defense he had a couple of crazy kills, just completely off the bat. I think one across the wall, another one across the smoke, and the way that he was so confident in everything. Not only that, on the attack, Lothar and I were mentioning this is something that he might not be too comfortable in, just playing from the sentinel role. The way that he was using those nano swarms, not even for the post plant. He doesn't care. He doesn't need to protect the spike. He'll do it with his body. He'll use those mollies to put some extra pressure on you. And round after round, as Lothar also said, this was just confidence time and time again. He ended up with a +18, and it was a +18 performance as well from him.
And he dealt 200 ADR.
This is Gambish Shados we're talking about, prime time Shados. Now Lothar's got something prepped for us when it comes to how Navi was doing on the map, so I'm going to throw it to him right now over the telestrator wall.
So, the desk is lovely, by the way, at the VNNN EMEA network. That was the name, right? That was the name. Yeah, but what I wanted to bring up here is a mini-map from Navi and how they utilized the double controller setup, so the Omen and the Viper, because it was something that we didn't typically have seen in the past. So, while we wait for the minimap, I'm gonna explain the concept. So essentially, Navi was trying to get early space on attack by utilizing two smokes and a wall almost every single time the same way early in the rounds. So essentially in A main and B main, we have seen Omen and we have seen Viper utilize the smokes being pushed in front of the orbs locations. I can see here that two smokes in the main lobbies, and there's one on the left on your screen is the one from the Viper, the one on the right is the Omen. So essentially what they're trying to achieve is the blocking the vision from the defenders early on to get orb controls, to have better initiation tools in the ult economy while playing Gekko, for example, here, while the Viper wall on mid allows them to deny the Killjoy bot position in the typical default position, which then pushed Shados to actually reposition his bot, and they deny every single lane was actually just denied when it comes to the vision. So A main, B main, mid, short, everything was being covered with the smokes, and that was the early game plan for Navi. Was it successful? Well, we know that now at this point, not really, but it was a very innovative way of using the double controller.
I mean, this is the thing, right? If you want to innovate, Bear, you have to be prepared and you have to win with it, because if you don't, it doesn't look very good.
So there's two ways to look at it. Of course, it's day one, but if you're going to bring something new, you have two ways of doing it. You either do it like this, like Navi did, or you just wait until someone else does it and you just copy it and be like, oh, okay, this is, they just wanted to test it on their own players, on their own field, and maybe this was the moment to do it.
Well, Koi, they looked really good on Ascend. They don't get to play the two maps they lost at lock-in, but moving on to the next one, it is Lotus. Again, we don't know what they're going to run, but with Navi, it looked all right, when they played against Crew, but against Fnatic, Lothar, what was that?
They played the same composition though, so they stick their guns, but at the same time they played the same composition twice on Lock-in and Ascent, and now they fully changed it, right? So the last time we have seen Navi play Lotus, it was a Fade, KO, Killjoy, Omen, Raze composition. So Raze, instead of the Jet there, is a big difference, but at the same time it's needed because Lotus is so, let's say, it puts emphasis on A lobby control. So I expect no changes here. I also don't expect Gekko to appear again, although I like the way that they utilize them on Ascent.
I think that especially it has to be a wake-up call for them, the fact that did not work against Fnatic, and also, I mean, they did win against Crew, but I was not convinced, I was not sold. I would love to see CNET going back on the Jet, and honestly, if we have seen the changes just on Ascent, on a map, that they were already doing good, especially with what we saw at Lock-in, that many teams are going to pick up, and it's Dot Harbor. Now with the Gekko, please, I need some of that.
I mean,
you want a team to use Harbor and Gekko together? Oh my.
Yes.
Let's throw Reyna in
You want
there
it too,
as well.
you just don't know it.
Yeah, let's get Reyna in there, have some fun. But this is also the map Lock-in. We saw, at least against Crew, Angel was kind of the playmaker. He had all of the ideas. He was TPing left, right, and center everywhere on the map. Are we expecting him to maybe be the only person to stick to that Omen? Because that worked.
remember that this was the time when teams also were learning Lotus alongside the matches. I would still say that there's still a lot to learn about Lotus because, you know, it's a new map, but teams have much more now practice in scrims on it. But I do think that the flexibility that Angel had in the past was just because of that. People had no idea how to just essentially answer Angel's like comfortability with the TPs, and they didn't know where the TPs will be going through. Now it's all out in the open, and they can adjust to that.
I think that also, just thinking of that, if Angel is going to change, it's because of something else. Now that they have been trying that double controller, I would maybe like to see it, maybe just keep the Omen at the Viper. Nothing against that. Maybe I would try something different with the initiators. I think that we saw a value on Sky, especially during lock-in, that I actually really appreciated, and I think could create many opportunities for the players of Navi, knowing that they have their solo potential.
I actually completely disagree about the Sky.
Really?
You know, yeah, I really dislike Sky on that map. I think the value
like her
of
anywhere?
the ultimate. I mean, she doesn't have one skill is basically non-existent unless someone is damaged. So I don't like those type of non-proactive skills. But her ultimate is cut down in value because of the rotating doors. So it's hard to get consistent value out of that. While I think Breach is just, it's like Haven, it's like Split. He has so much agency on this map. It's actually unreal. So when I saw that there are so many Sky picks on that lock-in, I was pretty upset. It was like grumpy, you know, sitting down. I was like, why aren't they picking this? But I hope that we're gonna just see more proactive agents like Breach or Kayle on this map.
Let's talk about that, because for Ascent we theorized a little bit. I think on the whole we were right about what we thought they were going to play. What about Lotus here, Kukuka? What do you want Koi to bring out?
I would love to see maybe, you know, maybe a double duelist, or maybe I would like to see Trex. I would like to see him on the duelist, and maybe if he wants to go on that race, if he wants to create that extra explosiveness, I think it is the moment. I think that Wolfen already proved the point that, at least to me, he needed to make today, and I would like to see some more innovation coming on that side.
Well, Koi definitely needs to help a little bit more, push a little bit more support towards Wolfen, because there was a lot of solo picks that we have seen on the Ascent, right?
But there were in so many occasions that ended up as a win. You know, they just use him for information. It's another drone.
Well, hopefully he gets more support. But I wouldn't mind the double duelist, as you mentioned. You know, it's one of those maps where mobility is so valuable, and the duelists have that mobility built in most of them, at least, right? So the race jet combo could be so valuable at gathering A space, or just opening sites like C and A, because B, I don't think many teams actually focus on B in practice as well. Like, I'm not sure what you guys think about Lotus.
Listen, what I do want to see, I mean, I'm not going to say 100%, but I really, really would like to see Shaders again on the Killjoy. I think you will.
I think you will.
I would love to see that. We haven't had enough. He's right now at his prime. So I think that for Lotus, it's not compulsory, but it's definitely very necessary. Definitely, Lotus was, you know, that fresh thing that we had prepared for lock-in. And just because, as we mentioned, they only played one match, of course, we didn't see anything from them. And it's not something that we can be like, okay, so Star so used to play this in Ascend, Colda did this in Guild, but no, we have nothing to go off.
You can draw comparisons of the potential compositions from Koi if they would have been playing Haven before, right? And because the map is so similar in construction when it comes to Haven and Lotus. So that's why we should expect Shadows on Killjoy, because you need a Sentinel on this map. Cypher doesn't really give you that much agency as Killjoy. It's not really proactive with the ultimate as well when Killjoy gets that value. And Chamber, well, let's not kid ourselves, he's not gonna be our main Sentinel anywhere.
I mean, maybe.
I mean, as a secondary, as a fill,
as a secondary. Like, for example,
yes.
I could picture, and I think it would be you know, some kind of a nice surprise to maybe see Wolfen on the Chamber. He's always been insane on that agent.
All I want to say is that in terms of expectation of this map at all, I don't think that there was a time that we thought going into Lotus we're going to be talking about that Koi was going to be the one to 2-0 this opening game,
crazy.
not Navi. So, I mean, we talk about how it was an uphill battle from the get-go, but surely at this point, they're on a level playing field.
I would say there's a very huge advantage now towards Koi. like not even level playing field, because right now they're coming off the bat with complete demolition, I would say. Even though the scoreline wasn't really like, you know, when you look at the scoreline from Ascent, you wouldn't say that Ascent...
I was trying to look at the ability and I couldn't see it. We were seeing Sugetsu and I was like, what is that ability?
You're
what is
scouting?
that?
You're they're behind the wall, you can walk
Now
down.
that we have them here, of course I'm going to be scouting, okay?
Yeah, but I feel like they're just coming of such a insane dominance from Ascent that they're just flying in. You know, this is like one of the rare moments when I actually favor not even the strategic preparations, but the actual confidence from the players coming into this map. So I favor Koi right now.
Oh, that's definitely a 180, Lothar.
I mean,
You
it's a
did
land
U-turn.
as well. You know,
Yeah.
Shaders has like this insane buff right now. Imagine walking up to the pit, having 27 kills, 9 deaths on the first map, and you have the support of the viewers here at the stadium. You know that you just destroyed the opposition and you have them in front of you. That's such an unappreciated aspect of the gameplay that we have. Like, it's a typical sport, you know, when it comes to that regard.
Well, we're into the agent select here. At Ascend, we saw Shao lock in that Gekko. Zipan is going to play Sky. Well, Kukuka, you wanted the Sky. We got CNED is going to play Omen. What is happening? What is happening?
Oh my god.
What is
okay,
happening?
Okay. We don't get the harbor, but we get another. Oh my god.
Happening?
So Wolfen is going to be playing on the kills. Your Trex is actually going to be on that
Stark, so it's an Omen. This is like a
I am
hero
confusion.
swap.
I am confusion.
Wait, can we double check if this was correct? Because
production, please, can we get that agent select again?
I can't do this. I can't do this, man. It's day one. Can we just chill out? Can we take it a little bit slower
It
on
was
day
so
one?
much. It was so much to digest in just 30 seconds, please. I just need to see it again because everything was different from what we expected. Obviously, from Koi, it was just guessing. But even Navi, what is going on here?
There's a lot of role changes in both teams, and although I do like the composition from Koi, I'm not certain about how the players are gonna feel comfortable on those picks, right? Specifically also because we just literally see a swap of Killjoy from one player to another when he performed so well in the previous game.
Wow, I can't wait to get into this second map. We're losing our minds over here. Pavlos and Ender, what are you guys thinking for this?
I think this is going to be interesting. I think this is going to be really cool because obviously we know EMEA is a region that loves to play around with the meta, loves to switch things up a bit, and we're seeing this from the first day.
We get to see a little bit of new stuff every single time. Again, Navi rocking with the double controllers here with the Viper as well. Not anything new to Lotus by any means, but seeing CNED on the Omen, seeing Trex on the Raze as well, like back on a duelist for him. That is super, super cool as we get into our second map.
Start of the season, they're allowed to shake things up, but let's shake this arena up a little bit, everybody. Let's hear some noise for Navi and Koi on Lotus. Starting on defense, it's going to have to be Navi. Koi on attack, but it seems even though Navi is on the defense, they take early presence over to A main.
Yeah, and when it comes to Lotus, every single round nearly comes to who is fighting for A main. Both teams going to try to take control. The Omen one way there, very powerful to try and lock that down. So eventually we'll see, I think, Navi using Zipan's flash, these types of things to fight forward. The Omens always love to teleport over as well. So a late clear with the drone just to see if there is going to be an aggressive push on close. And they do spot the Sky there as well, important.
Very late Aldroin coming in. Well, very late. I mean, wasn't used instantly, but they find out that CNED's nearby. Maybe the assistance of Zipan has also been telegraphed, but Koi don't opt in pushing to A.
Let's not forget some stall power over here on the pistol. Not all the utility in the world to dump it down, but you can see he's just getting destroyed.
And so is Angel at that point, but somehow still alive. He got blinded, he got spotted, and he had nades thrown at him, but he's still standing, and that's the important part. He can still delay this push.
Yeah, the spike is just completely trapped on site as well. You can't really bail out. The door was opened, I believe, for these two players to work into the B site.
Oh, if Coldamento is able to push from B onto C, that would be quite a crunch. They're waiting for it to happen, but he's going to have to face up against Zipan. But Zipan is hiding out. He's not going to spot it. Will he be able to surprise him? Suigetsu able to pick it up in the end. Koi with only 2 players remaining, but it's Suigetsu's turret to do it again. Trex has to drop, and Navi with first blood.
Sugetsu, this man, a 3K to finish Ascent, open it up here as well. I'm sorry, that was Shadows on the upside. What am I even talking about? It's a Killjoy on the opposite end, firing back, showing that it absolutely pays off for him. And I mean, just the amount of stall in that site hit, and it's only going to get worse, right? Let's not forget that. It only gets worse from here as they have all the money in the world to buy the mollies, the nades, in order to stall out those A hits. So again, for Koi, when it comes to the attack in future, right now throwing away some mid presence, trying to maybe split either into C or B eventually, it will so much come down to whether or not they can control A main and what that means for converting that into an A or B hit.
Yeah, remember that stalling is very familiar to us, right? That's exactly what they showed us in Ascent. It's what they've been known to do on a lot of these occasions. Dry out their opponents from all of their resources. But Koi, you know, this is a round where they're going to have to take a risk, right? Obviously, on the bottom foot. They have to draw it back in their favor. And you did talk about this A main push a lot, right?
Yeah.
This very aggressive maneuver. You will always see teams fighting for this.
Do you think CNET ever gets bored of just one-waying this off cooldown just for the entire round? Like, it's just nuts.
One-way simulator.
Do go down. They are going to be able to catch him on a timing now. When this one falls in just a moment, he will not have for 10 seconds, you can see on the E. After the third smoke, that's where you can punish the Omen.
Yeah, and he might be able to go into what he enjoys most, and that is shooting off heads. Zipat, the first contact with the Guardian, will get switched off, which means it's a potential weapon to be picked up here from Koi, giving them more chances, but they've run the clock dry for yet another time, even if it's on a different frontier. Coda Menta, they've actually put Koi right back on our radar because this A site is open and exactly where the spike can go down.
Yeah, they're able to get the plant too. 3 versus 3, not impossible by any means with a couple of Sheriffs and the Guardian that Shadows has been able to secure.
Angel softened up. Still some utility available for Koi. Not able to spot out Shadows.
Hold the mental. Look at this super late flank into spawn, but losing a player on site, it could be too late.
It's going to take so long for him to get there. The spike isn't being touched just yet. Will they be touching it again? They know where Coldamenta's coming from. They allowed him to push through there for a reason, and Navi get a second round on the board.
Nice attempt trying to convert that one, but Navi clean in the retake after losing a couple of players. And that's going to be 5 ult orbs for Sugetsu after finding the 3K in the pistol.
Good. One step closer to being back.
Not quite close enough, I think, to activate in round 3, which is where you can really try to spin things around in your favor, but very nicely played by him regardless. Now I think this is the round where we're going to first see some A main aggression from Koi, I would hope. I would hope we see some kind of a look from them coming in. Especially just countering out this one way. It is also possible they just try to play slow a little bit, and around 40 seconds in the future, when the Omen cooldown cycle is down, they could try to hit during that point. But at that point, because the Viper Wall so frequently, it's not down this time on the attack, but there you see it blocks off A, right? That's really frustrating to deal with because it's another layer you have to break through. And if you're waiting until 40 seconds to even go into A main, oh man, now you have to go through a Viper, the rotations, it gets really challenging.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure thrown at you, and you have to deal with it all, and it all takes time. I think that's the main point of this. We're seeing, obviously, the value of Xiao throwing over his utility. But of course, his push into the C site is what they're heading for.
Oh, get out
right
of
into
there!
the Nano Swarm, that takes up quite a clutch on Trex.
Yeah, if you're a Killjoy player, go ahead and just screenshot the minimap next round and learn where he puts all these volleys because they are so brutal. There's no room, and it's actually forced Koi to pivot away from the C site. Even with the util down, they're going to move into B now. But there's an alarm there, and Zipan has another flash. Actually, the flash has been used, so no way to fight through the smoke. Shadows finds 2.
He does find 2, and that clearly accesses them this B site. Now moving into it, Navi, they've only got 2 to deal with this. Now, I wouldn't expect them to hold back. This is definitely an attempt they're going to go for. So let's see if CNET is able to find some magic here. Not against Starkster, that is. And Xiao will have to walk through. Starkster's there and waiting yet again, but receives a bullet between the eyes. And vice versa for Xiao.
There you go.
2-1, Koi on the board.
This is where I would scream Shadows really loud and then not get confused like I did with Sugetsu earlier on. I'd be like, yeah, he's popping up last round or last map. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, no,
regardless, Koi, very good on them to bounce back. And here it finally is. Rifle v. rifle. I know we're going to have a replay. Enjoy the replay. I'm going to talk about this next round because it is finally going to be a fight right off the rip for Rebel. I can tell you immediately that Koi have 4 players ready to go. They've got flashes. They've got the opportunity for Trex or Starkso to try and teleport or jump forward, which is really, really important. But they do have to be a little bit careful on the reflank, or on the retake attempt, because you can see Sugetsu only 2 orbs off. So if he's able to find a kill or 2 on this side hit, it could shut things down completely.
Well, this time around, Koi do gain this early A main control, which does put some pressure onto Navi, and you can kind of see where they're shuffling their pieces around. This time, dedicating 3 towards B definitely changes the dynamic of where the pressure is coming through from the attackers.
Now, the baby door over to Shados' left is closed, and he actually just got ultimate off of that. The option to try and burst over into the B site could be there if they try to break the baby door, as, again, we're going to keep calling it.
And that's probably the best idea for them, because the A site is just filled to the brim with Killjoy utility.
It's true, and you can see the positioning, 2 players in mid, so they're going to bust down baby door, and you have control over A lobby. You want to work in through that.
Both Alarm Bot and the Aldron were used, but the Aldron was able to stay alive to clear out the site, so Trex can move in quickly. That guarantees them the site, together with the Rolling Thunder. Cena attempts the impossible and ends up paying for it. Zipan and Angel trying to bring things back. They're in trouble. They're surrounding the site, but Koi are pushing themselves. They lose a lot of players in the process, so he gets through within the midst of it. He's low, but he picks up another one! How does he even do that? Wolfen up against the 3 now, on the hot seat. Snake bite to his feet, gets burnt alive. And Navi stay alive and get a 3rd round on the board.
Huge play right there with Angel getting the kill over in B Link. It forced Koi to fight forward into spawn, but they were not ready for Sugetsu. He absolutely crushes them on that. This is the flank I was talking about. And once you're having pressure from all different angles and you're down numbers, you have to choose one direction and move in that direction as a unit. That's what they did, but it didn't matter. Navi, Sugetsu, just better.
Oh, visible frustration on the side of Koi, that's for sure. Nerves getting to them. Yes, they're ahead in this series, but this game is far from over.
Big ultimates from Navi to work with here for fast retake options. I mean, the double ways to shut off your movement. Absolutely huge. And interestingly enough, Navi have actually taken a little bit of space over towards Mound, with Angel fighting in front with a very forward orb as well.
My ult is ready.
I think, actually, no, that wasn't orb. That was a CNED smoke. Drop. A little bit confusing with so many circles on the map and all of our smokers, but that makes a little bit more sense for the early smoke using the Omen there.
Take flight.
Ooh, and this drone into B, if no one's here to break this, they may bite and assume there's more players. As the door opens, they know Angel is stuck here back. Now, but he finds the kill!
But again, Koi, the game plan wasn't B, it was C all along. Maybe to try and bait out the C plays out into the open, but still, that doesn't even matter. Starks into the smoke, excuse me. Things are even, 4v4, 50 seconds, and Koi still haven't changed their position.
Oh, the ult back onto site, gonna clear around Bend.
Such a good clear. They know the backside is for the taking, and the rest of the team can move on, but they need to clear it quickly. Starkso looking to move forwards. Navi playing with very close quarters here, very thin margins. Xiao able to keep his team on top, but look at Starkso. He's doing some damage. Xiao in and out of the battle has done his job. With the lockdown being procced, they have the safety of the site.
But again, you see down numbers, you must fight forward. That's the teleport from Starkso to try and find something. The initial kill doesn't go his way.
Not impossible for Koi, even though they're down with numbers. But they find themselves good positions.
Oh,
Lockdown and response. This is tough. It's not even pardoned for long. They need to take the fight. Mortamenta, that's one. That's two! But he's out in the open! Does not expect Zipan there. And that is Navi. Easy way into a 4th round.
Oh, Cold never expects the 3rd player to be coming in from spawn there, but Navi are grouping up, making sure they can protect the lockdown or shoot any players trying to escape off the site. Comes the cost of an ultimate, but Navi will secure the round. And it was this right here, because Navi revealed his position opening the door, right? Assuming it was going to be B, he bid on it completely. It doesn't matter, though, because the fight just went his way. It's exactly what you're going to ask for him when they're investing the Omen smokes, not for the C main control, or for the A main control, but instead to fight forward for Mound.
And that was actually a very important round for Koi, right? Because now their pockets are empty. Recession is hit.
This is so sad. Inflation going up. Can't even buy a rifle for themselves.
It only used to be 2,900 credits.
The price of bullets also, I think, increasing. I think they patched that into the game with the chamber a little while ago, actually.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Oh man. Koi, it's tough. They don't have much to work with. Now, that being said, if they are in a world where somehow they find a soft side of the map and they do get the spike down, Cold Demented does have access to the Hunter's Fury. But again, that may be a little bit hopeful, a little bit generous for Navi, or for Koi rather. And interestingly enough, it is CNED on the Opman here, pulling out the rifle again because they don't have a traditional duelist in the way. CNED, and I think you're going to see a lot of this with teams playing less duelist in general. The Smokes player actually perhaps going into that route. I think Harbor has some options to get out of jail free. I think Omen as well, sort of teleporting off of bad angles.
It's such an interesting story for CNED as well, right? Had such a turbulent year in 2022, excuse me, after the championship win, and yeah, hasn't been able to bring it back in the chamber meta.
But that's great though, right? Being able to, in a similar way to a Jet, you take the fight and then you can TP up and away. Not quite as reactive, so you have to win the fight, right? That's the difference between playing Jet compared to another Opper. But I think the amount of utility it can give you, especially with the paranoia, smokes as well, like there are definite strong reasons to do so.
Okay, Navi making quick work of this. Walking through smokes, running their fights. That's exactly what you want to see. Clean firepower work, Shadows. Maybe to bail out the team on a very tough spot. Hunter's Fury might be able to deny the plant, or the defuse, excuse me. And CNED is low, but he will be able to hold down that spike defuse. And Navi holds on to the lead and increases it even further.
Honestly, a bit shocked Cold Demented went for that. I think ended up casting it before his remaining teammate did end up falling, because he had to have that tree player stay alive if there was ever going to be a chance to delay on time with that one. Still, Navi secure the round. We see the op in CNED's hand. I believe that was the first round. He was rocking that one with the team. And it's something we'll continue to track sort of where he's playing, because it is important to keep varying it up, trying to predict your opponents where they're going to be hitting, looking for the opening picks with that, because not always the most fun thing to try and retake with an op, especially on the Omen for the aggressive peaks.
Well, Young Gun Trex, with the showstopper available to him, might opt to go in for a fast, explosive push now. Boy, it's been a while since they've been able to find a round.
This is what I call the Lotus experience. About like 6 players just hip firing through the smoke, seeing what ends up happening. Nothing doing over towards A. Now, if this hit were to be canceled, look how far forward CNED has moved over towards the mound. Actually, now he backs away just a little bit. But I do think we're going to end up going in here. Trex has ultimate, but only one satchel to get into the site.
Gives him a clear indication of what's going on, even if Trex is blast packing his way into the air. Sugetsu still finds a way to find him. Ooh, look at this. Cold Demented stuck, but not anyone there to be able to capitalize upon it. Spray through the smoke once again. Stuck, so in sight, little did he know there was an opponent right behind it. Sugetsu on the higher ground. The fight is on, and Shadows down he goes. Sugetsu still alive, but Stuxo deals with him. Koi on the back foot, need the kills and need them quick. Shao went so low, but still able to survive throughout it, Stuxo. Your team is depending on you, and the time is just ticking against him. Spike in no man's land. Oh, this is a rough one. You might as well call it over by this point.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do. The Spike absolutely in Narnia at the moment. And a good stall from Navi once again. I think we have seen when these hits do not immediately work out for Koi, instant troubles. And right there it was Trex. I think only having one satchel, he didn't actually want to commit the ultimate into sight, and he just gets sniped straight out of the air. Maybe if you have a little bit extra movement, it's harder for Sugetsu to just pop you straight out of the sky, but Sugetsu has been on fire so far this game.
Yeah, he really has. And I think he's definitely one of those players that can bail out the team even on the worst situations. But Navi was never in those difficult points. I think it was just Sugetsu able to find those advantages when they cross him. He wins off those duels, doesn't end up dying.
Yeah, and you know, if the initial sight hit isn't paying off for Koi, they are going to rely more on, do we have the lurk timing? You know, sending a player in through B there. Didn't end up working. Ended up getting picked off. The enemy Killjoy utility spotting him out as he entered into the site. So it will be a timeout called here to try and regroup for Koi.
I think definitely necessary, right? Last time they did draw out the timeout in that second half of Ascent. It did work out. It came in a little bit too late for my liking.
Sure. But after that timeout, looked incredible, right? Had exactly the right ideas to try and close out that half. Now, for Koi, what's been happening to them? I think their C hits have looked abysmal. They have not been able to secure mount control the couple of times they've been fought there. And if they do get mount control, they're actually just not allowed into the site. So I don't like that initially. Perhaps maybe opening door and trying to split into B. That's why I like their odds a little bit more. It hasn't been a ton of contest from Navi, actually, the more I think about it, for aiming. anymore. I think early on we saw a lot of that, but now it has just been the smokes largely. So I'd not be surprised if Koi continue trying to play for that, potentially trying to break Baby Door and then split into the B side. Could be something that worked for them previously.
Yeah, Koi struggling a bit to find these entries, find advantages early. Trex, big part of it, trying to enter, not finding those initial picks. The young gun, the 18-year-old, not quite on the case this time.
There is the flash to scout out and realize Koi is here. Now actually check out where CNED's gone. Glad we snapped over to him because you don't really expect the op to be hanging out right here next to the box in mid.
Now if this was a chamber, it'd be totally okay. Because you can just snap your fingers and you're out of there. But now you're stuck.
And you snap your fingers
and he
and
snaps
you're not
his
really
finger, but he still dies.
That's perfect though. That's the pinch, breaking through Baby Door into sight. Trex has ultimate too, trying to go back into A. I don't think Navi would expect that.
Finally, a plan going the way that Koi wanted. Now, they've got the advantage, they need to keep it.
How do they do that? Two players from Navi are going to try to fight through Baby Door right after the timing of the paint shell.
So many players stacked up here. Koi are going to go for the fight. Recon to their feet. They know there's a lot of presence. Who's able to take the fight? Everybody's blind as a bat. Suigetsu moving forward, but they can't afford to trade evenly. They have to eventually come out on top. Angel on the back end. Starkso closing it off. Rolling Thunder enabled, just solidifying the deal. Shio sidesteps it. Wolfen is able to take them out, and that's Koi on the board once again.
The Koi timeout buff is here. They just download exactly what they need to do. Coming into that again, the timing of when they're peeking into B main and breaking down Baby Door, right? Like, CNED had nothing E2. Yes, he missed the opening shot. You have to hit that one, especially when you're playing the Omen. But normally you'd be able to TP out there and be fine. Not with the timing of how Koi pinched into that B site. There's nothing you can do there.
Maybe you could have done it without expending the Rolling Thunder, but you never know if you're going to win the fights in the end, so a guarantee take.
At the end of the day, I am all aboard to use every ult you can to win a round, because having your number at the top of the scoreboard be bigger than it was before is way better than being able to use your ult in the next round.
For sure. To talk about orbs available, Navi's got 4 of them. A few of them quite highly impactful.
There's one from Koi, actually.
Let's see.
Into the middle of the site to scout out, and that actually tells them the Killjoy setup's here, but they get through pretty fine.
Do they though? Because Shao's already taken one down. Lockdown is available, so they don't quite have the comfort of putting the spike down.
The paint shells broke
the lockdown. Brilliant play, Slee. The paint shells.
Now, this initial kill, wow, another a util kill from Trex. That's just absolutely nuts. Now, ulting out from the Omen. CNED is here with the team for the quick retake.
And a different setup now for the post plant. They're going to play out from long, trying to deny the spike diffusal, but this gives a lot of space for Navi to move in.
It is planted for Koi to play here from Mound. They have at least one molly, maybe 2, onto the spike as well. Seekers are going to do a good job clearing away the close angles, but the far ones are still a problem.
Seekers are out. They're figuring out the play now from Koi. Call them into the back of the site, yet to be cleared. That's spending a lot of time for Navi. They've only just picked it up, and Trex is able to trade it right back out. Paint shells onto the spike. Zipan has to move out of it. He's touched it, but he can't stick it. And now they touch it once again. Trex sprays in that direction. It's being diffused. It's being diffused. It's being diffused. And nobody's able to stop it. Ninja defuse by CNED, putting Navi on the board yet again.
What is that? Trex gets an ace and they can't win the round. Nothing's going right for Koi. CNED, just a criminal right there inside the smoke, taking that round straight through the fingers. Absolutely nuts, because everything was going right. It's a paint shell kill into another spam kill for Trex. Like, Trex couldn't be stopped with all these kills through smoke.
Kill him, you must.
Kill him, you must.
Unkillable, apparently, CNED. And yeah, that round had Koi's name written all over it. They played all their cards right, apart from
killing the person defusing the spike. That's the one thing.
Exactly.
You got to be able to stop. It's actually the most important thing, believe it or not.
Yeah, that trump card beats everything, really.
Yeah, don't let big KDA tell you otherwise. It's not about the scoreboard numbers. It's about the spike, whether or not it can be diffused.
Preemptive Viper Spit coming through. Yes, Navi used 3 out of the 4 they had available prior to this. So kind of based on that C site. So Koi aren't choosing to move to that. Instead, they opt towards the right-hand side.
Sure. Koi looking for this B split again, I would presume, with the spike up in mid. Gonna want to bust down Baby Door, but
yeah, Trex hasn't had the best of luck this game so
again,
far.
the Lotus experience, just getting kills through smokes non-stop.
Feels you're talking from personal trauma here, Ender.
Yeah, a little bit. It's been rough. Oh my god, wait, I just realized. The bottom of B site, it's like our pit here, right? Ooh. It's just sunk into the ground.
True.
A lot of similarity.
Ours looks better. Wolfen trying to bring it back. Koi in the back foot. They've got on the site, but the fact that Navi are winning out on all of these fights, Wolfen cannot find it. Oh, it's getting a bit rough here, and Starkzo's just hiding within his own smoke. Finds one, maybe doable if he checks behind him. Jumps on top, but he's visible to Suigetsu, and Navi cannot stop winning.
This is crazy, because it feels like a couple rounds now, Koi put themselves in really good positions, right? Splitting into B right here. The previous round, Trex gets an ace, but Navi are just winning out from these tough positions. One before a fluke, but right here, very solid. Shao getting this nuts kill through smoke. Holding the attention outside of A2. I think CNED especially has realized this, that after the plants on the B site, when it has been the C split, there has been a lot of, or the A split rather, there has been a lot of re-aggression from Koi's side to get control.
Baba
outside
does not look happy. Baba does not look happy at all. Obviously, he's had his impacts on those timeouts to let the team know what to do, what not to do, and has allowed Koi to scramble themselves a round or two, but not exactly what he'd love to see right now.
So Koi trying to farm up some orbs, right? This will guarantee Wolfen at least has his ult for the final round of half. Trex has his now, but it's kind of an awkward position when it's your big ult site hit tool. But also, Trex is probably the guy that wants to be taking the opening fights. They're going to have to use all their info util to clear it away to make sure Trex can get nearby and up close to pop out with that ultimate. But no, he gets shut down. That's exactly what you can't have happen on this hit from Koi.
Oh, Wolfen. This is quite a step up in stages you played so far.
At least though, Wolfen farmed both orbs, so they do have another option to get into the site. But again, all this site util is going to be spent to try and stall out the hit. It's actually not quite here, so they are going to get in.
Last time, he got left here. They were able to successfully take the site, have optimal amount of players to end up on top, but it was an into defuse that killed them off in the end. 4v4, Spray, desperate from Angel. We're waiting for all of the players to move in from two different directions.
Starkzo will be the break here for Koi. If he's able to get a big flank in, but he has to go quickly because Navi are going in hot.
Trailblazer cleaning the site. Paranoia to make sure they can move onto the back end. Wolfen still on point, still delivering. Does get shut down, and Navi has an advantage here. But look at Starkzo. He's right behind them, and he's able to put them to their graves. Paranoia thrown, but that's even before Angel ends up falling. Zipan trying to fight it. Starkzo, TP into the smoke, spraying across. Starkzo wins it. Koi on the board.
Oh, that's how you do it right there. Starkzo, the flank works out, coming in a little bit delayed, shuts it down. Almost dodgy for a second, but the TP in motion, he's able to hide inside his own smoke. He'd actually set up for himself a few seconds before that one. And crucially this time, they killed the person defusing the spike.
They figured it out.
That's Valorant.
That's Valorant right there.
Sometimes Valorant is a very simple game.
Sometimes.
Sometimes it's more complicated, like when Trex and Coldmenta have the ultimates ready to go, when Starkzo maybe wants to find an orb at the start of this round to go for it. Also, when Navi are spending so much util to control a main. This is something I was maybe expecting to see a little bit earlier on. Sort of the meta that developed the lock-in was so much being spent to control Rubble, fighting for it very aggressively, but Koi aren't even going for it this time.
The good thing is that Thrash can be used again. So it's not like you've used the ultimate, okay, that's gone now.
He just needs a rest, you know?
Yeah, just for a bit.
He needs a little head pat, pick him back up, and you can send it once again. Now, importantly, CNED shuts down Trex once again, so it's again not an option. This is the eternal difficulty. Having Raze with ult up.
CNED's loving life.
It's tough.
That aggression.
One way will come out again. They may try to fight through this one because Starkzo, the flank, it's going to get shut down with the ultimate.
But he's done enough. He's lured out Navi out of that choke point, which Koi could have used to move forward.
The problem is they don't necessarily know all of that. There's still a one-way there. They heard Gekko util there at the start of the round, so they have to go for something different. Now, if they move into B here, a big difference between this and their other B hits, they don't have A main control, so they can't split in through Baby Door, and there's a much easier chance that Angel just shuts it down.
And also, Coldmenta can't die. He's got an headshot. Oh, I felt the caster's curse right through my bones there. He's at 5 points of health. Angel trying to stay alive. He's able to sidestep it. Gets a lot of tags, which gives him information from Shadows to move forwards, but ends up falling either way. But Navi are just on the case. Stark, so trying to give his team a chance to move into this. But still, Starks are in the smoke. Can be deadly, but he's alone. Shorty. Oh, valiant effort, but CNED has got that under lock and key.
Yeah, CNED with the Goomba Stomp right there just shuts him down completely. Navi. What a have to bounce back after a little bit of a shaky ascent. Boy, definitely got the better of them right there, but 9 on the defense. Had to claw a few rounds away with some shenanigans, but at the end of the day, I think we've seen incredible play. Zipan, especially the Sugetsu, it's been nuts.
The pace from Navi is definitely better, right? You could see a lot of confidence, being able to pressure their opponents. There were a lot of moments that Koi were questioning the play. It felt like it was a much more unknown field for Koi, right?
Yeah.
Something they never rehearsed, something that they never really practiced against. The way that Navi was playing, it felt strange to Koi.
I think, no doubt, Koi do have experience on the map, but the problem is, like, only one thing really worked out for them. They realized early, okay, C-hits are just almost impossible with all the util being sent onto us. And then actually kind of got danced around the map a little bit because the Killjoy just ended up leaving C and they weren't really going there still all too often. The one play that worked for them, the BC split, right? Working in through Baby Door onto the site, that looked pretty solid, all things considered. But at the end of the day, I think even Koi are going to be like, okay, we should have won this round. Like, this is, we did win this round. It got stolen away from us somehow.
And that set them back economically, which crumbled them even further, losing even greater advantages. And it's just put them in a greatly disadvantageous spot. 9-3, far from optimal, but now they're the ones on the defense.
Yeah, and yeah, they're moving over to defense. Yeah. Also, like, 9-3, that's just 6 rounds different, guys. Like, Valorant is a very quick game. Things can turn around very, very quickly, for sure. Especially if you kick off this pistol on the right foot for Koi. But, I mean, I'm just really curious to see what their approach to the map is going to be, because obviously they don't have the Viper in their composition, so a little bit less in terms of the overall stall that they are going to have at their disposal. But they do have the Breach, they do have the Raze, so some more options for early aggressive plays or quick retakes with those Breach stun lines.
It's interesting to see the fluctuations in play here for Navi, the way that we're used to seeing them willing to do something new, and that is certainly not something we've seen. If you think about FPX, the previous iteration of this roster, right? I mean, pretty much the same core, apart from Artist being in the seat of CNED. They always switch things up. That was their game plan. It was pretty much difficult to prep against this team.
I feel like this team is always playing like meta adjacent a lot of the time. Like they play a lot of the things that are really good, and then Angel's like, yeah, but this is an Omen map actually. When everyone's playing, you know, the Astra or something like this. I really like the creativity and the way it forces you to kind of rethink the way you play a lot of your games, and especially like the Gekko. I don't think I've been super impressed by overall, but it is another layer that more recent Agent coming out does play very differently to a lot of the other initiators.
It's definitely got Koi scratching their heads. This one took a while for them to figure it all out, and it seems
hold
that they
on,
couldn't
hold
do
on.
it.
Sorry, there's a door open in the arena. I can literally see the corner of the Gekko boba truck, and I'm so jealous right now. I think we have a boba truck here. Literally being in the studio is so sick, man.
Well, I know where I'm going after this game.
Yeah. We'll invite Pansy and Hypoc up here after this one.
Yeah, they can do all the
talky
stuff. We can go drink a boba. And that's what you guys can do at home. Well, not at home,
you can't.
but
You
if
have
you
to
join
be here
here
for the boba.
In the Coliseum, you could.
Oh no. Sugetsu's playing on the cringe angle, but he loses.
Standing ahead. The cringe angle.
Yeah, I feel like any sort of like pixel tiny angle. Oh no. Oh no. Someone's like, my guy, how did you lose that fight? You're supposed to see them and they're not really supposed to see you.
Trex steps up. I think he heard the criticism of the previous half and now stepping up to the plate. Another kill going his way. Now, A-Site sort of opened up, and I feel like Koi are happy to give this land over. Obviously, with the numbers, they're a little bit more comfortable to play the retake here.
Yeah, ooh, this wall. I'm pretty sure that wall is meant to block off Heaven right there. Maybe a little bit low. Angel just trying to see if he can find one kill. Because literally the way Koi is playing, again, this has been a constant back to Ascent. When they get numbers on defense, they play very heads up D. Grouping up together, being in positions where they can trade one another, abandoning the site. Doesn't matter if Navi plant the spike right here. Yeah, you know, maybe you deny him an orb, maybe you deny him a little bit of money, but realistically, Koi are playing for round wins here. That's the only thing that matters.
And they read into exactly what Navi wanted to do there. Cause pressure onto Koi on the post-plant setup, but no, that doesn't even end up happening. Wolfen is good to hold on, and Trek triples up. Xiao, the only man standing, and pretty much hoping for a dream at this point. Able to spray across, find some low players, but that shall not happen. A flawless pistol round to get Koi started off well on the second half.
Yeah, that's the way to do it right there for Koi. And I think, I wonder how much we'll see, because obviously this one opened up with a couple of picks, just the Sheriffs finding value. So I do wonder, oh my god, that's actually
Did
crazy.
we get that freeze frame as well? Just to
just hold on it for a little bit of an extra second, and there you can actually see the wall not blocking off Heaven. Does give an extra angle to shut down and make that a very, very clean retake for Koi.
We haven't actually seen any second round buy so far, have we?
Hold on a second. Did Starkso only, he didn't actually buy a second smoke. Yeah, Starkso is rocking the solo smoke. He obviously has light armor and the Vandal right here. Just maybe making him go a little bit broke, but that means you can't maintain the one-ways. You can see he's playing core mount, he has the one, but now is in a position where if he falters here, that could be bad news.
He's out of harm's way. At least for this moment, no more fights taken over, but it's definitely forcing Navi to tread lightly.
100%. Holdamenta actually the only player with the Sheriff here. A little bit unfortunate that he has to be in the situation to fight aggressively forward. Using the drone spots out at least two, maybe here's a third coming around the wall. But they may end up just going for the spam and falling back, because again, having the Sheriff there as your only ability to trade out the rifle, not ideal. They'd rather regroup, get Shados involved with the Spectre to fight back.
Xiao, only man trying to cause commotion towards the C site, maybe to lure more players in, make the endeavor a little bit simpler for Navi on the other side. But no, sort of leading the charge actually and calling for his teammates to rotate over to him.
He's like, guys, I have C site. He's not
No,
actually in C site. It's like, no, we still have to fight our way through this. Been there, done that. But there's only one person immediately here. Oh, this paranoia.
Oh, catches all five of them. And simple pickings for Stark, so the rest of them fall behind the smoke. But again, Koi comfortable. Very comfortable. Just hold back, stay chill.
It's kind of sad that smoke, I think, actually cost Starkso a kill or two. Obviously, going for it is the right call, just for the extra stall, and now they're moving into Killjoy util. This is not a fun.
Clean, very clean. Could it be two simultaneous? Well, one after the other, flawless rounds. Yeah, it's going to be just that.
All right, what's Navi going to bring for us this time around? Because one of the weaknesses, theoretically, you have with a comp like this, especially moving over to the attacks, you have far less tools than perhaps the Koi would have with a raise to dive into a site. You don't have that ability to quickly close the gap, apart from CNED, but that teleport obviously takes you a long time to actually pull your gun out after that. So the util has to be there. They've got a lot of flashes to work with, a lot of ways to you know, reduce the lines of sight with the double smokes. But it is Lotus. It comes down to a main control. And actually not much of a fight from Koi to battle back into that area this time around, surprisingly enough.
What's interesting about Koi is that they're one of the teams in EMEA that hasn't had much presence in the off-season. They only had one match in lock-in. So it's, yeah, obviously a team that you don't know much of.
Yeah, especially when it comes to Lotus. Don't have anything, really.
Navi so far on defense seem to have them well figured out, at least playing their own game, and it was sufficient to deal with Koi thus far, but now have to find their way back in. And this is the round to do it, right? You've got guns. Now on this Logitech power-up round. Holdamenta through.
Nice.
Xiao deals with him. Still, Navi on the site. They look comfortable, but they're falling right back to play with setups.
Yeah, they've got so much post-plant utility. Also the forward positions from CNED. And Xiao could be massive here. You don't expect him there.
So
Play with the verticality, and he gets a second!
CNED delivers. Shados eventually take him down. But he's done all the damage necessary. Now with the post-plant setup that Navi have, it's just near impossible. Nanoswarm delaying even further. Trex trying to find his entry here, trying to find a way into this. But it's just not that easy. Navi, with a first buy of this half, are able to solidify a victory.
Oh, I love that. The forward positions. Kind of gambly going off of those. And but still, CNED is able to find 2 off of that box. Absolutely fantastic stuff. I think we're going to need to see Koi put up a little bit more of a fight early on, leading up to it, because the post-plant util is absolutely going to be raining down if they delay their retakes at all.
Great start from Navi.
Oh my God.
I think
Pavlos.
Oh. Okay.
I'm sorry, we have to freak out because we just got a boba delivery up to the caster desk. So thank you so much to the staff on the ground here. That is absolutely huge. We're going to take a timeout so we can take a little sip.
Thank you, teams, for letting us have a sip from our boba. That's pretty cool. Thank you very much for that.
This is fantastic.
This is great.
I think like the only reason that I would have stayed in LA to cast NA, it would have been for the boba. But you know, even we've got that here. We've got literally everything. Best teams, best drinks, best duos.
You went there already?
Yeah. Well, look, first date, and it's already working for me.
Yeah. Maybe we can pan out to the window to show everybody our bobas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh. That's nice. It's also Gekko themed. Gotta love it.
Cheers, everybody.
All right, Koi, calling a timeout. They've been the timeout champions of today. Okay?
Yeah.
They've called 2 timeouts so far, won both rounds immediately after the timeouts.
Very true.
Not a drill.
And now on defense, what's it going to be? Because I see Breach and Raze next to each other. I expect immediate action possibilities. Trex pushed up very far forward into the smoke, looking for the spam. But not only skirt this entirely, they are going to be going straight into the Killjoy Meat Grinder. And even if they pivot away and open door to go into C, there's still CNED there, or sorry, still Starkso there with the Paranoia ready to fight through. Oh man, CNED gets way too comfortable pushing into the spawn and shut down.
He got whacked in the face there. Didn't look comfortable. Starkso, massive Paranoia, catches out 3, but still ends up dropping. Angel on the sidelines delivering. Navi on top. They've got side control. They're defusing. Have they learned their lesson? It's defused. Spike defused. And Navi are on top yet again. Well,
Koi won the round.
Yeah, Koi
literally stole the play out of Navi's book, right? Navi were like, hey, we can just full stick while, you know, chaos is raining around us. Koi do it this time around. Doesn't even matter if Navi run out with stronger numbers. Fantastic stuff. Can be really hard, I think, to play the post plant on that B site, similar to like a Haven being the other 3-site map. That site, very small, unless you're entrenched on the site. Not the best sight lines to try and kill the diffusers. Here, though, looking for that similar A-main aggression, double satchel all the way up to Rebel, and the concuss to force them back. So they also have the one-way extra layer on layer on layer, but it costs you a lot for that control. Yeah, Mosh, get him.
Go get him. Showed early presence to B, which has caused a lot of rotations from Koi, but they quickly pivot to C, and it's actually kind of caught them off guard. Angel, even though he's paranoid, just walks through, presses trigger 1, presses W, he's into the site, and he's let his entire team move into that as well.
Ooh. Starkso, just a pixel he's able to hide in.
Planted.
Not that it'll mean the end of the world, and the spike has been planted with 5 players alive. That is huge!
But look at this, Koi is starting to win out on the trades. Angel gets 1, drops, but Koi on top of this, on top of the action, but they need to get the spike defuse. Strex delivering once again for Sugetsu. Yes, he's got nano swarms. Yes, he can shoot upon Wolfen, but he's being rained upon by players. And Koi will be able to get the defuse and get the dub as well.
For a moment, you thought maybe it can happen, but nah, Trex is going to shut that down immediately. He's been unleashed, I think, a little bit on the Rays. Had the ace earlier in the round. They lost a 3K right there. A different look flexing around between Duelist and Initiator for him in this Koi roster. And I'm really curious to see how much flexibility they continue to show map to map, series to series, who's going to be on what role, because we have already seen just in 2 maps with these 2 teams, a lot of mix and match, plug and play in who's actually on what.
Wow. You can definitely tell the pressure is on in this match when you have so many timeouts, one after the other, right? Yeah. Obviously, each team having a timeout each half. Now this is the pressure point, right? You're at a 10-7. Whoever runs off with some kill here, there's a chance of them, you know, closing out this game or closing out that gap.
Yeah, 100%. Navi going to try and figure things out for them. Again, this was the first round, really, that they saw that heavy A-main fight, so perhaps being like, okay, maybe we can bait out the utility, fight back into it. With all the flashes we have, The crowd's getting a little bit of extra encouragement down there on the stage. You'll love to see it.
Hell yeah.
Is that what year we're in?
Is it?
2023. Wow.
Fancy that.
A Coliseum in 2023. Revolutionary.
Coliseum of the future.
And we have a ceiling.
That's
crazy.
What if it rains? It's Berlin.
Yeah, it's important. It was snowing earlier
It was
today,
snowing
actually.
today.
Might be sunny on Lotus,
10 degrees
but
and sunny. Weird.
Berlin weather is nuts.
Yeah. Weather be tripping. All right, Koi, 7 rounds in the bag. They've been able to close up that gap with two consecutive ones, both based on defusals and site executes and post plants. And they do it again. So far, they've started to gain the number of Navi. Troubled with these trades. Navi this time showing some early presence to the left-hand side, but are quickly traversing again towards A.
Yeah, Angel's been able to creep up over to Rebel here, now calling the rotation of his teams. Oh my word. He thought there was a lot more waiting here. It's still 2 kills.
Angel got caught. Shao trying to help out. He died as well. And now we're looking at a big numbers advantage here for Koi.
Wow, a timing attack into A main right there. I think called off of the Koi members on C being like, hey, it's been quiet here. I think they've actually rotated off.
But Trex is really close to this. He's trying to punish them with that disadvantage they have. They're taking the fight to them. Massive. 8 on the board, 2 away from Navi.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you just called it timeout versus Koi. Are you trolling?
Yeah, it's a timeout buff again, right?
Yeah. That one, I think, a little bit more reacting actually on the fly than credible, discussing what they're doing in the 60 seconds. But I'm almost positive that play of the breach hold has to come from the A or the C players that are like, hey, it's been 20 seconds, nothing's happened. They're either about to hit us or they are on Rebel right now.
But it's a good point to make, right? If you make a timeout, still the opposing team can speak to their coach, right?
True.
So it's also something you need to consider. And I think how much impact Baba has to the Koi's performance, I think when you play against him, you always need to think of that.
Oh, that looked like it was going to be a monster shock dart, but I don't actually think it ended up clipping anyone. 4 players over towards A, but again, similar to the last round, where they show early presence, they back away, and Sugetsu completely isolated, just Sheriff in hand. They're going to dodge away again. Koi trying to maintain their numbers advantage for as long as they can.
Yeah, too many bullets were flying towards his position there. It was impossible for him to hold down the fort. And it feels like Navi are trying to hold him to a fort, because Koi is just pushing them left, right, bullying them. On every instance, every trade, they end up falling far behind. Now spotted with their attempted entry towards B. Unfortunately, Mosh Pit sent. Wolfman can't stick around. B-side slowly, meticulously moving in. Snakebite delivered. Look how far Cena has pushed though.
Wingman's gonna plant, but Shadows has full util for the retake. This could come in quickly, but he falls.
The fact that Cena was so far forward was so impactful, so crucial. And he's still doing the dirty business behind that poison cloud. Now Viper Spit delivered. Trex on the back foot. Koya turning things around here. Koya really doing numbers on Navi right now. Starkso with that shorty doing the world of hurt. And that is how it ends. Koi deliver with a wonderful retake, 9 on the board, now 1 away from Navi.
Oh yeah, Koi mounting the comeback here, only dropping a single round on this defensive half. They have had an answer to everything Navi has thrown at them. And right here, opening the door as the pit is going down, absolutely fantastic to punish. Also, I got to shout out Starkso. Absolute base shorty enjoyer as a secondary, especially when there's a Viper's Pit on the opposite side.
I can't believe more teams aren't using the shorty that much.
Yeah.
It's just so strong.
I love it. I love it as a little secondary option there. Pull it away, play the tight angle.
Yeah.
Oftentimes you're going to be in a one and done spot anyway, so I'd go for that any day of the week.
You might call it cringe. For error as well.
I call it treasure.
You call it treasure?
Yeah.
Why?
It was a Skyrim quote.
Oh,
don't worry about it.
Sorry.
Yep. Sorry, we're down the rabbit hole on that one.
Yeah. It's a new duo. We'll figure out each other's nerd influences. We'll get there.
That's a big one for me. All right, let's see what Koi can do here on the retake. Because again, they're not playing entrenched on A. They're playing Heaven. They're playing Rope. They're playing too fast retake as their main option. And Trex has ultimate too, so Shadows can double flash do everything, but having Wingman really stops the ability for the fast retake to come in because you don't have to commit multiple members physically onto the site.
Wingman is shining here. He's a 6 player of Navi. But can the rest of the team follow it up here? Wolfen Look how far he's pushing. Seen it. Oh, he's able to strafe away from that, but no running away from Trex's showstopper. Zipan into
the lockdown.
fight. But no, the look at the lockdown has to run away from it. Watford is detained, which means it's a 2v3 fight for a while. And will Navi be able to take advantage of this? Zipan might as well do that. Shados delivering smoke.
He's defusing.
Defusal. It's diffused halfway, but they take the fight in the end, and they come up on top. Koi, they've made the comeback. Now on equal footing with Navi.
All evened up here in the Coliseum, 10-10. And it's Trex finding 2 kills with that showstopper. Great pathing here into tree, and oh no, CNED TP straight into his teammate.
Roll it back a bit, and halftime 9-3.
Yep.
In this half, Navi have only won 1 round.
That is tough. And it's another timeout for them.
Look, it's the first match of the season. What does it mean? I don't know, but come on. Koi, they're the underdogs, clearly.
I mean,
clearly.
I know it doesn't really mean anything, but I think it's cool just to win the first match here in the Coliseum. Here, EMEA, VCT, after the partnership came down, like, these are teams we're going to be seeing for a while. Faces, players we're going to be seeing all through this year.
And it's a single round robin on the regular season, right? You don't get to play against the other team twice. So every match kind of matters.
Yeah. You know, we say every game counts. That's the typical one.
Hey, this is
also,
VCT here, man.
I know this is VCT, but I have to shout out Koi because the entire Koi roster last weekend actually rolled up to LEC to cheer on their fellow teammates. They're playing on the stage over there, so super cool, I think, to see some camaraderie between the sports, between the titles, and now to see them mounting a comeback to potentially just 2-0, wrap this one up quick.
Speak of that, remember? Simpla's here.
Yeah, that's a little bit cooler than anything, I think. Absolutely love it.
Double digits across the board. Another timeout taken. Ooh, yes, a monster is on the loose, but what can it find? That do be the question.
I think it was blind for most of it, actually.
Still,
just actually, again, though. No, but you can see, like, turning around after just clearing that one out to get the cooldown back. It's actually very important and just a very strong scouting tool, I think. We've seen Xiao use that a couple of times, just trying to clear out areas. Not so much as the power of, oh, I initiated, you know, I CC'd you, I locked you down, anything like this. No, just using it to clear that one out and reactivate later on.
Navi, okay, they've got the main control of A site early. Of course, they haven't pushed up too far forwards.
All right, download that one, my Twitter friends.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Making
that,
sure
of course,
no one's holding that.
Yeah, to punish, you know, Trex satcheling there or Starkso teleporting.
Exactly.
The Omen TP up to top level.
I mean, that's what Cena did numerous times.
Yeah.
So dealing with that is crucial. But they spend a lot of time doing that, right? They haven't really gained all that important ground, and there's only 40 seconds on the clock.
They haven't been able to. I think they played for the C orb. Now they can maybe get an A and eventually split into B. So much scouting here. The Skydog too. They've been able to get all over this site without taking any engagements.
Cordamenta, he's detained. Can he get killed?
Somebody get him.
No,
it's only 5 seconds. He's gonna be fine.
Oh, Wolfen on the back line. Only able to find one still. Shados on the fight. Koi have got the number. Shados doubles up. Zipan and Suigetsu on the hot seat. How are you gonna deal with this one? Suigetsu managed to get Navi out of so many difficult positions. You're gonna have to do it again. Flashed once again. Spike touched. Oh, the spike is touched. You know what that means? It's being diffused and it's being held. No one can see him and cannot stop him. Koi not only have been able to catch up with Navi, now they're the ones in the lead, and Suigetsu cannot make a statement piece.
Shados with a 4K finishing out the round. He's got the Rolling Thunder back again. Koi just cannot be stopped on this defensive half. And Navi have to find an answer because they've gone for this B plant multiple times, but they can't hold the post, and it comes down to A-Link control. So consistently, Koi have been beating them in A-Link, and if you don't, as the attackers, maintain control over that area, you don't get to retake the site once you abandon it. You have to play forward. You have to be able to entrench yourself in main and in A-Link. Otherwise, you see what you saw there. They can't shoot the diffuser. There's 4 players alive, and they're just completely trapped without a line of sight onto the spike.
Navi looking to go for something quick towards the C site potentially, but no, it's Koi setting up a little bit of a
look at that!
To see. Rolling Thunder, they've done this before, and they capitalize upon it. They find 2 in the return of 1.
Ooh, big pick from Angel in mid as well. All of a sudden, this round just going completely Navi. I really like the play from Koi, but it doesn't matter. The kills were not enough outside of C.
Abuelo, El Capitan, however you want to call the mentor, he's the one has to do the heavy lifting in this round. They know where he is. That's the unfortunate part for him.
Shock not going to do anything. A little low on that. He was firing them through smoke, so a little bit hard to judge the trajectory. And Navi back to 11.
The thing is, even if Navi get this, they're not going to do much to the economy of Koi because they've won so many rounds in a row, right? 6 consecutive rounds that put them in a really strong position. 5 guns, you've got the operator out as well.
And honestly, with the new, like, we still have multiple light armors on players, like, economy discourse is kind of fake in this day and age. You almost always are going to have enough to fight, especially into these final 2 rounds.
We saw 2 defensive, aggressive Rolling Thunders this game. And you can definitely see how much impact it has when you have info on the push.
Ooh. They're playing quiet for control here, and it's punished.
Faking out the long hold of a poison cloud. Still, Trek's alive. Can he hold on? The 18-year-old battling out for his life, but he's been able to hold it out.
Navi have to act quickly. Look at this ultimate. CNED went straight into the middle of A site, but they still have to get past Shadows here.
They're definitely switching up the pace here. 2 different corners that Shadows had to deal with and couldn't quite get there. Starks are now alone. Navi are winning the trades finally, and they're actually going to put themselves on map point.
The timing on the swing there, too, punishing Shadows was perfect. That angle, a really tough one to be in. Maybe fightable if the enemy team misplays, but not Navi. They have locked it down. And it's going to be them on match point, even after Koi carried so much momentum throughout this half. Navi have been able to stabilize.
Being able to stop that tempo from increasing from Koi was so important.
Yeah, 2 rounds in a row, right? The previous one, it was the breach ult, right, that didn't end up paying off quite as much as you wanted it to. And then right there, kind of a unique attempt from Koi, just creeping up A main, as opposed to unloading so much utility that you would normally see to control over towards Rebel. And I kind of like the idea as an off strategy, but it ends up getting punished, and Navi are going to have to try and replicate some of this success moving into the next. But it's also possible Koi just don't give them that early fight, and then we're put in a situation where late in the round, Navi try to work into the B site, and in that situation, I have to say, you must control A-Link. There's nothing more important.
And what is troubling to me now is that Koi, you know, from this particular match we've seen and from the past as well, can be very slow with their approaches, can take their time, can run off the clock. And with Navi's aggression, I feel their thought behind this is it's gonna put them in that direction even further.
So what I want to see here from Navi, right? 2 big ultimates on either side, but they nullify each other. Coldamenta can just cancel the lockdown with the Hunter's Fury. So what Navi can do to try and play into B if they do want to, fight for C control first, bust down Baby Door, and then leave someone entrenched over by Big Door, right? The turning one next to Rebel. And then you can sort of pinch into the back as Koi try to re-clear in through A-Link. Could also just force straight into this A site, because if they find the kill onto Sova, that opens up so many opportunities. But Coldament is not going to let that happen. You can see the second he's spotted out, run to the hills. He's in spawn. There's no way he's going to give a fight over. There's no way he's going to lose that ultimate.
He knows his value. Smart thinking. Navi moving towards this A side. Koi don't quite know this, obviously. Without pushing forwards, without spending utility to finding that information, you're not going to have it.
Navi don't want to split into door. But Wolfen can try to timing bust this one down. It's already a little bit damaged. So to try to get that, oh man. Didn't look like the pen was happening on that. The attempt was made nonetheless.
You can actually feel the pressure mounting.
Oh, Wingman got shot. That's actually really big. Now they have to fight on site, and Angel falls.
And with the aftershock, you can't quite get to it. And when you're out into the open, you're in the mercy of Trex.
Coldamenta still has ultimate too. They're all going to just try to shut it down. They're shorting
with a shorting!
What?
And he gets it! Coldamenta, being alive, uses Hunter Fury, and they've done so much. Navi on a difficult spot. 1 player remaining. Zipan cannot do it. And we're going to OT, second map of VCT EMEA, and we're going to overtime.
EMEA just does it better. It's never a boring day here in the Coliseum. And oh my word, the shorty, the base shorty secondary user, doesn't matter if you're nearsighted by the Omen. He is right in there with that one, shutting it down. A fantastic denial on the plant from Koi. And now we get to run it back for at least 2 more rounds.
Trex had had a very difficult first half. And now he's really stepped up. He's found his comfort. He's not afraid of going in their faces very quickly, even when things don't seem to be in their favor that much. I'm loving this confidence.
Yeah, and what we're going to need to see from him now, because Koi, return over to the attack. Koi were really slow, right? Back on Ascent a little bit also here. Now playing a little bit differently. Trex is getting involved because, again, Navi has so many fantastic stall tools to stop you from hitting a site late into the round. So I like seeing a little bit more off the rip. Now Trex has just sort of posted himself back Rebel at the time being. And the rest of the team, I'm really curious what it is they end up doing. Because now with the bird not actually spotting Trex, Trex could look to creep. That's what I expect him to do. You can see him slowly maybe working it up. He could be the late, backstab if they were to commit into a B hit, but I actually don't think that's going to be the case. They may end up trying to sell it a C hit and then move back into Trex, but I actually wasn't quite able to catch if that dog saw Trex or not.
Oh, even if it did, Trex was so close to doubling up. 1 for 1 should be good enough, but at least it gives info for Navi that there's no more players other than Trex there.
But here's the full rotate, right? I think they were going for exactly what I was saying, right? They wanted to move into A, but because they ended up losing Trex, instead, it'll be a bit of a B look. You can see they're worried perhaps about a late flank coming in from that A side. What is Shadow
30 seconds left.
And try to stall here with the mosh pit.
Yeah, he's definitely going to do that.
Not if he gets blinded and pushed back, though. That's huge. Should be an easy plant.
They do get the plant shower in the corner, but he's still able to find the kill. Still close. Angel trying to get into the fight without any utility. Scratch that with a paranoia, and Coordinamenta cannot see a thing. Navi sees the opportunity, take it on. Will be ahead at the first round of OT.
Fantastic paranoia flying on in there, and giving little bro the defuse as well. You love to see it coming on in for Navi. Back on match point once again to try and force us to split. And a little bit of all the new stuff today. But Navi were so unsuccessful on their attacking half. Both teams really struggling to get anything done there. I think you can see maybe a little bit why. It's very hard to hold in the post plants, especially on this B site. Again, was trying to sort of play tucked in that corner so he could swing, or the teammates could swing off of his contact, but with the blind right up close, that paranoia line is absolutely perfect to shut down any offense.
Look, for both of these teams, the defense has been the strongest, so it's no surprise that Navi pick up their defensive round. It's a matter of who wins out their attacking round first that will make the difference.
Oh, man. Angel gets away. A little bit too close for comfort right there. Actually, seeing the paranoia coming through from Starks, though, that could signal the hit into the C side because that's the main stall tool that Koi has been using. Koi's Killjoy setup, I think every round has been on B, and the paranoia from Bend has been the only way to shut down this hit super reliably.
Their only way of stopping the C site push is with a smoke and the crossfire setup of Starks and Wolfen.
Again, I love it. Oh, no!
Talk about the crossfire setup. Wolfen straight away sets it up. Spike will be going to get planted. Shados with the aftershock kill. How does that even happen? Koi on top. Do not allow Navi move in. Not a fly, not a player, not a thing. Just stopping them in their tracks. And Koi will square things up. 13-13.
It's so cute. I'm sorry, it's 13-13. This goofy little, I don't even know what you call it. Blobule is smiling at me. Absolutely love it. But again, it just comes down to who can manufacture a win on attack, like you were saying previously. I'm expecting Navi to perhaps have some C aggression once again, but we're going to take a bit of a breather. We've had a lot of those this half.
We have, and I think more often than not, Koi's been actually benefiting from them quite a bit, right? Maybe it'd be good to have that stat later on as well, of how impactful they've been after these timeouts, because they really have, right? We've seen on multiple occasions when we get the cams onto the coaches, Baba, he's very animated in the way he thinks of the game. He's very animated when his team is not doing what he wants them to do, or when they succeed. He's got quite a big say on what this team does behind the scenes.
For sure, and I think it's the right call, calling the timeout before you move into the attack, right? You're trying to come up with something a little bit clever, maybe a little bit different, something that'll work for you. Hey, Berlin! Make some noise!
All right, my turn. Never mind, I'm gonna let them chant.
Yeah, they're just gonna keep it going.
Yeah.
High energy crowd today, gotta love it. And now, what will it be? So I always am looking at Raze and Breach. Where are they? Where are they holding hands? It's very cute, especially when you get over to the tree. But this time around, it is gonna be the forward TP from CNED, top Rebel. More play up towards B. Take flight. This again gets problematic with all the stall tools Navi have at their disposal.
There's so much for Navi here. Paranoia out into
Ooh,
the
they
corner.
force him off though. That's huge.
Well, now in Swarm, but Stuxer's already onto the side! Delivers onto Suigetsu, repositions, tries to surprise Angel, but isn't able to do so. But it's caused enough time for his team to move into the
Yeah,
C-side.
the rest of the team was stuck. They couldn't get onto the site with him, so 1-for-1 is good enough. It pulls the rotations from Waterfall. Spike will be planted, and they can try to play forward on site. Playing off-site has been a problem for them, so 3 entrenched.
They're switching things up, that's for sure. Navi need to find their way back in. They've got 2 entrances into this site. They need to balance the timing right.
No smokes to block off CT, though. That's going to hurt.
Well, CNED moving a little bit forwards without his team flashed out. Koi definitely going to delay this right here, right now. Not going to drop back to pay for the denial of the defuse. Instead, Angel walks forwards. Coldamenta trading it right out. Treks to the bike side, makes an appearance, but Navi starts to win it through. Shados tries to save the day, but he cannot do it. And little bro gets his defuse yet again.
Navi successful in the retake. Huge that they only allowed Starkso to get the 1 kill on the B site when this guy was going every which way. He was living in the Matrix, teleporting around that site, up, down, and around. But now the same task given over to Navi once again, and look at that. Again, this is exactly what you need to be doing, figuring something out. Honestly, if I'm Koi, I'm talking about what our next attack is going to look like here. Forget the defense.
Well, obviously, they mustn't lose this defense, because that's exactly what Navi are trying to do, right? Try to win their own attack, and this is the second time they find themselves onto this match point, maybe even 3, right? And, you know, when you're given so many opportunities to close out a map, you know, statistically, at some point that opportunity is going to come to you, and they're going to take it.
Oh, yeah. And remember, too, the pressure is absolutely on Navi, right? They are down in this series after losing Ascent. Yes, they have match point, but they have to fight bitterly for this just for the right to play a 3rd match. This has been a fantastic way to kick off opening day here for the EMEA VCT. Let's keep it going a little bit longer. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, why not? When it's epic Valorant, that's what we came to see, right?
Look, I was promised. I saw Pansy and Hypok, they always got to have the delays. They got to talk longer, you know, which they love, you know? And then they got these insane OTs, the Mitch and Tom OTs. I just want a little bit of all of that, you know?
All in your first session.
Steal it all. Here we go, though. Not going to be the A main fight. Instead, again, it is Starkso playing towards Mount. He's been solid as a rock here, I think, throughout the defensive half.
It really has.
Often gotten 1 and fallen off, or simply TP'd if there's any utility, because oftentimes I think Navi have used multiple flashes, the Sky Flash, the Gekko Flash as well, to try and get in.
The inability of Navi to kill him has definitely been substantial. Like, him being alive in his latter stages and causing so much pressure on this side of the map is giving so much info and room for the rest of the team to move as they please.
Typical protocol for Coldamenta here, using the drone around 110, as teams are sort of gearing up before the reset of cooldowns comes in. At the minute mark, 55 seconds usually.
And to be fair, most of the utility hasn't been used from either of the sides.
It's true. It's been a little bit quieter. Whoa. Wow. Trex, I didn't even spot that. Fantastic. Switching into the op for the first time. It's the 28th round, and you face against Koi's op for the first time.
But this could be the best decision here for Koi, right? For Navi, rather.
Sure.
Because there's only one defending that C site. And Starkso can only have a paranoia to try and delay this.
Yeah, but they do reveal with the utility, so it stalls out for a little bit.
Only hits one of the players. Starkso has to move out. They're going to play this for the retake, but is it going to be good enough? Because giving so much leisure to Navi is going to be tough to deal with in the long term.
That's all right, though. Shados has absolutely everything to fight with. Trex has the paint shells, too. It's a trade.
Starkso really wants that fight, but has to pay for it as he falls right after that. Wolfen into the fight. Will he walk into the smoke? Oh, it's uncomfortable. With a spike going down, all the attacking players get back into safety, but not in the safety against Wolfen. Suigetsu, he's hiding. He's sneaky boy.
What a rat.
They're going to walk past
What a
him.
rat.
They don't know he's there. Wolfen finds him. He sniffs him out, and Koi will win it again.
This is the map that just won't stop. Oh, man. Trex coming in. I can hear our colleagues, the Spanish casters on the opposite side of us, going absolutely nuts here as Wolfen ties things up and forces us into another OT. Absolutely nuts. Good reaction from Wolfen to shut that down, spotting him out in just the corner of his eye.
Now, Koi's given another opportunity to win their attacking round, right? They have to do it now. You can't keep giving Navi all these chances to close out this map. Look, they are essentially 2 rounds away from closing out this series.
Yeah.
And what a massive first match of the season would this be?
Be absolutely huge. Bounce back after falling very early in the lock-in. And now, once again, similar to last round, Trex just implanted over by Rubble. The rest of the team gonna run into similar issues here with all the utility. Actually trying to flush Xiao out there, just forcing through the smoke!
Xiao, how was he alive for so long? Gets one, finds info that the rest have moved into this. Zipan awaiting with a guiding light. He's gonna move in with it.
They're gonna go A.
That's so huge.
Look at this, they're going A.
They're going to the A side.
Trex was waiting on A this entire round. It was a fake into B. They're trying to pull the rotates off the site. There is Killjoy util here. It's stalling out, but there's plenty of time to put the spike on the ground. And watch Starkso. Starkso is on the hunt.
He's going on the wraparound, but it seems that Angel is waiting for
it.
The battle of the controllers. Angel on top. Still 2v3. Koi on the back foot. Navi. They've got a job to do, and that's to defuse the spike. They're waiting for Angel to join in, so they have multiple angles of attack.
They have no idea Zipan is here. Coldament is pushed so far forward. They're in position to try and trade off one another.
Guiding light, able to find one, isolating them. Trex with auto do! Surigetsu, yet again, shines above the rest. And Navi with another chance to close it.
Both teams are just playing so fast and loose. The crazy decisions on the fly. Right there, Koi waiting to convert off of Trex's position on the A site. But it doesn't matter. It was the battle of the controllers. As you coined, Angel wins that out. It's a completely different game if Angel falls there. All of a sudden, the 2 remaining players on the defense would be wondering, okay, is this guy, reflanking us? Is he going just back towards main? Like, what is he doing? The pressure would have been too much, and that would have been the round that Koi would steal on the attack, but instead, it's Navi back in the driver's seat once more.
Navi need to take a step back, breathe, close this out like they know how to do.
They're gonna fight here. If that dart had gotten a big ping, perhaps they wanted to try and convert off that. Instead, Trex is gonna get so close to play off the concuss.
He's never done this before. This is gonna surprise them. Oh, this is gonna be huge.
Look at this.
Flash! Oh, but he gets flashed instead! Aftershock to the side with a paranoia. Does a little damage, but no kill.
That setup was gorgeous, but the singular flash, I believe, from Zipan shut it down completely.
Trex, and he's out! He's alive! He's done his job.
He gets his and he runs. Koi, numbers advantage once again, expecting maybe the conversion into the B hit. But it's gonna be Navi slowly retracing their steps.
Wow. And again, Koi, they've got the numbers. Chill it out, hold back. No reason to go for fights. They know what to do. They've done it so many times. Even when the pressure is on the highest point, they do the same thing.
Shadows has snuck all the way back to tree. That's a position I don't think they would expect. He gets the first one. It's absolutely there. The util raining down. It's a second kill for Shadows. The Rolling Thunder is unlocked, and Navi are routed.
Up they go into the sky, but nowhere they go towards no sight. Spike into no man's land. And Koi just bound to close this out and take us to another round of overtime, because that's what they know how to do. They've got this series in their sights, and they want it to be their Starkso still, with a paranoia available, is able to get himself out of harm's way, switches up the position just enough to catch him off guard. Humongous. Koi, square things up. Another chance into another overtime.
Switching sides.
The way Koi are piecing together some of these plays, fantastic. Showing a similar look to previously where they tried to contact up a little bit more, just use the dart to clear behind the smoke. And then Trex was in such a good position to play off of the concuss. The C4 didn't result in a kill because of good counter util on the opposite end. But after that, Shadows is repositioned over towards tree. Again, absolutely what you need from him to make that site just impenetrable.
Who's going to win this attack?
We'll have to see, because right now, attackers are struggling to control A main. We've actually seen a big pivot, because I don't think we saw a ton of fight for A main up until the very end of regulation, up until OT now. But what it's meant as Seaside's been a little bit softer. The stall did come in, but now the spike should go ahead and go down. 4 players still in position to act on this very quickly.
Ooh, if this is a round for Koi to win, well, if there's a round for Koi to win, this has to be it, right? They don't drop a player. They've got the spike down.
They're far off site too, playing heavy for Mound. They have a drone late to try and clear in.
But all the starts have to align. This is not all of them. Angel starts off, Trex. The player on site was dealt with quicker than he was ever dealt with before. And they're gonna let little buddy to close it out himself.
It did get
shut
halved.
down. It didn't get half. No, it didn't.
No.
They still have a lot of utility. Oh, Stark Zone! He's bringing the magic. Shot darts, nano swarms, bullets, lead. Shower, he's solo. A bullet should do it. And a bullet will do just that.
Koi have done it. They won that round on attack.
Switching sides.
Pressure mounting for Navi. Look back, when was the last time they won a round? Round 23 on attack.
Basically 10 rounds ago.
10 rounds ago. And now they've got to do it again.
The first attack round win of OT.
Turn up.
It's going to be a play again for A main. Breach raised, ready to go. The dart to clear on back here, but they fight him. They fight him forward. Perfection from Navi. They saw the read from the previous round. This time they don't give them any time to set up, and Angel wants another.
What a pick from Angel! They just make it look so simple. And now Navi, all they need to do is close it out. Koi went in on attack. Navi saying, nah, we can do one better. We can make it look more comfortable and we can bring it to another round of overtime.
Oh man, even Sugetsu just threw a nerdy lineup onto where the spike could end up going a little bit later. Potentially just use that to clear off an awkward angle with the box, but they're gonna do their due diligence. No close corners, nothing. They use that molly to clear away. This entire site, it is open, and Wolfen has to find something before the hit comes through.
Sticking the landing surely for Navi should be safe.
Oh, go B. I like this too. The late Viper wall as well.
TP from Stark Zone. How many can he get? It's 2. He's done his job. Wolfen is required to do the same as Stark Zone did. Find 2 kills, but also get the spike defusal as well.
One molly for Angel. He's all the way back over towards the door switch.
He could potentially isolate them. They're not together. But the shorty at close proximity, he has to read it. He has to read it, and he does! But Angel swings on time! In retaliation, 16-16. Navi are saying no to that. They're in this game, and they want to take it to a 3rd map.
It was the perfect read against Koi right there. Knowing exactly, Koi were trying to run back the exact same strat. This time, they didn't even throw down the Viper Q, right? The smoke didn't come in. They just ran out, blitzed into the front. Who needs you till one Sky Flash? We're probably going to be fine. Just giga-chatting it.
But wait, that was way too close for comfort.
It was close, but it's because these teams are so good.
I love it.
So evenly matched now on Lotus. And as the more creativity comes out, as these teams are clawing away, attacking round wins, it just gets better and better.
Trex looking to go aggro. Starks are with him. We've seen this approach before. Navi playing their
This is
slow
good.
play.
They don't plant in pit, so they actually have an angle from B main. They also push forward towards CT.
Starkso not able to TP on time to find a different angle, but he's pushing with his team. Trex doubles up to even the field. Shower onto the site though. He's gained so much ground. And Koi no longer have free access to that spike.
7 seconds on that Gekko CD. Then they can try and get this defuse underway. Trex has backed up so far. He's going to be the knife in the back if it works out. A trade's coming on through.
It's still close. Zipan coming out on top. Navi ahead. Shados. He's got only a stun to deal with this. Oh, Shados! You absolute monster! Bails his team out. Bow to the king. 17 for Koi.
Literally asks for the standing ovation, screams off your feet at the very end. It couldn't be better with the smoke clearing. The double fault line hits. Shados is unleashed today.
And that's 3 attacking rounds in a row.
It's a streak now.
It's a streak now, okay.
It's a 30 bomb from both Trex and Shados.
We've reached round 34, but action is not slowing down.
Navi previously, in their round win, it was a B fake into opening door, running into C. It looked really strong for them. And if they're able to bait out Starkzo's paranoia, that's what's opened up this C site for them in the past. We'll just refresh the cooldown there on the blind. Kind of a pump fake here is what they need to get that paranoia without overcommitting and putting themselves in harm's way.
Koi definitely wary of Navi's presence there. The question is by how many players is this push enforced with?
It's true. Right now there's 4. Both Angel playing in mid. Angel has the option. He throws down the wall, which gives up his position, but they can convert into the B site with his positioning.
An exchange of paranoia. Really important. Such a vital tool for Starkzo to hold down onto the site, but the B site entry is about to approach. Trex, what a first pick. Can they continue? Spike will be commenced. And
Shados is util.
Oh, they broke it! No spike plant. Now we have to fight this right here, right now. Wolfen with the first one. Cena, Suigetsu, back on it. For 20 seconds, they don't have much time. Kodamenta putting the pressure on them. Cena, hold on. And Navi equalize once again.
Switching sides.
Koi win the attack, Navi one up them, Koi do it again, Navi do it again. Back and forth, blow for blow. These teams down in the pit just throwing punches at one another. And it comes after CNED finds Shados, because Shados was quick on the rotation. All his util stopped out this hit. It was perfect, but CNED found that same spawn push that Trex had in the previous round. And that just blows up the retake. Too many points of pressure, you can be shot at. You're just down in the bottom of a fishbowl, and there's too many people shooting down at you. Early orb play, believe that went over towards Zipan. Could mean something late in round to be able to find a kill, especially lower numbers. The Seekers mean so much more for pinpointing the enemy location.
Koi need to do it again. Oh, look at how much setup here is for Navi.
Still a paranoia on defense.
Going for them, but they've let the cross happen. Angel loses a fight, that's crucial, so we get to in the smoke. Doesn't really need to reload a Vandal there. CNED replenished.
Sugetsu with nuts. He had to get that one there because CNED abandoned the site for the heal, and now CNED has returned to the fray.
They don't cover CNED there. They don't expect him to be holding this angle once again, and Trailblazer will allow him to peek once more. Shados, he's concussed, and CNED will take advantage of it. Spray down onto him. It takes a while, but he gets up. Koi, they're on the back foot, and Navi put them in the ground, one after the other, again and again.
Switching sides. Match point.
The crowd's starting to get behind Navi here. And CNED, fantastic finding those kills. Again, I think it was so important because he abandoned the site to go get a sky heal to request that one. So Sugetsu getting one, playing inside the smoke, stalling time. It reduced the amount of time Koi had to work with here. Heavy play for control. CNED almost a risk of falling.
Trex
what is going on?
Trouble, still falling back. 3 players stacked. It could have been deadly. Zipan, Trailblazer in hand. Concusses too. Angel and Xiao doing their due diligence. And now they're so darn close to closing it out. They just have to stick the landing.
Taking it into the ice site comfortably. They've spotted out Wolfen. They know the location of one now. Spike will be planted, and there's so many. There's double nano swarms to work with too. Wolfen quiet, dropping down here. He has to go huge.
It's got to have to be a hero play here. There's nothing else that will get them out of this position.
The door's open.
Starkzo, they don't know him. Can you go for the trigger discipline play? Maybe he can! Misses the mark! Paranoia available. There's a buy time for his teammate. TP behind. Wolfen gets one, but it's not going to be good enough. They need more than that. Starkzo with another one. Maybe there's a chance. He runs out of time, has to get on the spike. Zipan is so low. Oh,
it's Shorty! It's Shorty!
No way! No way!
Starkzo gets it done!
No freaking way!
Switching sides.
Unbelievable! Starkzo The full clip teleporting behind enemy lines. This is a montage reel of Omen TVs, teeping straight into the face of danger, whipping out the shorty. I can't believe it.
He keeps his team alive. Koi's chance of coming home with a 2-0 against Navi is still there. Hope still strong in his heart.
The game was over, Pavlos. It was over. A 1 versus 3, time ticking away. And Navi, it is stolen away from them. Navi have to fight again into our 37th round. And there's no time to breathe either. The timeouts have been used up.
No, that's it. On the clock with what you know, adapting on the fly. Having the nerves to deal with a situation, even when the pressure is at its peak.
Koi have identified how they want to play out the rest of these attacking rounds. Pretty quiet into B, just using the drone, maybe seeing if they can bite or bait out any of the Killjoy utility. Meanwhile, they've just left Trex Rebel every single round, as long as I can remember.
Right here.
Which, to be fair, goes back to like round 31.
Yeah.
I do not have much RAM with me anymore. These teams are working on all they've got, and Trex just gets a little bit of poke.
Navi actually going to pressure this. Trailblazer, Paranoia, Cned's going for this. Trex able to skate away, but not for long. Cned's on this case, while the rest of his team moves into the B side.
They spent so much on to B, now it comes down to control of Blink. Unbelievable. Sugetsu Angel, what can you do now? Working down into the pit, absolutely nothing. Shados is there. Shados will take it home. 19 on the board for Koi.
Punching down on Navi again and again and again. This is their chance. When Navi's mental is in the dirt.
To dodge away from the Sky Flash there and not just find one, but two. Would have had the third, but he had the assistance of his teammate flying on in at the ready.
Starkso topping the charts, and for a good reason.
Koi take this aggressive stance towards this A site. Again, how many times? 1 round away from this first series of VCT EMEA.
They're going quick.
In their bag. They're going fast, they're going quick. Starkso misses the first shot, but it doesn't matter, because he retaliates. 2 kills for him, Navi none in return.
Navi gambled everything on the fast C hit, and look at this, into spawn Trex for the first time ever, looking for a flank.
And Navi, they're under pressure. They're not thinking straight. They're not looking behind them. Oh, but Suigetsu, he saves the day. Maybe there's a chance. There's 1 minute. They need to collect themselves.
Yeah, but the spike is still stuck back sight on C. It's a numbers disadvantage. There's util thrown into the smoke.
There's a thinking game here. Do you play time? Do you rotate around? Do you make Koi have more question marks around the map? Try to spread them out a bit.
If you give them any more time, though, Shados is going to have the fault line ready, and then you're carved up here in this choke point. They have to act now. They have to act quickly.
That's exactly what they're doing.
Oh, they gave too much.
Available. Shados delivers. Navi scratching their head on this one. 30 seconds to try and figure this one out, but it's a difficult puzzle.
They have to go. The smoke is in their way, though. They have nothing to fight their way back on through with. No cooldowns, absolute zilch.
This victory will hit different, I swear. Starkso. They're ready. The hero of today's show.
Koi have done it! 2-0 against the Goliaths of Navi.
Walk in the park. They make quick work out of Navi, but then going down 3-9 at the half, moving into overtime, and requiring 20 round wins to secure it in the end. Throwing everything out there. They reached deep for that win, and they gave us one hell of a show.
Did you think that this would be the outcome?
No.
Today?
I mean, not like this. There's absolutely no way.
I think this goes to show VCT EMEA have got a lot in store for us.
Yeah, this was Series 1. That's nuts. Absolutely nuts. We've got more bangers. Fnatic coming up after this, holding on to everything, but now we need to take a moment to look at the Prime Gaming highlights, starting all the way back on Ascent, because again, I think that Koi showed so many good different looks. The fact that after every timeout they're calling, they had some new read, they knew exactly what they needed to do to beat out this Navi squad. It was a beauty to watch.
Indeed it was. Now look, this series wasn't straightforward. Navi took them through their paces, really put the pressure on them, right? Yeah, that first map looked a little bit simpler. They had it from the start, but this comeback was one of magic. Down 9-3 at halftime, drawing it right back up, taking Navi through the paces in overtime. This was no simple endeavor for Koi. This was not Navi on their weakest point. This was a fairly good Navi.
Oh, yeah.
That Koi was able to defeat.
No, Navi played a fantastic game, especially when they started to claw back some of the attack round wins, countering out the A main aggression that Koi was showing us. I absolutely loved their just fearless push with 3 members. It came down to millimeters, to nanoseconds, to this play right here from Starkso.
Day one, already an upset. And my, oh my, what an upset this was.
Absolutely gorgeous play all around. And to wrap up this series, there is no better thing that we could possibly do than go talk to the man himself, Shados, down on stage. Yinzu standing by.
That is right, and I have Shados, the man of the hour, with me right now. First of all, Shados, massive congratulations. You went overtime. I feel like I've been here before. I've seen you do that.
I've been in 2021, I think, in this situation.
Yeah. Talk me through how you guys managed to pull it back, because especially during the clutch that you had and the clutch that Starkso had, it looked like that you lost.
Yeah. I don't know what to say. It was like so intensive overtimes for us, because, but you know, for me, it was like first new round. It was like something new for me, because in Gambit, Eng said to us like we should keep calm on overtimes, because if your games come to overtimes, strats don't need it. You need to be proactive, try to be creative. So we do this stuff, and this overtimes, also the patches was so good. That's why we won.
I mean, you've had a lot of practice in overtime, so it's showing now. Now, we saw Navi locking Gekko both maps straight away. I wasn't quite sure when we were going to see Gekko, but we saw it straight away. Now, Simple earlier said he thinks it's pretty OP. What was going through your mind when you saw the Shao was playing
In my
Gekko?
opinion, it is not OP, but we practice not a lot against Gekko. So against Navi, it was so good because we take a lot of things for next games. So Gekko is not OP, but it is good agent for competitive.
Now at lock-in, we heard, Starkso and Coldamenta talk about how to kind of manage expectations, because you haven't been together for that long. You need time to prepare. Now after beating Navi, is it fair to say that you've had that time now? You feel very prepared?
So before lock-in, we don't have any time to prepare because it was only 1 month to prepare. Right now we have a lot of time, that's why we are better right now.
Now, last question, even when you were a Gambit, you had a lot of fans, and those fans are rooting for you, and you have a lot of new fans now here at Koi. So talk me through what it's like to have that level of support.
The last thing I didn't hear.
What's it like to have so much support?
I don't know, to be honest. But, these fans from Koi, they're so insane. They're always writing, trying to support, all say bye. We have a huge fan base, so thank you so much for them.
I mean, they're definitely very happy for you today. I thank you very much, Shados, for joining me, and we'll see you back here against Vitality. Nice, let's go. We've had one banger already, and do you know what? We've got another one. We're going to throw to a break right now, but when we come back, the VCT lock-in champions, Fnatic, will be taking on Giants.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What a way to open VCT EMEA. Koi, they pull off an upset and beat Navi 2-0. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined by Cougar and Lothar. Cougar, you have the floor. Do your thing. Gloat.
I am just, it's not only that I'm happy, it's the fact that even on the hardest, on the most difficult moments, we saw a Koi that didn't give a Like, the fact that they had the balls to just go and do the things that they were doing. I was going to say, they're a more iconic duo than Starkster and a Smoke, and apparently it's a Starkster and a Shorty inside of Smoke. Every single time that any of the teams were going to see the exchanges of the paranoias, I was talking about Starkster, the movement that he had, even blinded, with the Omen to be, he had everything under control, the way that every single player stepped up, in every situation, just, you know, of course it was pretty close, but this time they managed to come back. And it's huge words to say after what happened in Lock-in against NRG, so I'm extremely happy that Koi get that win. One step closer, Sue, to all those three Spanish teams going to Masters.
You got this.
I'll be honest with you, I would have never expected this 2-0. Like, no one in the right mind would have said, oh yeah, Koi takes this 2-0, right? But the match was super close. Also, Stark, so I have to say, like, he has some signature moves right now after this match, like the B TP after the paranoia towards Baby Door, so he TPs towards main, and then he gets the under angle. That was so really nicely done. Right here, this was just absolutely insane. He actually just won.
He didn't even hesitate. He didn't even hesitate.
It was a 1v3, and he literally just got it himself. But in general, I have to say that the match was a great example of how a team can read into the playstyle of the other team and over time use it against them. Because at the beginning, in my eyes, Navi had the upper hand. They had a better plan on taking the space, on using the agents, and then suddenly we have seen Koi really read well the intentions of Navi. Shaders coming insanely big with the utility from Breach, single-handedly was winning them B retakes. And that pushed away, because Navi wanted to go to B a lot of times, and they had to scrap that entire game plan.
The defense was all from both teams, all about the retakes. I know that we didn't set a poll for who is going to be the match MVP. To me, it's definitely between Shadows and Stark. So I also wanted to give a small shout out to, you know, Navi for testing out that Gekko. I think it's very bold to do it on week 1. And I feel like the Bulgarian player of the week actually, you know, shut up some mouth.
He might even win Bulgarian player of the week next week. Yeah, exactly. But of course, we got to remember, this was a 9-3 down comeback. And Lothar, I feel like we're forgetting how they even managed to get to that overtime in the first place. So I think let's revisit a round that we saw before the overtime, and really a momentum shift for Koi here.
Yeah, this is, like, if I remember correctly, this is the control early on the round 18. As you can see here, they were using actually a lot of utility on the C-long with the one-ways from Omen. We pushed the opponents into this exact position, so Shaders could have just gathered the opponents into his ultimate. So it's like the pressure that was done on C pushed it straight into Koi's hand on A, and now we have the choke point under control from Koi. And this area that you see here right now is the most pivotal point of the map, because both teams fight for the early control of it, but also it's a point where if teams are rotating, you still have to go through this area, right? This is why it was so important to gather the space, because if Navi couldn't go to B, because they were always like bounced back by Shadows and then Stark, so well, then where do you go?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that also came down to the calling of the IGL. Not many IGLs can ever beat Angel internationally, not just domestically. And Cougar Coldamenta, he did just that at 2-0 as well. I think all the people that flamed him at Lock-in owe him an apology.
José Luis Aranguren, 3 words. José Luis Aranguren, Aranguren el abuelo, also in Spain, just because, you know, he's not that old. He just looks like he's been through a lot. And all of that he's been through.
He doesn't even look old, though.
It's just a meme, come on. But he's been through so many teams. Of course, he didn't have the most stellar performance, but he was the one pulling the strings. And the fact that he has been in Ascend, make them winners, in G2 and improved things so much, Guild the same, and now coming to Koi, it just makes me so happy to see a Spanish player doing something like this.
This is his MO, essentially. Every time he joins the team suddenly becomes great. And I'm not saying this often, but I really, really like the patience and discipline coming in from Koi. On many retakes, you have seen players literally being held on a leash and like, wait for your teammate. wait for the cooldown, don't go alone, although Coldamenta one time did it himself, and I was like, ugh! But in general, Koi was really playing well, and also, to be fair, maybe Coldamenta only has 12 kills, but he's playing the support player, and also, what do you do when other players are getting all the kills? You just don't have even anyone to get.
No, but this also feels very different from the guild that we were seeing last year. I think that they've got, they pulled up another gear when it comes to speed during some rounds with given time and actually learning faster about the enemy's tempo. So I'm very happy to see that his level is still not at its peak.
Before we move on, I just quickly want to address Navi, because obviously, like you both said, well, you maybe saw it coming, but Lothar, we did not anticipate a world where we had to talk about Navi getting 2-0'd by Koi in week 1. Is this a concern, do you think?
I don't think it's a concern. Something that I voiced in the pre-match is that Navi has a lot under pressure. Like, the pressure on their shoulders is really insanely big. And also, there are factors that we couldn't, even us as spectators or like analysts, we can't really take into account, because who would have thought that we're going to see double Gekko on 2 maps? Who would have thought that CNET is going to play on Omen? And he wasn't playing it badly or anything, but when you compare it to how Starkso played Omen, it's the same position, but yet the difference, the stark contrast in confidence and the way that Starkso utilized the combat smokes with the shorty to essentially close the gaps, that was not something that we've seen from CNET a lot. So there's still, it can be worked out, all of those issues.
And it's very easy for things to escalate, because we have to mention that it's not just that CNET is playing on Omen for the first time and second time ever even playing Smokers. It's the fact that he has to do it not the way that he has seen it done. He's now playing with the double controller and with Gekko. So it adds another layer to something he hadn't done before.
Well, luckily, they're going to have a chance to bounce back. They're going to play again, of course, in this Super Week. But it is time to move on to our second match of the day. It is Fnatic versus Giants. I promise you guys at some point I'm going to stop saying this, but we have a champion, we have a world champion, we have a team that won an international tournament, and that team is Fnatic. I don't think Cougar, we even need to give that many reasons as to why we're excited about them. I think a lot of the people are tuning in to EMEA just to watch them.
Yeah, exactly. As we said during the pre-show, Fnatic has been a team that everybody is looking at very closely for the past, 3 years? They've been making it to so many international events. They've only missed one, but just now is when they got the win. And if last year everybody thought that they were unstoppable, what does that make them for 2023?
If they wouldn't be successful with this lineup, that would be a very big problem, because getting Leo and Chronicle into this lineup is just I can't imagine anyone else that would fit better for the team.
I mean, we talk about the NA super team, the EU super team. It feels like this is kind of fits the description of that super team. But I gotta say, when it comes to this lineup, if you guys at home aren't aware of, Alpha was playing with them at lock-in, but they have revealed that Alpha had some visa issues and would not be making it here in Berlin for week 1, especially for this game today against Giants. Does that pose any concerns for you guys before we move on to who's going to be replacing him?
I mean, it's concerning. I don't think that it's the end of the world. I've also heard that they have had some time to practice with Kamek. It's not something that happened from yesterday to today that, you know, Alpha got sick and couldn't be here. No, it's something that they know was an issue for not a lot of time, especially since they're the team that has the least time after winning Lock-in to come and prepare for this. But I don't think it's the end of the world.
Well, let's talk about Kame, because Lothar, I know you've done your homework, so tell us and the audience who he is.
Well, I had a short interview with Kamek. He's a very well-spoken young player, by the way. He's 19 years old, coming from Poland. His nickname actually means pebble in English. So it's kind of pebble, like a small rock. Like a small rock. Yeah. And you can think about him as a sub, but in reality he's not any ordinary subs. Subs typically don't have as much gameplay, game time as well as he did get already in scrims. He played over 20 scrims with Fnatic already. Unfortunately, one of the reasons was also the earthquakes that were happening in Turkey, which made Alpha not play a lot of them. But in general, he's a Raze main, by the way, but his job is to fill the shoes of whoever is missing in Fnatic. A very, very tough role. He never played an official on Jet, for example, right? But if Gekko will be missing, he will have to fill that role. Right now, when he will be filling into Alpha Year's shoes, he's gonna be playing that Killjoy, that Cypher, and he was telling me that every time they scrim, even if he's not playing, he's watching the VODs going through them. He's learning a lot from Boaster. Boaster's actually teaching him a lot about the game, about the micro decision, about the way that he should have been playing the game without micromanaging it as well. Some tidbits as well. He started playing in beta, of course, right? And this is to all the ranked randies that are saying you cannot get high rank without good gear. Kamek actually got to Radiant in the first episode while playing on a 60 Hz monitor with 50 FPS.
He's flexing on us.
Yeah,
he's flexing.
I think he just wanted to flex on you.
Yeah, and also...
He's like, by the way...
Yeah, well, he is actually really good at the game, and also some international LAN experience already as well. He played on 3 LANs, including with 2 different teams, one with Polish team, one with a Spanish team, and also he was trialing for a starting 5 in Ascent.
Yeah, because correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he was there in 2021 when he was playing finals against Ascent. That literally 2 weeks after would become world champions. And let me tell you, that was a really interesting match.
Yeah. And also, one of the things I love about Akamic as well is obviously he was there at Lock-in. You know, he went with the boys, and I remember they have this kind of system where after games, the psychologists try to get them to say something positive about each other. And Akamic, a lot of the comments to him was he was the #1 cheerleader. He was their moral support. He was always there for them, even when he wasn't playing a single game. So, like you said, Lothar, this is not just some 6th man they had to sign. This feels like he's very much part of the team.
Yeah, and if you were looking at the graphic from Kamek, there's a quote from him. Even if you're tired, doesn't mean that you have stopped trying. He's a very positive person. He is always giving his best, and as you said, this is very visible. I think he can be accounted as a part of the team, as over the starting lineup, essentially, the way that he's being presented for us, to the viewers.
Well, Fnatic, they're going to be taking on a Giants today, and this is what the Giants boys had to say about their VCT journey.
My teammates are like getting annoyed of it because I sit and whistle, but I think it's cool.
And it is an easy dub for Giants.
We meet each other, and it was like 20 minutes we were like friends, close friends. So I think that's the important thing.
Everyone feels nice. We are all friends.
I knew the guys for quite a bit. I have some ex-teammates in this team.
To have in a team like this chemistry,
it's almost like home before.
I can't ask for more.
It looks like Giants are a serious contender here.
I mean, I played for Heretics, so I know the Spanish rivalry.
So I think, yes, there is a rivalry for sure, because I've seen some stuff on Twitter.
I mean, I think it's always fun to fight against a Spanish club, and I think it's gonna be insane for the viewership.
People like it, you know, some fans want to cheer for something, so it gives a reason for it.
I think that other teams knows about us.
We're the kind of like the underdogs in the tournament. Like people don't rate us that high, so it gives an advantage and we know how to use it.
Oh, Giants, it's gonna be easy. No, it's never gonna be like that.
I do expect us to be one of the top 4 teams. Like that's just expectations that we have to set.
And Giants fans, they support you no matter what. It's like an extra push to play for the fans.
For the first 2 matches, everything is sold out. I mean, we're playing 2 of the biggest names, those 2 first matches. So I think most of the fans are probably going to be their fans. But I know that we have more fans in Malaga than people that, for example, Fnatic will have here, you know. So it's a good feeling.
Honestly, I'm confident. Fnatic, we watch the games, we know how they play. For me, I feel no fear against playing against anybody. I can play against the champions.
Well, I mean, if there's any time you want to be playing against Fnatic, Cougar, this feels like a good moment.
Yeah, ask me.
Yeah.
No, but definitely for Giants, for the other Spanish team playing today, if you want a good shot, you have to play against a Fnatic that it's, let's say, tired after winning lock-in and that is missing one of their stars. So, of course, Giants has a big task ahead, but, you know, not only that, the fact that they're playing both Fnatic and Navi in 2 days opens the window of possibility for them to be cracking them for the rest of the season. So, you know, things are looking good for Giants, and as we know, they're coming from very different places. Vitinho has been here forever. There was a time where Hootie was here as well, but, you know, also having Rhyme, Nuki, Cloud, who was one of the names that we heard the most during the off-season. Where would these players end? I think that they can make a very good match.
In general, they're in a good spot just because of how the previous match played out, right? Because as you said, they're going to be playing against
It's a good day
Navi.
for Spain, what can I say?
They're like, oh, okay, so now we just go through Fnatic, and next week we're playing with the team that got 2-0.
One win at a time.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not even next week, it's in like 3 days.
Oh yeah, right, what I'm talking, Super Week, of course.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of crazy. But I'm glad you mentioned Cloud, because of course, Durka's co-crowd brother, they get to go up against each other, and what a player Cloud is.
Listen, in Spain we say son todos primos, and it means that we're all cousins, because here in Valorant it's so common that you find players that have been playing with each other, and I think you can play that game of relation of, if you can, for example, how would you relate, I don't know, Scream and Rekka, and you could find very direct links, and I just think it's funny because Cloud had one of the, if not, correct me if I'm wrong, the best international debut so far that we have ever seen here in Valorant, and of course it's going to be a very hard task ahead for the rest of the season, but if they manage to beat Fnatic here today, they don't need anything else. They don't need anything else.
Look, I have to be the voice of reason, because even though Fnatic is playing with sub, I don't think Giants are coming in here, like, you know, even with a chance as close as Koi had against them.
No way, Lothar. You're trolling. You're actually trolling. No, come on. I mean, even I feel like your take is more reasonable at this point, but all I want to say is I think it's going to be very map dependent, because even though Kamek has been cracking with Fnatic, you cannot expect him to have 7 maps down the way Alpha did on an agent that he doesn't normally play. So I think it's going to be interesting to see where we go in terms of the maps. Obviously, there's a lot more kind of KJ heavy ones than others. So, and the permaban is still the permaban.
Yeah. It's the only map so far that we had not seen from Fnatic this year, and it looks like Giants is going to be doing the same. They're going to keep banning that fracture that they banned throughout the 2 matches that they had there at lock-in, and Icebox,
what a surprise,
the map that literally gave them the win, the map of the comeback, is going to be the first one, and Giants literally, they want to know why Fnatic lost that split. And if you think about it, Peepsum was back in Giants when they started up with those compositions, Milan as well on Ascend, when they were the best maps for both teams, Giants and Ascend. So it makes a lot of sense that they decided to go for this split.
I'm looking at this map pool right now from the perspective of playing with Kamek. So on Icebox, that's not a problem. Like, Killjoy has a very set role of how you play on the role, like kitchen control, nanoswarms on defaults and so on, alarm bot depending on the position of the turret, if it's in kitchen or on boiler. But on split, if I remember correctly, we have seen Fnatic play with Cypher instead of Killjoy. So now this, I wonder what will happen on the second map, because we'll definitely see it. So that's what I'm going to be paying close attention to Kamek.
I mean, also Fnatic, they banned Lotus. Do you think that could be related to the fact that maybe Kamek just has too much to do and learn on that map?
I would say that actually Lotus might be the simplest map to play as a Killjoy.
Yeah, but it can also be a personal preference, you know, like even if, imagine that you can be between 2 picks, like a Breach and a KO, but your player tells you, really, I feel much more comfortable doing this. It can be that, it can be, you know, something that they know from Giants that we don't.
Yeah, I will tell you a little bit of also as insider information. Kamek told me that he played Killjoy the most when she still had no range limitation.
That was like 3 years ago.
Yeah, that's what I said to him. That was like over 2 years ago. I was like, but he has to fill that role, right? So he was watching the votes, he was preparing for this, so he should know what to do.
I think we've spoken about Kamek a lot, but on the other side, because obviously we're not expecting Kamek to come out and do exactly exactly what Alpha does. So how much pressure does this put onto the other star players? You know, Leo just won MVP coming back. Chronicle, Durka as well. How much more do they need to step up?
I don't think it pressures them that much, to be honest.
And I think that they can take the pressure. If they were able to come back from a 3-11, so do you think that not having Alpha is going to be like, oh my God, this is the end of the world?
Alpha was the reason they managed to get it to that part.
He was one of the reasons. Okay, one of the reasons. I still remember that 2v1. But yeah, I don't think it's the end of the world. Also, you need to think that in that situation, it was loud and the entire crowd cheering for their opponents. Now on this one, everybody is saying that Giants has a very fair chance in making it into that top 4 of teams that we're going to send to Master, not just me.
I would actually say that this pressure, like, again, we have to look at it from the perspective of who is being subbed. I think it doesn't really put a lot more pressure on Durka, for example, or on Leo, because they are not missing any crucial part towards an execute, right? The Killjoy typically either is a flank watcher or just throws nanoswarms and then holds an angle and that's it. While if, for example, we would be missing Boaster, oh my, that would have been an insane hit for the confidence for the entire team.
Never thought anyone would say that.
Right? I mean,
missing Boasters being like a bad thing.
or just any kind of initiator for any map. That's the biggest problem, because its coordination gets completely out of timing, right? Without the same exact training being put into the sub-play.
I think we should look on the other side as well, because I don't know if you guys know this, but in all of the times that, you know, Rhyme and Boaster started playing Valorant together, they've never played against each other. They've always somehow dodged each other. I don't think they've actually even played an official. And Rhyme, as an IGL, I feel like, I remember him in an interview saying, I'm waiting, I look up to the likes of Angel, FNS, Boaster, you know, I want to be up there. And I think he even made a joke about how he's waiting for them to retire, so he's going to take their spot. But what kind of IGLing do you feel like Rhyme will need to do here, especially given that he doesn't really know what Boaster does in an official environment?
Yeah, I mean, we do know that Boaster does a lot of micromanaging, and, you know, it's something that he's gotten a little bit more loose of now that he's got, you know, the likes of Durka. I don't think he needs to tell Durka anything else, and I don't think that Leo and Chronicle needs it. So I feel like he's, you know, he has more space for himself, and probably today just to focus on Kamik. The task that Rhyme has ahead is different, but just because, like, the personalities of the rest of the players are so different and so opposite that the sum of the parts is not going to be the same product in this case.
Remember, in the team we have Nukia, right? So who was also IGLing in his previous teams. He doesn't have to be IGLing in this team, but he's the type of player that either has to be supported fully by the team to like shine through. He's one of the most consistent players in the EMEA, or at least was considered, right? But then if the plan doesn't go through, he is one of the players that just kind of goes out lone wolfing on the map a lot, you know? And I feel like Rhyme has to like find a solution to get this team on the same page. And that's gonna be the toughest one. The toughest task ahead.
So here's the thing. I hope that we get some more videos, some more interviews, so people at home really learn and get to know Rhyme as a person and as a player, and maybe they can understand that he's the kind of person that can level with Nuki. Like, Rhyme would be the one to be like, no, stop.
You don't want to mess with him.
Shut up.
You don't want to mess
I don't care
with
what you say. No, he's the one that has that strong personality that even if Nuki is there, I think that Nuki is the kind of player that respects Rhyme.
I mean, this is the thing though, right? We just saw Colder Men to take down Angel. We have a Fnatic with a sub, and we have a Giant who I feel like looked pretty good at lock-in. So is this a possibility? Can Rhyme lead his team into another upset?
I mean, there's another thing that scares me, and it's that the fact that the first map that we're going to have is going to be Icebox. I know that we have a head-to-head to talk about also, because we need to talk about Derke and Fitinho. Fitinho, every single time, well, the couple of times that they played Icebox, they're on lock-in. He didn't have the best of performance. He was easily, let's say, shut down. Derke is not going to let you breathe. Like, I would be so scared.
I mean, Derke, like, we had seen in the past, but I talked like a long time ago. We have seen when Derke is like detached from the rest of the team, but Fnatic got so good at supporting Derke in getting those opening frags. It's like almost never without an assist that is actually impactful. There's a stun going out from somewhere that you cannot really dodge, and then Derke is on you, literally just dashing, and he gets a kill. And on Icebox, there's a lot of potential positions for that to happen. Long B containers, Belt is also like, you will see either a quick updraft or just the swing wing from it when the other players are utilizing their mollies inside.
What I will say is, like the fact that Shadar's kind of feels like a bit of a Navi kryptonite, you know, he could always do well against them. Fatinho has traditionally done pretty well against Durka as well. We've never had that massive kind of like diff, I don't feel like, when these two players go up against each other.
Yeah, but I think that the last time that Fnatic played against Giants was probably in 2021.
Yeah.
So it's many things
So
have
what,
changed.
been a
I think that Hoodie was still in Giants like the first time. And Ambi was there, so it was very different. A lot of things has happened. I think that Doma and Magnum were still in Fnatic. Like that's the kind of Fnatic we're talking about.
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
The good old days.
Yeah, I'm feeling just as old as you. Lotus.
I mean, everything is a long time ago for you, Lotus, let's be honest.
I mean, first time I was playing on the LAN was in 1996, so...
Wow. Doma wasn't even born.
Most of you guys weren't born when I was already playing on the LAN.
Actually, I don't think anyone on Fnatic was born then, except for Boaster. So that's a fun fact. And speaking of Fnatic, it is time, ladies and gentlemen, give a warm welcome to your VCT lock-in champions and also their opponents for today, Giants.
I can feel it in my blood, got my heart racing, got the world in my sights and it's for the taking. We apply the pressure, diamonds in the making, got the spirit, got the vision, yeah we groundbreaking. Now we trying to take the whole game and make it bigger. I can take the pain, cause I'm a born winner.
Giants Gaming.
There's a winner in the middle. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle for the lanes. Snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers. Pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it. Nobody realer. Remember me as a baby killer.
Fnatic, they might have just won an international tournament, but this is a new chapter, a new tournament. And I feel like this is where we can leave some of the things in the past. After seeing Navi versus Koi, at this point, Lothar, anything can happen.
Well, I don't expect much to change though for Icebox. So probably we're gonna see very similar agency legs, but
The amount of tape Giants have on them to be able to work on that.
that is true. That is true.
Yeah, but you have to put everything on a balance, right? Like Giant has a lot of tape, but let me tell you that Fnatic has gotten the best practice you can get, which is not only playing unofficially, it's actually winning an international tournament, playing against very different play styles, and having you know when you're done in school early and they let you a little bit of time to finish your homework so you don't have to do it for the next day.
What?
Yeah, that's what Fnatic did. You don't remember when you went to school?
I have never been in this. Even if I was in this position, I would have never sacrificed that to do my homework. But
Yeah, I think we went to very different schools.
Yeah, good to know, good to know. But one of these teams could get schooled today. And I'm glad to see Cal Paulo has made it onto the stage this time. I think Alpha was carrying him a lot. Lock-in, of course, there is a bit of a sub situation. I think going into Asian Select, Lothar, you already said that we should expect a Kamek Killjoy here. Nothing too funky.
I mean, it's Icebox. There's a very much one of the main lineups being used by majority of the teams on Icebox, which basically is Jet, Killjoy, Sova, right, and then Viper and Killjoy, essentially. It controls everything from the, let's say, half a year, 1 year ago, very similar fashion, and most teams should be playing the lineup unless they go for hardball.
Exactly, that is one of the other things that we saw during lock-in became extremely popular. We saw some surprises coming in from the side of Navi. Now, maybe for the likes of Fnatic, they had very little time, and as we say, Kamek as well. Is Giants going to change something? Are they both going to surprise each other and having to play against that hardboard? Maybe they think it's not strong enough. Could you see the possibility of Gekko here?
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that. So there's a slight possibility of using a Gekko instead of a Sage, because Sage is that player that has to take the risk. Like, Chronicle was awful within that.
Well, we're heading into the Agent Select here. I feel like we should get a mirror matchup.
Yeah,
like,
Chronicle and that Sage duty, he for sure feels awful about it. Like, the many times you put into danger is really rough.
Oh, wait,
Nuki is on KO.
Yeah.
No Sage for KO instead. Okay, what do you guys make of this?
Yeah, and I think it was Hootie playing on the Killjoy and Ryan that
Yeah,
was on the Viper, so a little bit of a swap here, but we end up with that almost mirror, but besides that KO that we mentioned against the Sage, definitely they have to go for a different kind of plans. I think that they have to just keep going on the aggro. Nothing is going to be safe, but you know, nothing too crazy, nothing that we hadn't seen before. They want to, you know, some stretches before the match, yeah, everybody, yeah, making sure that we're comfortable. Okay.
Why does it make me nervous to see them do this, Lothar? I don't know why.
I was hoping the audience is doing the same, but I didn't see anyone follow.
Okay, some risks. Okay.
I mean, we have the headband back, of course.
Listen. Look at that head. Look at Derek. He just shaved his head. It's impossible to beat him. Today is the day.
Yeah, I mean, he shaves his head a lot.
He's very aerodynamic.
He's always
game day.
But I do like, obviously, I think the headband was lost. There was a bit of a travel issue that the VCT lock-in headband, I think it's out there somewhere, but it does look like we have a new headband. And that was 100% win rate, the one before. I don't know how this one's going to go.
And let me tell you that I think Mina and Christina, shout out to them, they are beautiful and great stylists when we do international events. Just gave this to Boaster so he could have the win that he deserves.
Yeah, and no smiles from Leo, which means it's just another day.
It's game time.
I have never seen him smile. I ever on any broadcast, he didn't smile. But talking back about the agents, because I would like to touch on the subject of KO that is being picked by Giants here. This is one of the agents that is actually really great to pick into this composition against your opponents, because turning off the Killjoy utility that is typically being posted, let's say, on A side, but the utility is in kitchen or boiler, if you turn that off with a timed dagger, that opens the opportunity for the lurker from mid to take control of kitchen. That is a huge point that can happen on the attack. But the problem is, how do you plan without the Sage in many rounds?
And not only that, maybe they wanted it. I think the Giants really likes the KO pick just because I think it's really strong, and we probably will see it more and more. But again, I think you have to spot the Killjoy. It kind of opens, you know, and gives away your plan and your intentions. Maybe using the fact that Kamik is there and Alpha is not. Maybe they want to go through that route. But I don't know. I think that the time will tell. I hope shortly, because I really want to see how this is going to work out.
I mean, in general, the Giants composition is a little bit more proactive than the lineup from Fnatic. Fnatic also, we just have so much tape on them. I feel like you can almost, like, you will never know which round which will be, but Fnatic has a set plan on almost every round, the way they play, the way they use the utility, so you can read into the openings, into the opening gambits from them a lot. So yeah, the ball is in Giants' court, I would say.
I'm actually surprised that they didn't go for the Harbor, you know, because they did have the time. I think that it could have been something different for week one. You're not a fan of it?
Who would you have played Harbor on Giants? Who would you have assigned
Hootie and Rhyme, like one-on-one.
The problem is, Harbor is another agent that requires a lot of practice, and under pressure, it's very easy to mess up your utility, which completely throws everything. Like, you know, it's like you just put into your own bike, you put something into your wheels, and you just trip over them. This is why when you were watching the other teams using Harbor, if you using a wall on A that goes through screens and rafters, if it's messed up, it opens too much space for the defenders. But if it's used correctly, the space is not there for the defenders at all. So you have to make sure that it's pixel perfect, almost pixel perfect, and that requires a player to sacrifice a lot of time perfecting that, and also is certain that under pressure, he can make those correct decisions, mechanically speaking, not only in his mind how to use the utility.
I mean, if you're Fnatic, you were probably quite happy not to see that Harbor. I think they struggled. You can definitely see they were struggling to adapt to it against Furia as well, and in that grand final against Lau. But then again, I wonder, when it comes to the scrims, how much time they've actually had to kind of get everything down, to make sure they come up with even newer strats. So it might be a good thing that they don't play against that Harbor today.
One thing that I would expect from Fnatic is that even though they might have struggled to adapt on the fly against the Harbors, I can guarantee it that Minion and Boaster are the two minds that will counter it when they have the time to think about it in, you know, while VOD reviewing and finding solutions. The problem solving on that team is really, well, just let's say, excellent. And I wouldn't say that I would expect them to be, finding the same problems, the same issues in the game if they would have to play against Harbor again. But at the same time, it's not an issue here. There's no one playing Harbor, right? But yeah, in general, this map is gonna be, many people are saying that watching Icebox is repetitive because of the set meta game and so on, and we don't have many changes, right?
And how the sites are designed, right?
Yeah, but true. The B side is still very tough to hold and to play retake at the same. And hold post plan. So it's like tough for both sides at the same time. I would like to see a lot more movement towards map control on the mid area, because that is not utilized by a lot of teams. I don't understand the complaints that this game is just always AB. But I'm like, but you're not doing anything mid. So it's like the kitchen control is so important for the casual players.
But it's something that you cannot rely on too much. I think that possibly that's one of the reasons why we see more players and more teams focus on just creating very strong executes on both A and B, even though they end up looking alike, just because regaining that control and doing something about it in kitchen, it gives Icebox the same reason to be as the rest of the map, and is that it's a coin toss.
Well, we can keep a counter on how many shock darts or any other utility was being used at the beginning of the round into kitchen.
I want to keep a counter on how many shock dart kills Cloud and Leo are going to get.
Well,
both of these players are crazy with those utilities on stage.
You know what we can do? We can start that now. We can start counting now, and then we'll revisit this start at the end of the split. What do you think?
Yeah,
Sid?
I would love to know what's the record? Any kind of statisticians out there if you want to message in?
I can tell you it's one of those two. It's one of those two.
It's got to be, right?
Yeah.
What is the EMEA record for the most shock dart kills in a game?
In a game, I remember it was 4 2 years ago, because we were counting that.
Oh,
or was it a year ago? I can't remember. But we definitely made a counter for Leo specifically.
Yeah, I mean, he's crazy with it, so I'm looking forward to
I think we had
seeing.
it in a bingo.
I think
Leo
we did.
getting the kills, and then you started playing Fade. I remember. I chose that one.
He decided to betray us, but of course, there's a lot of good players on the server right now. I think this is one of the more higher anticipated games. Like you even said, it was your game of the entire Super Week.
Yeah.
So I'm going to push both of you for a quick prediction before we head into Icebox.
Well, I think Fnatic will win this, and I'm just really looking forward to how they're coming off the big win from Lock-in. But I have to say, I would love to see Leo back on Breach on some maps, because I love this Breach. He's like one of the most, I don't want to say anchored players, because you can understand this as a role, but he's one of the better grounded players in the way that he just plays map control, and he's a fantastic Breach.
I want to see his Phoenix. I need to see that again. That was a glorious
Well, we'll message Meanie after this, but I don't know what Meanie has to do. He gets the best of the best, because we have seen so many teams getting great players that have given us the best moments in Valorant, and actually not having them perform in the new teams. Leo is just not the case.
Well, I don't know about you guys at home, but I'm not mentally prepared to see Fnatic on Icebox again. I wonder if our casters are. Over to you, Ender and Pavlos.
I feel really betrayed. Sue. Oh my word, Michael, we've just turned up.
I was about to point in the direction of the desk, but I don't actually know which direction the desk is in. But yeah, we are here. It's nice to listen to a tech pause from this side, actually.
Yeah.
Great podcast mode there, Lothar particularly. Really drilling into the shot dart kills. Total record.
And that is truly a highlight.
Into the
topic.
meaty stuff.
The people were asking the question. No one was, but it is good to be here. It is actually quite nice
we have
to
a home.
get to.
Finally.
A
place to call home.
They even threw in a tech timeout just for us. Look at the audience. You're looking wonderful. It's great to have you here finally with us.
They've been gassed for the delay, actually.
Yeah, honestly, they're loving it. They're like, we paid for just 2 games. We're getting OTs. We're getting like big
Get your
maps.
money's worth on day one. Yeah.
This is absolutely wild. But no, it has been fabulous so far. I mean, game 1.
What a banger.
You don't get those.
No.
You're not meant to get those.
And do you know what, as well, I was saying, we were talking about this, obviously, watching the games backstage. Shados and Starzo back to almost like former Gambit and Ascend form was insane to see.
Starzo rolling back for years, and that was
like early Sky days. That was early Sky days form Starzo.
It was so good. And hey, if that means this is the sort of caliber we're going to get of the potential upset, because at the start of the day I looked at this and I was like, there's a world where we get good games, right? Because there was a lot of potential in the first two, maps that were coming up in that first series. Like, okay, maybe there's some blood to be drawn, and there certainly was. And there was big potential in those two teams. I thought this would be the more likely upset because there's a stand-in for Fnatic, which obviously changes the dynamic quite drastically. And the opponents, I mean, it's one of the most high potential teams as well. You look at the individuals, what a roster.
Yeah, it is. There's an argument you made, the Giants are actually one of the most well-rounded rosters.
Absolutely.
Right? You talk about focus players, actually, yeah, Fortinho gets a lot of the credit, but what goes on behind that is what's actually so impressive with Giants. So obviously, a tough draw at Lock-in to be facing NRG, obviously in any stage of the bracket, obviously in a single elimination as well, but I was actually very impressed. Very impressed. Haven aside versus NRG, park that. It was a 3-match series, but overall I was very impressed with Giants.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential in that squad, and any team that has Nuki on the roster, I'm going to pay attention to.
Yeah.
I still think he is one of the best talents we have in EMEA, flat out.
I mean, he's if you look at the numbers across, even back to like the
Roll
early,
it back.
He has been so consistent, even at international events, carrying that across the regional. He has always delivered.
Yeah, and outside of him, then the conversation always went to the likes of Durka, Leo, but then we also get that Cloud versus Leo head-to-head here. What a nasty matchup that is.
Cloud was mental.
Yeah, he's
actually mental.
wild.
But this is again another player that we talked about as having sort of like that dark horse element. It's like you slot him into a roster and he will frag. So it's really interesting to see that. Hopefully we're going to see a good example of that today in this series. But again, I want to say I have questions about what we're going to see from Fnatic today. So the exciting thing to see are Fnatic play again. What are they going to roll out? What have they got up their sleeve? But this one's more. It's I mean, I've been one of the biggest critics of Fnatic for the last
you and me both. I feel guilty looking at Boaster sometimes. I'm like,
he smiles and I'm like,
I've said bad things.
I've said really bad things. But do you know one thing now? It's I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. I trust the process. And the one thing here with this sub, mini scouting historically has just been on point. So they dug him out somewhere from a ranked game somewhere, and they're just like, yeah, we'll roll him out and actually consider him part of the roster.
Look, there's a reason Mini basically walked on stage with the rest of the team. The guy is worth his weight in gold, and to be fair, he's very small, so it'll be actually quite a relatively reasonable amount of money.
We're burning through a lot of material very quickly.
Yeah, honestly. and we haven't been told by the producer to go back to the desk yet, so clearly it's doing well. But at this point,
Fnatic have just tweeted us. meme about the tech pause as soon as we're on camera.
No!
Thanks very much.
We like you, Fnatic.
Shout out to Bard, thank you.
Yeah. Sam Matthews, big ups.
Wait, have you got an MS Paint avatar yet from Fnatic?
No, they don't like me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all right.
You're going straight there. I think it's the first time they've ever actually added me on Twitter. I've followed them for about 10 years, to be honest. So.
That's unpleasant, isn't it?
It's tough.
I used to like the,
airing the dirty laundry now. We're deep in the material. Not jaded, by the way.
We've been let back on stage. I get one final taken away from me, and it's just we're done for. Hopefully the tech delay does get fixed up. Again, thank you for your patience in-house, for one.
Boaster's on his 4th cup of coffee down there, it looks like.
It's just filled with just water.
The bandana's back, though.
I thought it got lost. Is this slander against airlines? Because I swear he was laying
British Airways went for the trophy, not the bandana.
Don't mention names. That's another sponsor we're not getting. Relax.
I mean, they tweeted about it. It's safe.
Okay. And they did break the trophy.
They did.
Yep.
They atted them on Twitter as well, actually. But no, the bandana luckily has made its way to Berlin as well. See, he's looking up here now. Look. I don't think he knows we're on. We are talking about you. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there we are. But otherwise, we can kind of talk. I guess why not? We can kind of start burning through a little of some of our kind of run into this one, because again, we're looking at these two rosters, and Fnatic's expectations obviously are carved off the back of their just prior tournament. But Michael, talk to me about Giants. Throw me a little bit of something about Giants for a second here, because I do have an update. We are going to a break in a second. But give me a little nugget of your expectations.
I think this is interesting enough. I think Lock-in's almost a poor context to take, because it's an elimination bracket, right?
Yes.
This is a much longer form season here. I think there might be an adjustment for arguably most of the teams we see here in EMEA, honestly. Yes, it's nice to see, obviously, the performance peak for Fnatic, but this is actually what I want to get my teeth into, is actually how these teams perform across a longer format season.
just because we were told we were going to go to a break. They've lied. They've lied, and they've gone, no, we must
We don't get
treat...
break now, yeah.
No,
We'll roll straight with the punches,
Roll
yeah.
in, yeah. So thankfully, thank you for your patience. We will be jumping in the game in just a moment's time. I'm glad you talked through some of the expectations. We looked at Fnatic as well. I did kind of give you the softball of Giants, but you hit the hard nail on the head.
But this is the thing, though, with Fnatic, they are historically a team that, you know, they pull things out and, you know, they cook up stacks, they kind of sandbag. And, yeah, exactly. And then they show their hand very late on in series. Yes. This being longer, and I know the Decimal touched on how much tape there is from lock-in, but again, for me, this is a very different environment to a single elimination, high stakes versus obviously everybody from partnership around the world in actually a very diverse set of teams that Fnatic had to get past to get to the finals and then to play Lao.
Yeah.
So it's a very interesting comparison to make, and that's what I'm most excited to see this season.
But it all could be for nothing. Remember, we are starting on Icebox, the map that was carved away and given their trophy to them. We are now into the game. Finally, Fnatic up against Giants, live from Berlin. And these two teams have a lot to prove here. Fnatic with that sub coming in, certainly not an easy fix to be had coming in to play that KJ.
And an interesting role to fulfill in general, right? So to slot in here, obviously eyes are drawn towards Kamek's performance on the Killjoy. See Fnatic here starting on the defense. He'll probe early on towards A, but Giants don't follow through initially. Rhyme just positioned here to hold for the push. Spike, not committed just yet. Actually, I'm not even sure if there's been any information given away on B site either. See Nuki and Fatinho at least poised to try and find this opener as Giants will drift back this direction.
Yeah, slowly but surely. And you can just about see Boaster starting to lean this way as well. There's the first bit of information found. I'll be cleared, but it should at least call to attention some of these Fnatic players, but we do still see the lack of full commitment here.
What's interesting is actually Rhyme has been slowly digging deeper and deeper, clearing these close angles. But Fnatic have already got a read. With no follow through on the alarm
30
bot,
seconds left.
Fnatic have 4 players in position to greet this A-site hit. And actually the wall going up preemptively as well.
Yeah, so much utility still to play with as well for Fnatic. Really nice positioning here. Should be at least good to posture for some danger, but actually finding nothing for it. Hoodie the first to try and draw blood, and it's Durka on the other side. Quickly dealt with, but 10 seconds now. Eyes towards the time at the top of the map, and back and forth the stand-in is the one to actually take it away. The Spike never quite made it that far in the end. And running that low, but without any intention behind that fake, really was the downfall of Giants.
Like I said, and not even really with a probe behind that alarm bot contact. So there's nothing to really sell the presence on B site. So Boaster, the fantastic read, preemptively getting bodies in place to defend this late round hit from Giants.
Lovely little push and pull there between kind of Leo and Kamek, just swinging off the back of the contact. Really nice, not looking too threatened even by that amount of presence late game. So again, going through this, we will just be seeing very traditional purchase coming out and actually abstaining from anything, it looks like, on the Giant side.
Just going to run classics into this. The Guardian actually in the hands of Durka. Actually, Chronicle going to get caught off guard. I say just classics, but he's found the opener here. Can they follow through and find Durka as well?
Look at this lovely work. Again, Leo on the bailout. So beautiful to watch when he does this sort of work. Again, it's not the fancy stuff sometimes for Leo, but he is your absolute star of a safe pair of hands. Fnatic unfazed. Yes, they lose Chronicle, but not a single real threat after that.
But again, this pick, well, yeah, even with classics, comes so deep that they can't even retrieve and get an upgrade. They can't even capitalize on that first blood other than creating a man advantage. See, let's see how the funds will settle here. Leo buying down to 450. Shouldn't be too much of a concern, but at least a little bit of bite in this Logitech power-up round. Round 3 coming in. The Guardian, 2 Bulldogs, and actually rifles across the board here for Fnatic. So obviously the only gap being Leo's funds to take away from this.
I do want to see if Giants potentially try and pressure towards Kamekid, see how well he responds
it's interesting, right? If the anti-strat is to target what you would assume is the weak link in this, and obviously fulfilling the Killjoy role, there's an argument to be made around obviously the macro element and the understanding of timings, but if they've had that opportunity to prep and really get Kamek on board with all of that, which you have to assume with Mini at the helm of this team, that's not something they're going to have overlooked.
No, they are absolute sweats. In the best way. But now it was an early presence invested in towards the B site from Fnatic, but somewhat dissolving out off the back of 0 contact again. 0 presence noted. They've invested over towards the A site instead. Chronicle will be the one potentially here.
Well, I mean, it's a perfect set, right? There's this Nano Storm to almost play anti-plant initially or stall a little bit on B site, so they can commit to this setup right now.
Yeah, Kamek could be the one that is going to be tested. Yes, Chronicle is there. Timing to allow the cross, but you can see the damage being done.
Kamek actually doesn't swing onto the slow orb. I think he would have been rewarded there, but tempering his aggression for the time being.
Again, maybe not wanting to make errors here. You want to be that safe player, but the site's now under contest. You've got issues. The spike's going down. Can you deny it? You are so close to this. First kill found in the second, not quite there. Good trade for Rhyme. And now the time on their side, Giants need to dig their heels in, but Chronicle and Durka are breaking down the door, and we're now just down to very few players remaining. Cloud and Fatinho, what more can you do?
Actually, Fatinho going to find one from under tube here. Fnatic got to be conscious of this, but Chronicle going to clean things up. Cloud now left to try and recover the situation. It's not a good plant for him. He has to reposition, gets back to yellow, finds a kill as well.
Great shot, but the defuse, it's next in line. You're going to know Durka, but you know the defuse is happening. Oh, my word, Cloud! Can you
Leo!
do it? No! Denied by Leo. Keeps his composure, keeps his cool, and doesn't even break a sweat, but that got close to a 1v3.
And so early on, we see the head-to-head. That's 1-0 for Leo already.
Yep.
Beautiful stuff, a heroic effort from Cloud, though.
Yeah, fabulous.
To try and recover this. And the only thing really you can criticize that, like I said, is that plant position. Again, with the amount of pressure and no contact coming through, I think Giants are thinking we have to commit to a safe plant. It's awkward to actually set up in a post-plant position for that. Fnatic will start off 3-0 here on Icebox. And I know you noted this was Fnatic's crowning jewel at lock-in, but was also actually poetic enough. Giants' final map that they played lost to NRG. It was their exit from lock-in. Shock Dart here to potentially try and find some of that utility in mid. Let's come back into this. Light shields across the board, but have been able to string together some weapons.
I'm kind of talking bigger picture, I guess. For me so far, I haven't seen Giants really being able to pull Fnatic around the map just yet. They've either gambled it incredibly well or they've worked off the information that they found very early on here perfectly. I've not seen Fnatic really out of position once. So if Giants do want to keep playing this more slow and posturing game, that kind of take space and then hit a rotation off the back of a little bit of contact, that's fine. But there's still utility that I'm just waiting for them to try and deal with. And a whole different look here. This time it's Boaster.
Yeah.
You're going to see a different look every single time, which is very hard to approach.
I think as well with this setup, he's actually almost doubling down on this anti-plant Nano Swarm. Does have the snake bites to complement that as well. Potentially even cover a wider area for the plant. Kamek. Close unison here. Durka could be caught off guard, but actually, Rhyme not even checking towards pipes there.
Completely unawares. And they still have the other side of the map under perfect control. Again, Fnatic, right place, right time. This is gorgeous.
The pendulum swing right now. We have 4 players committed towards B side to actually greet Giants on the way in. And it's an awkward position to try and commit to.
And again, the time, we're down to 10 seconds here. There's so few opportunities left. Nuki's dead, yeah, it's done for. Put a bow on it, put a fork in it, whatever one you do. This is done, Durka. Just doing the damage, and Cloud trying to get out of there with his life. Fnatic so far are reading Giants like a book, and Giants need to come up with a plan now.
This is the thing, it needs to be more proactive for me. There needs to be some control towards mid, because without that Sage, there's 2 win conditions. You take Snowman control, or you have connector control. It's one of the 2. It's absolutely non-negotiable. And right here with Giants, 4 players stacked towards B main, no real contact being given on the side of Fnatic, means it's absolutely free. You can pressure so many of these plant spots with the lack of that Sage wall. You can see that, I mean, Nuki's in such a rough spot to try and commit to that. Like you said, then time on top of that, the Viper Wall, the cooldown of the Toxin, that comes into play as well. There's so many factors there that make it difficult for Giants to even get the first tick in the box.
It looked like Soulcast trying to plant on this map. Like, just nothing. There was
what
utility.
What a horrendous reference to make.
I know, I'm
What
sorry.
a horrendous reference to make.
Look,
at least Soulcast had a Sage wall.
Barely, barely.
For a few seconds.
Yeah, for every now and then you might keep it. But, I mean, Giants need to just drastically. Their default is doing absolutely nothing. And let's talk about what you want them to do. Were you talking about more aggression behind it, more proactivity? What is in your mind is the checklist that they need to now adjust?
I mean, they can't funnel into the choke point there. If the reliance is to actually drift towards a B site hit late in the round, the two massive factors they need to achieve is Snowman or Connector. It's one of the two. Whether that be Kitchen, under tube, again, leave that up to
dealer's choice.
Exactly, dealer's choice on that front. But to try and deal with some of the mid utility early on with that shock dart, and then to show no presence, there's no pressure anywhere at any other point of the map. So when Giants come in, Fnatic have full map control.
Yes.
They're like, yeah, okay, cool. Let's just ping and spam through the rifle wall.
Well, Coutinho, let's see how you do. Big round for him here. They do have at least one of those Vandals still remaining with Cloud. So that's been kept to hand. So a fair bit of threat into this round at least, but once again, Fnatic, right place. They can pull the additional player if they feel like it, but it hasn't been early round pressure. This could change just off the back of Coutinho popping the ult, but here's slow progress from Cloud. Lovely work. Got a quick trade, and then I want to see the rest of the threat here. It's been seen. Durka makes a meal of it, but it's fine. Still no threats to be made. They can't springboard off the back of this.
Nuki throws the ult command in here to try and find something, but Boast actually playing way out of range. You can see him on the minimap, so they still have that Viper wall to play around. Heads up positioning from him. The other side of the map here, Hoodie does find a lurk onto B site, but again, we're going to run through the same concerns here. The rifle and the blade sword to work with. Sheriff in the hand for Hoodie. So they might actually get this. There's no nano swarm this time around, no snake bites from Boaster. Oh, finally. He still gets the kill though.
Come off it,
He found the spam.
How's he got on that? I was going to say Nuki with the rifle could have done something, but apparently not. And you can already see the wrap coming in as well. The map's going to feel real small for Giants. Coutinho has to be the saving grace to this. Hoodie's dead to rights. Apparently not. Somehow still stands. Kemek does get it on the second bite of the cherry, but it's Coutinho in a 1v. No.
He's trying to buy time for the Cloud Burst to expire. Just can't find the first. Fnatic will find their fifth. 4 standing.
Oh, man. Oh, that's not a confidence
That's
booster, is it?
heartbreaking. Heartbreaking.
Oh.
It's tough as well, the timing. Again, Nuki finally actually successful with the plant, but again, this is what I mean. It's so precarious to rely on some of these dry plants here. I mean, Nuki hasn't even got a chance to get away.
No, it looked like he was dead to the second he planted, and there's that moment. Crowd actually laughed. That's devastating.
I think that was Durka's laugh.
That's even worse. 5-0. The ult cycle about to hit perfectly for Fnatic very soon. Boaster 2 away, Kamek only 1 away, and Durka now. Here's a little bit of the adjustment period. Because Giants have been playing so passive, so slow on the default, Durka starts to explore, starts to exploit, just throws the spanner in the works and walks away. And now they're even in the better positions they have been in every other single round to this point.
Beautiful intent behind that. The second layer being Durka to take the space that Hunter's Fury will garner, forcing somebody out of position. I think actually, say no, Rhyme wasn't noted on that, so we'll come across. But look at it, they're funneling back into this choke point.
I want to see variation, Mike.
There's no challenge here. There's going to be a round where Durka's just going to post up because he knows he's going to be rewarded.
I just want to see whatever the difference is. I don't care what it is. It looks like Nuki.
The angle from danger could be a problem.
More space. Okay, that's what it is. Maybe exploring a little deeper, trying to get a couple of picks towards the site, and it's messy from Chronicle, but the support system's now here. Leo gets challenged, though. Nuki taking the site and taking the names. This ain't bad at all from him. And if we need it around, maybe it's Nuki who can provide it. At least brings it into the realms of realistic expectations. It's a 3v3. Lockdown's just come in, so time once again being purchased.
That actually might just be the round. The timing of that lockdown to come through might force Fnatic away and just make this a little bit more difficult. Coutinho's also going to find another kill, but Boaster and Chronicle, they respond. It's just Hoodie.
Lineup, he's got to bank on this Hoodie. This best be good. Don't overdo it. I think he's done this just right, but the wall there is making him nervous, and Hoodie needs to be sure. He needs to make sure this is correct. The wall, no! The time!
He's got it. Oh. I mean, he tries to bounce the snakebite off the wall that the spike's planted against. So there's no reality that lands. Maybe just a high pressure scenario that, I don't know, but this round feels like a fumble.
It's a throw.
I didn't want to say throw, but it feels like a massive fumble.
It was the best chance they'd had. They invested so much around that too.
I mean, the only thing that's left coming out of that is the Hunter's Fury. You can see the frustration. Yeah, that is a round that you look at on paper. You take a screen grab of the mini-map. As soon as that lockdown comes in, you're like, yeah, they're closing this one out.
That's a win. And Dirk has been given freedom. So why not go again? And he gets deeper this time. He can just sit here posted. He can be the alarm bot. He can be the early system that shoots a little better and hits a little harder. But Giants taking the space again. Can they actually challenge this, though?
Concern being this A clearance comes so deep and so slowly that Dirk's going to have the space to exploit. Yeah. And he loves doing that. The next step actually being, if they post him up in B main, allow a little bit of the time to burn away, force Giants into a slow clearance. Oh, should have been rewarded with that one.
But he knows there's two players there now as well. This is big info off the Owl drone and the contact towards KJ. You now know that there is a little bit more presence than maybe wanted, but now seeing others on the other side. Boaster going to put together a little bit of a picture himself. Is there any room to be trying to exploit anything? Coutinho tries to play the smoke, does get Boaster down, but the trade is there. So Fnatic not really letting any control of the site go.
First time we've seen a mid-split here. Hoodie's all the way through. Cloud picks up Durka on that flank. But Hoodie's position becomes so important now.
Okay, good work. That's one. Needs a little more, though. Leo moving in on the space, now gained back Chronicle. Trying to clear through. Still know there's dangers behind them, but they just seemingly can't do anything. And there it is. Plant, finally.
Finally, yeah, finally.
Okay, Hoodie has done a lot of damage there. This would be miracles from Leo. A 1v3. Nookie, chunked. Rhyme, down low HP. First contact, and he gets traded. Great spacing, good swing. Do not give Leo a second to breathe.
On paper, yes, that's the first round win, but that's the best round we've seen from Giants.
Yeah.
In terms of setup, in terms of early round intentions, and what they want to achieve. Hoodie making that position work off the rip. First time we've seen it, and it delivers.
Well, you've been asking for it since the very start of this, discussing, okay, is there an option to try and exploit Kamek being in this? Is he less comfortable? Is there space to be had? But even just the idea of splitting one of these two sites is the main aspect.
Problem comes from now, actually this comes so late on in the half that actually we swing into the camp of what's Fnatic's adjustment. How do they now address this? And then actually Giants have to re-explore some of those protocols that just have been absolutely missing so far in Icebox. Timeout actually coming from Fnatic here.
Yeah.
Doubt they're sweating too much about it. Maybe to just discuss some of the things that Giants are looking to switch up here. And maybe this is where we see the adjustment of Durka.
Maybe. I mean, they have such depth to run into this, even with a stand-in. Yes, a little harder to maybe make work without Alpha there. But even with that in mind, they should have a lot of options to run to. And even just noting what just happened as well.
I mean, I'll come out and say it. Obviously, Alpha, traditionally the one to pick up most of that area that I'm talking about Giants need to focus on. So whether or not Giants now will find the chink in the armor, so to say, and they want to try and exploit that a little bit, if that trend does continue, my eyes go straight back towards what Fnatic want to do with the early round now.
And Durka.
Ataris not been dealt with in Kitchen once.
No, it hasn't.
That's the checklist. You're playing against the Killjoy. What map control is inherently achieved immediately on the back of that. That's it. Come through. Not sure if it does actually remove the turret.
Okay. And that's certainly quite indicative of pressure to come following that.
What I meant by not being dealt with yet, nobody's come up and actually given it contact. Again, that's what usually draws a rotation. If it's dealt with early in the round here with utility, usually it's not a massive call for adjustment or call to action for Fnatic.
And that's quite, I guess it's echoed what we've seen throughout this as well. There's not been intention behind clearing some of the utility, which Fnatic have been checking, which has been allowed for so many of these rotations to be in the right place. So it looks way more all in though this time from Giants. Yes, they've dealt with that mid utility a little bit, but it's quite simplistic.
Well, this was the round though. We did see the adjustment. Durka towards B main. He's traditionally been towards pipes, towards Nest, and challenging ahead of this hit onto A site. This time around, can't dip his toes, can't find the first blood. Giants, they find anything else. A little angle for Coutinho to play with here. But it's Commit to open up, Chronicle to double down.
Okay, Cloud only good for a trade here. Fnatic somewhat off tempo to this, have retaken the site now. Durka's here. Great spacing and good work from Kamek, even just to swing back in. Yeah, this is looking wrapped up. Nookie. Not gonna happen. Leo, instant response. And that was the, I guess, first time we've really seen him with an opportunity to hit that site, Mike, but once again, still struggling to get on there.
Maybe this is a little bit of misdirection. Let's deal with the turret and make them think that we're going to push towards Jim.
Yeah,
we're going to try and drift into
again.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But like I said, the fact that it's the Nano Swarm to deal with the turret, no confirmation of presence behind it, that almost doesn't force the hand of Fnatic. Yeah. All it requires is a slight adjustment from Kamek to come and pick up the slack where that turret's missing now.
And quite genuinely for him, as a first game coming in here, playing the role very well. Hasn't really had much of a challenge in that aspect.
Yep, utility on point, he's delivering numbers-wise, it's a big positive.
And here we see the adjustment tested. We didn't get to see that chance
Throw
before.
the protocols off once again.
But the buy coming out from Giants is very poor here. Yes, supplemented slightly by Coutinho investing the ultimate, but it's actually Durka to go down. Okay, Cloud doing very well early on, and Chronicle's now in danger. Denied the wall for safety, but does get to slip away.
I think the drone spotted him on the cross back, so they should know that Yellow's fairly safe for the time being.
No mid lurk though this time. Once again,
It's all in.
through B.
It's all in.
Now, does that suit Fnatic here? It could be a big benefit. Yes, they now have these two rifles, Nookie and Cloud with those. Coutinho should have spotted Leo there.
I think that's a Viper Wall moment.
Oh dear.
Yep.
Yep, absolutely was. Leo gonna punish, and now Cloud gonna be on the receiving end. Still a good shot and still a lot of danger. Ryan picks up the rifle. It's being filtered back through, so down to a 3v3. Next fight, too isolated. No attempt at a trade. Nookie overextends to try and finally secure this site, and the Viper's Pit goes up.
Well command behind that as well. Looking down to 45 HP, almost want to see him throw his life on the line, try and find a trade here, but he backs away, now only a Sheriff in hand.
I don't know what the plan would be here if you're leaving Hoodie like this. Just trying to secure the backside of the ult. I don't know. Hoodie has so many angles to worry about now, tries to weave through a little closer, and then none the wiser, like ships in the night. They pass each other, and instantly Booster just dips in and finds him. What?
Oh, that's another round you look back at. Is yes, the investment comes at the right time, but the value behind this initial Viper Wall, Giants aren't getting deep enough.
No.
It's fully expiring. Then Fnatic benefit off that grand reveal. They find, I think, 2 kills on the back of it. Fortunately, Coutinho not able to actually solidify that position in danger. Once again, Chronicle gets that res online at the perfect time in the round, just after finding a kill as well, to make that advantage even greater for Fnatic. And like I said, Giants in a tricky spot. Looking down to 45 HP, has to give the rifle across. They can't make use of the null command in terms of putting Nookie on the front line and challenging. It's just not lining up for Giants here, and the scoreline definitely reflecting that.
This has been marvelous from Fnatic, very enjoyable, but it
but
does...
not tested.
No, that's the sad factor. I kind of wanted to see Giants come out and kind of, I know it sounds a little nasty, but test the stand-in, pressure that potential sore spot, right? Like, I think that's such a good way to potentially test out those options, because I do think Alpha plays such a key role within Fnatic. It's very hard to get that timing right.
And he's a power player.
He's
a fragger.
He is nasty with it. Now, we do see, hopefully, not the all-in. I want to see mid-pressure. I want to see a lurk. I want to see something here. Dirk looks more than equipped to deal with that late A presence every single time. Nookie has shown behind this utility, though. This is different. Do they commit?
Boaster's pit will actually cover all the way towards deep. Also another obstacle for Giants to overcome in terms of finding this plant on B site. Durka's repositioned much deeper here. He's on top of screen, so I was going to say, Rhyme's going to have to dig very deep, be even more diligent than the first time, but Chronicle there.
30 seconds left.
Durka's actually unnoted as of yet, and every single time this has happened, Fnatic have known it's a 4-man hit through B.
Well, I quite like that they've almost gone for a fact-finding mission way deeper towards CT, trying to take some spells.
Look at where Boaster's repositioned to.
But yeah, where the hell
Boaster's behind Giants.
Okay, but the plant's going to come in 10 seconds, though, and this time he gets found. Hoodie wise to it this time, and now a 2v3. Chronicle and Leo trying to work the space back in towards this plant. Again, Cloud trying to find more information towards that CT side, a deeper hold, but it's Chronicle to find that first port of contact. Leo's found him. That's Nookie gone. And now 2v2. Do they know Cloud? Do they consider this? Surely they do.
Hoodie gives away his position, but
the wall.
Yeah, Fnatic are going to know that there's a second player here because of the drone.
Yeah, absolutely. How do they deal with the walls? A lovely angle for Hoodie in the end, actually, to work with. And Hunter's Fury feels almost like an over-investment, but it gets the job done. Giants just about making up to 2 here, but that is a lot invested behind it.
Absolutely. Set up a very, very deep crossfire there from Yellow all the way into spawn. Giants closing that one out. Again, this is almost what you've wanted from some of these B-side hits. The pick comes through and Giants finally dig a little deeper to convert that presence into a lot more control on B-side. Again, historically, it's been Boaster punishing from that snowman position, so maybe the indicator is the fact that the pick comes through onto default.
Yeah. Dirk up. Again. Just finding so much early damage. Vitinho walking away with tail between the legs really here. Not having really as much as I wanted out of him. Again, love to see a Vitinho performance, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be, at least in this map. And Dirk really not given a reason to back away yet. Yep. Still has the ability to dash out, which he's now feeling. And you're right, an elbow out of place, a pixel out of place. And he tries to stay around as long as he can. Does get removed from...
So what's that lineup? They've got a lineup to clear barrels here. Rhyme almost exposing to the angle ahead of that Nano Swarm pop-in as well. Nice little set piece. Vitinho will actually find the opener. Chronicle will fall.
And again, they have access to site here. Maybe a plant could be next on board because they've been denied so many of these. This time it looks safe. Nothing to stop it. No, Trade is there. Kamik's the one to find Vitinho. And now this is not... Oh, this guy's sharp as hell. 2 quick kills and Hoodie's dead. Rhyme and Cloud are just a bundle of nerves. Surely trying to hold on to this. Cloud trying to be brave. Takes the fight to them. But now Rhyme has to back away and respect what's happening now.
The snakebite lands.
The snakebite is so ratty. Diffuse started. Leo immovable. He is not backing off this. It's diffused. Fnatic keep moving forward.
Huge round from Kamek, and I just want to note the discipline. He spots an elbow on backside there, backs away, and you can see on the player cam, relays that information, waits for the counter swing to come through. That's what you want a substitute to do for you. Beautiful stuff, and crisp as hell to find these 2 kills.
And I'm going to say it, I didn't know this guy's name before it, but I certainly do now. Mini, I don't know where he finds these players. He's out anywhere, searching, and he finds absolute gems like this. Leo, headline star as it stands, but I mean, Kamek, certainly a wonderful performance considering circumstance, and once again we see it. The walkabouts from Durka just doing him nasty here. Cloud gone, and away he goes. Instant damage.
And another example, this slow orb has been thrown a couple of times by Chronicle, but the challenge hasn't come through. It's just to get Durka into Nest. This time around, capitalize on it. There's going to be no counter swing from the top of ramps there. Actually, Durka might get a second. Vitinho, though. Another opener for him.
He's had a couple of successes here towards this side. That's great. Leo is here, though, opting to back away from this. Doesn't want to try and go for some sort of heroics. Yet to hear that spike being planted as well. Rhyme, careful.
Shot guard should land this
one.
Actually, misses. Would have been perfect to combo with the snake bite.
That'd been beautiful, wouldn't it? Lockdown going to come in blunt towards the site. Vitinho trying to buy space for it. Dead. Kamek again. This guy is like a can opener. Just prying him open. And he's trying to post it with the trade for the lockdown. Is going to be coming in. It's gone.
They got it.
They've managed to do it. They've got the diffuse towards half. How are Fnatic this damn good?
That's another one that you look back at. That's a frustrating round to lose. The lockdown gets to under a second left from completing. And Fnatic somehow still find their way back onto site and get the half defuse as well, Lauren.
Yeah, 10-2 is just unbelievable. Giants were absolutely battered throughout this game. I mean, a couple of looks, a couple of glimmers, but overall, I've got to say for me, a little underwhelming coming into this. They never pressured that mid-positioning coming out or anything else really. It felt flat for me.
No, and even very early on, you can see Fnatic's reads were on point. Constantly sending bodies to defend that A site hit, and also digging out Reimer in a number of positions where you'd expect him almost to find value in that lurk.
I just wanted a little more from Giants, and I feel like I've been saying that for a lifetime when you look at the individual parts, but as a collective, as one machine, it never seems to quite line up. And yes, there were some opportunities. Yes, they did manage to get 2. It's certainly not over yet. But across the board, Fnatic's still looking marvelous to watch here.
Yeah, absolutely on point. A couple rounds that you do have to look back at and really ask some questions, honestly.
Which ones would have stood out to you there?
I mean, a couple of those rounds towards B site. Obviously, that final round there with the lockdown coming in at the time it did.
Yep.
Feels like that's when you have to drag across the line. You have to. That's something that we talk about the value of having a lot of tape for Fnatic. Giants definitely going to come away with this with some tape to go back over.
Yeah, hopefully they can actually readjust and come up with something a little bit, I guess just, I don't think it even matters you played Fnatic. I think just looking at it, it's going to be glaringly obvious and probably very frustrating. And I think you saw that, especially in the coach cams throughout this, watching this as that passive element to it that you can't have as much influence as you'd like.
If you've got the coach throwing his hands up being like, what are we doing? Yeah. Then, yeah, I think it's fairly obvious. But concern being they have to come out swinging in the second half to even make this possible. To be honest, it's such a huge deficit to build up.
It is, and by all rights, Fnatic I don't think are really just a one-sided team anymore. They don't just have, oh, we're just good at this, we're just good at that. No, not at all. They are the full package here. I think a lot of doubts got swept aside, rightly, in lock-in. I think everyone was waiting to see if it all came together. It did. I think now we give them benefit of the doubt. They have the system in place and they're playing a fabulous game. But again, for Giants, that doesn't build well for them.
Just to touch on as well, Kamek in a number of situations where you would have concerns, I guess from the outside looking in, when you say Adsley, these are the sort of scenarios where we would expect the sub to struggle, right?
Yes.
It's to be, off timing in terms of the rotations, not be there in terms of the synergies to line up some of these double swings, but absolutely phenomenal half from him. Coming up clutching,
really nice combo between the two.
Coming up clutching a couple of scenarios, but for me, it's the discipline on display and actually still having the ability to slot into a unit like Fnatic, which you got to argue is probably pretty complex, like under the hood.
System-wise,
in terms of what's going on under the hood. So to see him come in and look as drilled as this in even just a handful of scenarios is a real positive for me.
No, it's brilliant to see. So let's kind of focus ourselves back up. Let's see what Giants can give us here. This has certainly not been a pretty viewing for them on this map. Again, this was Fnatic's choice, though. So take from that what you will. And we lead in. Fnatic making no subtleties of this.
That's Fnatic's wall actually to cut off, or cut in half, Giants' defensive wall here. To maybe plant the seeds that Fnatic have sent a couple of bodies up onto site already. I kind of like this.
It's certainly
going to be difficult to dig behind it. Obviously with no flash or anything. It creates a little pocket to find a safe plant here.
Oh, and it allows Durka that little pocket as well, right? Like, he gets so much beautiful space to play in. And he does get handled by Hoodie, but he was so far ahead of even the spike plant, they barely made progress towards that next element.
When he gets up into nest, it means that nobody can pressure on the backside of this Sage wall coming down. Beautiful execution from Fnatic. Very creative way to actually put this Viper wall on attack, to deny some of the control of Giants Viper wall, but the stick coming through, I'm hoping there is some utility come through. Yeah, snake bites on it.
Yeah,
but the half comes through already, very early on.
Yeah, very nicely done. Just noting that that was available, that was actually something they could go towards, but now here they go. Anyone else going to be able to actually make any danger of this? No! Chronicle and Boaster in perfect unison! And the double dip from Chronicle. Fnatic once again just showing us beautiful plays here. Something you highlighted, that wall coming through from the start, it was actually really nice. It added that little bit of doubt in the minds of Giants.
Yeah, and it gives, the other thing as well, it gives Durka that box to play behind in Nest, right?
Yes.
I mean, on the pistol round, you're not going to be spamming through that wall to try and find the kill in Nest. Like I said, the snake bite comes through, Durka rewarded with the burst and actually doubles down on it. And the timings are just perfect for Fnatic here in the post plant. They get this plant basically unobstructed behind the Sage wall. The time of it comes down, they know then that they have open sight lines for it. Beautiful stuff, really tidy pistol round from Fnatic.
And sadly for Giants, they can't really afford to try and leave this any longer, can they? We are going to see Stinger Spectres, Sheriffs coming out, light armor. You have to do something.
This is the best opportunity you're going to get, an even draw in terms of the economy, or in terms of the equipment.
God damn, Durka. That's Fiddy dead. Oh, come on, Fidinia, right back to him. Stunning shot. Not going to get another.
Short-lived.
Yeah. Look, it was an exciting short life. But now the realism setting in here, that with still a minute left to play with. Kamek, let's see how you fare here. Temptation beckoning. Gonna hear the step away. Sides to show off once again. This guy's a talent for sure. 50 seconds. Ball's gonna go up. No threats really to deny.
I mean, even if it was what it's going to be Spectres or a Stinger to try and pressure behind the Sage wall. It's way more difficult to chip away at that. It'll just be a Spectre and a Sheriff, a Cloud and Nookie to try and find this, but a 2v4 as well.
Yeah, the double stack just at the back of yellow, quite nasty to handle. You can see it properly in action here. Yes, you do. So trying to clear towards the back of yellow wasn't going to be a successful task. Nuki tries to make a go of it. It's 12 for Fnatic. One more to go. And Icebox once again
Match point.
made their own, really looking incredibly strong.
If it was ever in doubt. I mean, historically, this was their home, right? This is where they first really started innovating in terms of mixing things up and pulling some strats out of the bag, but this is clinical from Fnatic. Barely putting a foot wrong so far, and unfortunately, I mean, we'll come back to the same point, right? Giants didn't really test them in the first half, and here there's just not enough of a buffer to really switch things up on attack, have any sort of adjustment period for how Fnatic are going to approach this half.
Yeah, this has very much been a whimper for me from Giants, and a little unfortunate because I do hold them in high regard when I'm talking about potential. The ones I had down as having more likely of an upset today, but Icebox really quite a treacherous ground to walk in against Fnatic. So once again, looking towards the B side here.
So this plant's going to be fairly free as well with 2 up towards Kitchen Hall. Nobody really here to pressure this Sage wall coming down. And Chronicle's going to get the plant. Such a big contrast to see the ease that Fnatic can find this plant on B site.
And I think you're right, it is the stark element of the contrast there between what we saw, sadly, Giants desperate to do and Fnatic making look like a walk in the park. And once again, the double stack towards yellow pays off. Chronicle finds Vitinho and the tip of the spear gets blunted. Nice swing from Cloud and a follow-up. Takes out both of them. It ain't over yet. Leo's still holding towards yellow. You still got Kamek trying to chip away a little bit, but there's fights in Giants. Finally around with a bit of fire, but a tap from the spike draws the attention. It's all just poster. 1v3, okay. Okay.
What was that first?
Whew. That's pretty nice.
Yeah. Beautiful. You almost want him to win the 1v3 at that point. You find that one. It's a little fight left in Giants here. Unfortunately, able to get this done. Kamek, I'm unable to find any value in that lurk. That would have been a huge pivot point in that round for Fnatic. Cloud as well coming through with the Guardian. Actually, sticking to the old faithful. We're going to carry across into the next as well.
If it worked once.
Finally some weaponry on board here for Giants. 2 Stingers, a Bulldog, the Blade, Storm, Cloud. I mean, yeah, he must have heard me. Making it work once again, finds the headshot into Durka, removes those knives immediately.
All right. Give me a game, Giants. I dare you. And I know now that it's going to go wrong. They've actually gone for the res here, too.
We're going to talk about comebacks on Icebox. Fnatic are playing. Really?
The
We're going there already.
The audacity, I know. Okay, Vitinho is dead. Leo's found a second.
Oh, no.
Okay, Nuki. Gets it. What is Booster doing? What are these shots?
He's going to get another!
Oh, come on! Booster!
Nuki's 20 HP!
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. There's a plant. It's all good.
Oh my god, Chronicle just got a headshot.
How's that? He's 7 HP. He's 7 HP. What the hell was that from Nuki? He doesn't even know what he's done.
That angle through screens never gets value when you try and wallbang him, but he finds a headshot here. Chronicles with the jump as well.
This round is horrible, and it could be the one that gets the round win. Nuki, 20 HP.
Oh my god!
Come on! That's how it ends! Map 1, ridiculous moments. But man, Fnatic still looking damn good on Icebox.
Starting strong here in EMEA for this season as well. Another example during that last one, that's when you got to look back at Giants just like, how?
Yeah.
How have they come away and won that round? Oh, sorry, how have they lost that round? How have Fnatic won it?
I wish I could answer some of these things for you sometimes.
That's for the desk. We don't answer questions like that.
That's what I like to hear. That's it. No, you're right.
Delegation is key.
It certainly is. But again, sadly for me overall, map 1, I mean, it's Icebox, yes, let's put it into context. it's very strong from Fnatic,
Yeah.
but I wanted a little bit of that spice to come up from the Giants, those individuals maybe to have a round or two.
I'm staying
Didn't
open-minded.
happen.
Maybe we see it later on in the veto. I'm here for it.
Yeah.
I still have high expectations for it. This is a tough starting block, though.
You're absolutely right. We'll be back in just a moment.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone. We just witnessed Giants learning a valuable lesson as to why you don't leave Icebox open for Fnatic. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Cougar and Lothar. I mean, we know Fnatic are good on Icebox, but that was a little bit too much of a domination.
Yeah, too much. I think it was probably mostly on Giant side. I think that most things didn't go according to plan. We saw a lot of timings that were off. I think that Hypoc was doing a great job, calling them out, because in every execute, we saw Giants actually not going as further as they should, especially with the utility that they were using. And even when they got to that post-pass situation, they got lost in the sauce just too many times.
I have a special weather status from Icebox. Fnatic still ice cold. You know, it's like they just play what they should be doing, how they should be playing. It's about patience, it's about waiting for your attacker's first move to respond with utility. And that was not something that was being triggered at all by Giants. Giants were just kind of like trying to expose any kind of overpeaks from Fnatic, and that's not going to happen. Specifically also when the entire defense strategy is built around Killjoy and Viper combos when it comes to stopping the first possible plant. You have the Viper Orb on the B default to either stop the push towards yellow or for retake as well. It's like a double smoke, right? But all of that is being used only when the players are alive. So they are not overpeaking. And Giants were playing like, I don't know. Actually, I don't know what they were expecting when they didn't make any moves in the first minute.
Honestly, there's one thing that I especially loved about this map, and it's the fact that Giants win 6 rounds in a row. Where trades were not perfect coming from Fnatic. Of course, you need to be very careful of what the duels that you're choosing, but especially from the defense, everything was just working out for them because they were relying on that. If you don't get it, I know that I will get the trade. And it's something that we can see. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a 13-3. It doesn't get better than that.
They didn't have to do anything special. Like I feel like Giants wasn't challenging properly. Something that you mentioned is that they were not proactive with the space gathering.
Yes.
Like you don't play Sage. You don't have the same certainty, I mean semi-certainty when it comes to planting the spike.
You're never going to have
Fnatic.
an easy plant.
Right. So I was very surprised to not see the Viper wall being adjusted to gather more space. There was not enough like let's say, map carved out for Giants to take this space, abuse the KO flashes, get the space with the dagger, and that was just always falling behind because in post-plant, they are not going to match what Fnatic has prepared against them.
I mean, let's take a look at one of those rounds, Lothar, that you had prepared. I feel like every round there was something we could have spoken about, but there was one in particular that Fnatic actually did really well here.
Yeah, that was round 11. Both me and Cougar were watching it. It's like, we had another round prepared, but we were like, oh yeah, this is straight up better.
We literally looked at each other and we were like, yeah, this is perfect.
Like, you can see that Nuki just solo peeks into screens, dies, and there's, from this point on, Fnatic will be ready to retake together and have the instant also calls. You know, it's like they're ready for everything. They are using the utility, the ultimate to carve out the space. The diffuser is diffusing from an angle that is not open to the only position that the player can be after that lockdown. And also the Molly there secures that position as well.
It is perfect, and I think that's something that we were talking about is what you're seeing on your screens right now, and it's Kamek. Of course, playing in for Alpha here, we were talking about the big shoes that he had to fill, and he was doing just exactly what he was expected to do, just be the Killjoy. I think he didn't have a single first death, which is like, you know, he's mostly playing on the defense, so don't take an extra risk, don't go for the crazy play. You're here as a substitute, and he was filling in the role perfectly. We cannot have a single complaint about him, especially because when it came to a moment like this one, he was always performing.
I think that might have been even a little bit more disciplined than Alpha.
Yeah, he had 2 first bloods and 0 first deaths. And as a player that is playing a role that is so specific, like your job is to wait till your opponents are attacking you and not die till your teammates are rotating towards you. He did a fantastic job at staying alive. I know it sounds kind of boring, but that's just the task that you have.
Yeah, and it doesn't even feel like that is a 6th man, you know, that we were speaking about it. He is just a part of that team.
Actually, I'm going to tell you that if you want to have a 6th man, I hope that you're training him like they're training Kamek.
Well,
after one map?
Yeah. He showed discipline from the first moment.
I have another question. If you would be watching this map without nameplates, would you say, oh,
Icebox. But before we move on, let's talk about these two, Leo and Cloud, going head-to-head. I think both of these players had great moments, and they're both kind of one of the star players on their teams too, Cougar.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, the performance that is going to be, we're looking at, the better one is going to be coming in from Leo. But I think that Cloud on the side of Giants, even though he was making some mistakes with his positioning and what to do in the early round, I think that he's still the Cloud that I want to see moving on. I know that the next map is going to have a little taste, a little feel to it, but what we saw here, for now, Leo's on top.
It's kind of hard also to compare them when one team had 13 rounds and the other had 2.
It wasn't that off.
Yeah, I mean, he had 15 kills. He was on the top of the scoreboard for his team, but also that is you can read that something was not going correctly for the team when the Sova on Icebox gets the most kills, right? So it's like...
It is Cloud, in fairness. He does do things like this.
Yeah, but it's like, I felt bad also when I saw like they're getting the space, then Nuki plants, he's getting killed when they're planting, and we see that Cloud wants to do as much as possible for the team, but they're just always at a disadvantage. They're always one player behind. They're always playing from being in that position.
Well, maybe they can have a chance to turn it around on the next one. Let's talk about Split. This, of course, was Giants' map choice here. We've never seen this team play Split as this 5, but surely, Cougar, they picked it for a reason.
Oh yeah, exactly. And I'm expecting something explosive. I either expect that this is going to be a double duelist coming from them, or definitely we need Nuki on Raze because they need that explosive factor. They need to be on their faces. They need to replicate what Loud did against Fnatic, and it's literally I'm on your face, constant control over the part of the maps that I know you need to play it, especially from the defense, because you know that, most likely you're going to be starting on that attacking side.
Yeah, I mean, this map, I have this argument a lot of times, actually on Twitter with some other coaches as well, from other teams. Almost everyone is kind of like divided. Is this map actually defense-based or attacker-based?
I saw Hoodie's screen.
Okay, but don't tell me, I didn't see it. I feel like on the pro level, the team that is really well coordinated will find more success on the attack side than defense. Yeah. It's when the team don't have a good structured enough attack is when the map becomes apparently defense-sided because it's so easy to hold the choke points, but it's still less choke points. There's more choke points that you can go through than, for example, in Ascent. That's why I think Ascent is more defense-based than Split.
I think that, that this was an excuse for very early in the game. It's enough to say, yeah, this is too defense-based, this is too attack-based, because we have seen many teams, okay, Fnatic just keeping up with the warm-up, just in case it didn't have enough with Icebox, but we've seen many teams changing their... same feeling. It means like if you want to make it a strong part of your map pool, it has to work on both sides. You cannot just rely on one of that. That was, Gambit 2021.
I think the map just really favors someone who is prepared to make a well-constructed machine for the attack, and it's really like there's a lot of satisfaction in executing on Split, but when it comes to the compositions,
yes,
that we might actually see from Fnatic here, like they use the Cypher, Jet, Omen, Raze, and Sage before on Split. But just because we have Kamek here, I would expect him not to play Cypher because of the lack of confidence and practice on this agent. So we might actually see Killjoy back-to-back on those maps. And I don't think that's a problem.
No, I don't think that's a problem, but would you consider maybe them swapping something else besides that? Maybe we saw a lot of double controllers where they're at lock-in, and it's something that, it was used in the past on this Split, so it wouldn't surprise me a lot if they were to go for that swap as well.
One aspect, if this Killjoy is gonna get picked, there has to be another change. I mean, not has to, but might be happening, which would be the Viper pick that we have seen in the past, because what you do with Cypher on attack is you typically set up two cages on A main and ramp to make sure that you can maybe go through ramp, but if you don't have the Cypher, Viper has a perfect role for that to substitute it.
Well, this is the agent select we are seeing here. Again, we're kind of expecting Kamek to just fill in for Alpha, play the Cypher maybe here. His Killjoy looks kind of clean, but I'm interested in... Wait, okay.
That's a raise.
Okay. I mean, looking at the side of Giants,
he goes for the Cypher.
And Nuki is going to play Raze. Nuki has not played Raze since August 2022. It's Fortinio that's been playing the Raze.
And we have Sky from Cloud as well. This is such a stark contrast between the two lands. Do we have 10 different characters?
No, because we have two Skies.
Two Razes.
Two Razes and two Skies, but definitely the purposes of the compositions are different. Of course, Chronicle and Lurk are going to be having a great time when it comes to catching players off guard and just going for those initiated duels. But definitely, Giants actually going for that double controller, maybe trying to replicate some of the damage that Fnatic could have gotten in the past. And now it's time for Nuki to shine.
I'm so excited about Nuki Raze. Oh my goodness.
I think anyone that has ever watched EMEA has seen that clip of Nuki on Bind.
Yeah, for sure. This is like the Quake moment.
Well, I fumbled my toss last time, so here's my time to redeem myself. I'm going to throw this over to the greatest casters, the greatest people that has ever walked the planet Earth. It is Pansy and Hypok.
Ah, Matsy, I just wrote down thanks dash. I was going to hit you with a thanks dash, but now I can't. Up now coming into full effect here with Split coming up. This could shift the dynamic a little.
Yeah, this is interesting. Obviously, the adjustment of composition on the side of Fnatic's where my eyes go towards. We haven't seen Split from Giants yet this year.
Sure.
But it's the nature of the changes, right? We dropped the double duelist. We also dropped the Sage. So this is
it's like a rollback, kind of.
Yeah, it almost is. It feels like actually this is almost designed to play a little quicker than what we saw the double duelist. Pulled out versus obviously Sentinels and Loud at lock-in. So again, dropped versus Loud, but won against Sentinels in fairly comfortable fashion with that composition. So maybe this is the return to some form of normality in terms of compositions. Whether or not that was kind of targeted counterplay towards their opponent to lock in, we saw. We'll have to wait and see.
EMEA crowds are pretty good. I'll give you guys that. Look at you go.
They've shown up in force.
They
today.
really have.
They have.
I'm not even kissing your ass. You've done really good today, crowd. I'm proud of you. It's been a relatively long day, but we do go into Split, and this actually could be quite a fun one. Giants, I hope you're ready for this, though, because again, Fnatic don't do things lightly. There is normally a great deal of prep, intent, and consideration if they leave a map in.
That's just starting things off here, Durka. Will find value on the back there. Cloud going to answer back with a third as well. The upshot will force him out of position. Can he find the kill though? 13 HP, able to slip away. But a huge advantage here for Giants to kick things off on Split.
He's done so much, and Chronicle can only backpedal so far. And already you can see Fatinho trying to close down towards him. Yeah, maybe some support's coming in. Oh no, Chronicle up and over. Nuki is here, and he's on the raise, and you love to see it. Cloud, fantastic round. Giants, that should get the blood pumping.
That's the way you want to start the map too. After Icebox being very one-sided here. Fnatic trying to take the initiative. Durka initially finding the first blood here, but immediately the response comes from Cloud. The upshock almost a little late in that regard. I don't think that was necessarily a prepped piece there. The aftershock to come through was reactionary, but just allowed enough space for Cloud to punish. And find 4 on the pistol.
That's going to mean the world to him as well. And I love seeing Nuki just flying through the air.
Nuki back to historically what we loved seeing him do.
It's why this roster can be such a tantalizing concept, right? You're like, imagine if this happens, if it lines up, it looks so good. But again, it's a test here, and this is a high-pressure position for Kamek to try and play in. This is very difficult. He does have Boaster trying to temper Giants' pace, which has worked well. Nuki had to respect that, but they go back in this time.
Actually, the cam, he takes very deep contact towards Heaven here. Not noted on the side of Giants, but they don't find anything on the back of the Trailblazer in that initial exploration.
The mirroring on rotation here from
That's what we saw on Icebox a couple of times earlier. Yeah. Perfect read on the back of this contact early on in the round.
Wow. You know, we'll get there. There we go. Nuki starting to explore. It's going to be Leo and Kamek, but again, it's the amount of bodies over here. Yes, okay, maybe there's still one here, but now spotting 2 over by Pillar might be a problem. Let's see if any damage. No, a little far. Gonna frenzy to our Gekko. Gonna find 2. Oh god, he's found 3. Why is this getting dangerous now? Oh, breathe a sigh of relief. Rhyme survives, but barely.
I mean, I was going to question the weaponry there with how clean Giants are able to actually find their way towards A main. And Durka pulls out 2 with the frenzy. Makes that interesting. It comes right down to 1 player for Giants. Going to force a massive repurchase and investment here.
Yeah. Look at this. Oh man, Durka. Oh.
I mean, actually, even if it didn't take him so many to find the other kill there, potential to reset.
No, diving in. We'll go back into the Logitech G power-up round. Nuki once again dealt with. I like this attention to detail to deal with Nuki's early aggression, but it is Cloud by his side. He's found Leo there. And not leaving Nuki alone on an island, not leaving him isolated, bailing him out a little bit. If that pressure came through from ramp, that would have been such a problem.
Both are noted on the reposition here. They spoke up, and actually, Giants drift away from the spike. Was not committed on this side. See, Ryan
got your
got very deep progress here. Kamek's set up unchallenged as of yet. Looking to try and capitalize off this one way, actually. The Seekers will reveal him, but already 3 members of Fnatic here.
Yep. Again, right place. They're so hyper-aware. Loki first man in. Doesn't get the first blood, but a good trade. Rhyme going to continue the progress. There are a couple of players towards the backside of the site they are yet to deal with. Durka being one of them. Finds Hoodie and looks towards the site itself. Plant's going to come in. Denied? Yes. A couple more seconds in the hands of Fnatic allows for that threat to be handled. Vitinho's gone down. Cloud, can he save him? Durka sends it, doesn't get it. And now 28 seconds. You've got to play Ring a Rosie, not like this. Durka with a paint shell in hand does switch out towards that Guardian, and he's got them on the run! Catching one in the heels. Cloud is barely breathing. Walking away as a walking wounded. 15 seconds. They've got to get that spike down.
Let's actually have 2 flashes here, and we'll hear this very early on, but
he's going to check
Cloud has to find it, and he will.
Cloud! Great positioning in the end. Held his cool, kept composure. 3 HP is enough to get them their third.
For a flying start here, so they need to be confident from Giants here on map 2, and absolutely delivering on that front so far. A couple of things just look a little off kilter here from Fnatic early on. Again, that wall is designed to split that ramp player from the main player. So Leo wants an overextension here, which is very uncharacteristic. See if that trend does continue. McLeod starting, what was that, 8-1 he started?
Yeah, the confidence is swelling, and I'm so happy to see that for him, because we hadn't really seen him on this sort of stage, having that sort of consistent performance, that highlight performance. What a moment for the young man. This continues. Mid, going through the clear. Oh, Cloud. Forced down a little, no one there to punish. And a patient mid take so far, a lot of posturing towards us, Mike.
Oh, force off, and actually Fault Line might punish Ripley with the paint shells. Durka does find it, but actually Vitinho getting a kill ahead of that, coming through to prevent any aggression to follow through on that utility.
Remember, the Giants' purchase is substantially better than Fnatic so far. Yes, Stingers, I think, and yeah, 1 Guardian for Chronicle, but that's about it. Light armor by it. Smoke goes in late. Boaster, good timing on this.
Yeah, he wants to play close on it with the Stinger as well.
Works well. That's another smoke to invest if he feels he can. Does anyone clear this? Yes, they do. Just checking Leo, trying to dip away.
Yeah, noted him, yeah.
I think they have.
Yeah,
Hoodie's on it. Okay,
pick it
that's
up.
fine. Lovely. Okay, all those potential dangers are being dealt with. This is really good from Giants. After questioning their somewhat like default approach, this has been fine. Kind of clearing as they go, pre-firing towards where Boaster was positioned, making sure they noted Leo, not letting him get away with any naughtiness. But now Chronicle and Kamek, what can you do really about this? So that deep positioning coming out from Hoodie is very indicative that time is very much going to be purchased for Giants if there is any threat.
So you do have the fact as well. Hoodie's repositioned very deep towards spawn. Does have 2 snake bites as well. And the value of having this double controller. Chronicles found one. He will respond, and actually will double down. Seals the deal on Giants' 4th round. You know, difficult one for Fnatic to really get anything tangible going with the equipment. We'll come back in here. Light armors across the board. Expecting the same from Boaster as well, but in terms of expecting, yeah, right, just with the awareness that the purchase is going to be bad, somebody was going to try and capitalize on that smoke just to spam through. Here's when we see either the adjustment or a timeout called here from Fnatic to really assess the situation.
First time I'm really seeing this big purchase coming out. Utility behind it, though. This is the round where we see if Fnatic can actually handle these hits from Giants. Nookie quick to take pace. Quick to take the space up towards ramp, and the challenge will be on the other side.
Rolling Thunder set up for ramp, though.
And it's very well positioned. This is a lot of players now looking vulnerable. Off kilter, out of position. Durka does it. That's great. Nookie gone. Right, no effective trade available. They've not given him that space. Oh, Durka! He can't fail. The guy doesn't know how to fail. He just
Such a beautiful adjustment as well. Fnatic consistently losing out with this challenge from ramp, so they give up the space here. The difference being they have a rolling thunder set up that goes clears all of ramp. I mean, you can see even Nuki wasn't safe behind the box there. Beautiful adjustment. Fnatic baiting Giants into the space that they have been successful in taking.
Watching this back is just gorgeous. And I mean, yeah, Durka just makes it look so easy, and it certainly is not.
It's Fnatic's first, though. So expect a couple more of these early on in this half. So talking about the default as well, was one of the things we criticized heavily is what value were Giants getting? What were they trying to achieve? And whether it's successful or unsuccessful, in my eyes, it was very flat. It's a total difference here on split.
Yeah, Boaster this time over towards events. And you can see a proactive play. I like this as well. Leo and Kamek trying to work in unison there, and I may have noted the barrel being spotted. So very telling of a split towards the B site. Hearing the flash come through, I think they know what's coming their way. Can Boaster do any sort of damage up from heaven? What is going on here? Flash for Leo, but it's a little messy for him. And Boaster tries to catch him. Does. That's going to be Cloud caught. Coutinho bursts back in, so Heaven is still in the at least Giants camp as it stands. Spike left in no man's land, and they're down to just 3. Make it 2 now. Nuki and Hoodie pretty far apart. Hoodie could have a ratty position, but look at the counter position coming out from Leo.
Problem being the neural theft's gone through, so they're aware of this. I think that's why the challenge comes onto site, happens so quickly on the back of that. They know they have the numbers advantage, can punish that Spike being down.
Yeah, lovely.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff from Fnatic. Unfortunately for Giants, I think this relies on Fnatic finding value, and it's 2 people to go through B main. Looked a little awkward in terms of the timing for the utility. Yeah. Paranoia comes through to Heaven. Unfortunately, Giants able to slip, I think, 2 players ahead of that. And that's where the problems start to creep up. But luckily, Kamek and Leo do, I believe it was Rhyme early on, positioned outside Garage. So it's absolutely crucial that they find that kill, and it's clean. Because keeping 2 in B main there makes it so difficult for Giants to convert that Heaven control into site control.
Yeah, and out of all the players, I'm quite liking this little combination of Kamek and Leo kind of working together. Saw a couple of glimpses of it on map 1. Again, a potential another challenge here. Certainly not as threatening of a purchase, but they need to make this work now. Oh, Chronicle. Able to fade away from this. The adjustments from Fnatic are gorgeous. They are starting to read this game, but there's still threat here, still danger. Down the rope they go, and down to the knees they go. It's Rhyme and Hoodie again, basically, at this point here. Hoodie, at late positioning, not going to catch any. Oh.
Yeah. Capitalizes. And the other thing now, it almost feels telegraphed, right? Rhyme has been in this position consistently as well. Fnatic have all the tools to dismantle this B split once again. Stabilize a little bit here. I want to see a couple of rounds early on. We've seen that now from Fnatic. 1 away from tying things up.
And as much as I loved seeing Cloud absolutely tearing through them early game, that was fabulous to watch. You've seen Durka answer back in kind and then some, right? He's continued this, whereas sadly for Cloud, he has been held on that. These B splits have just been absolutely perfectly handled by Fnatic. Giants struggling now to make it work. Hopefully a timeout coming in, which I believe it is now for them, pumping the brakes to maybe find that next step for themselves. And maybe find a new look that catches Fnatic off guard here, because right now they are once again in comfort.
I mean, it's crazy with that start that it's almost like Giants are the ones feeling the heat here.
Yeah.
Because Fnatic have clawed their way back in with 2 shutdowns of what felt like Giants, not necessarily a set piece, but almost a cornerstone of how they want to approach split here on the attack. And the question now comes, actually, do Fnatic go exploring? We're obviously questioned early on was the early round protocols that the Giants just had no real grasp of. The Fnatic now throw a curveball in there.
Well, if you roll your mind back to Icebox, if you're thinking about the principle of how it's executed after a certain amount of success, yes, Durka starts walking about. He starts taking that space, taking those slightly more aggressive positions, and starts working Giants down. Whether or not he does it now, we wait and see.
Well, I'm hoping so.
Yeah, I also hope Nuki wakes up a little here as well. Struggling to find that early success. 1 kill thus far, not what you want to be seeing from what you'd argue is a specialist too.
A lot of variation here. Set piece with potentially Durka to go exploring on that fault line. Flash not popped, so that was on the back of actually being suppressed by Fatinho. So crucial timing there, but obviously Leo will assume that there is presence behind that flash, even if it wasn't popped. Definitely confirmed now. Trailblazer and Rhyme spotted. Leo nearly caught, actually down to 14 HP.
Yeah, Leo barely alive. That could have been so much of a threat then. And it looks like the adjustment's quick for Durka.
Post this.
Oh my god, they are running. They are fleeing like rats to the sewer. Durka posts it, but it actually doesn't hit. How did Nuki just avoid that?
Nuki's playing a different game. What was that movement?
I don't know, but is this like... every time Nuki tries to dodge things, it always just looks unreal. He's so good at that, but again, we focus on the rest of the round because they've still not found the ground they want to lean towards, and there's still 4 players on this side. Nuki gonna pop his Zot on the other side and hope for the best. Both of you're brave or stupid, I don't know which. For now, they controlling the round. And 4 apiece, tying all even.
That is wild. There's a moment there where Durka's good for like, I think 4 people are in ropes there.
I just want to know what Nuki did.
Well, he satchels forward to almost bait it out, and then satchels backwards. What is that?
I know he's
This is the thing. Historically, this is the sort of thing. Nuki would be doing that and then finding 3 kills.
3 kills, yeah. Like, again, this is why we get excited. We're like, look at the glimpse you just got of what he can do, but he's still on 2 kills. Once again, we go back in. We ask for difference. We ask for a new look, something to catch Fnatic off guard, because they have had the answers.
Ooh, Cloud, actually, 8
Wait, how much damage?
2 hits from that aftershock.
Was he in the dog?
Yeah, only with the light shield. He was inside the Trailblazer, so 2 connecting there. I mean, he's down to just 5 HP. Obviously can't heal himself.
No. Nuki looking like he wants to try and make up for it. Swing off the swings off the back of the flash and just gets deleted. Durka is quicker.
This is the thing. We talk about Nuki's numbers here, but what he used to do in that scenario.
That one you are never going to win. That's okay.
Durka's tucked in deep off the fault line. Here's the flash, then swings ahead of it.
Yeah. Ridiculous. Must be nice to be that talented.
I mean, it's tough when that's your opposite number.
Yeah, that's who you got to best here. And we've questioned in the past someone like Durka playing on the Raze. And right now he's looking comfy. Divide goes in. No secrets really to this, and still presence towards the site.
So Leo didn't actually have a flash to pop through this, but Dino has one of his own. It's good, actually. Oh my god. Nearly actually repositioned back behind the Astral wall. But Fatinho still finds it.
That early damage on Cloud now could become so critical to outcome. But let's see.
Look at this though, 2 players here.
Oh, nice work from Hoodie. And gets away with the reposition too. It's only Leo to really strike towards the site, and he's gone down. Kamek and Chronicle diving in. Cloud still alive. 5 HP, and he's finding this. Oh, Kamek's being toyed with. None of these positions are easy to clear. No one is giving him quarter. He has no opportunities being given. And he does at least get down Cloud, but at this point, rounds wrapped. Giants find what they needed, but it took a whole lot into that round.
Finally, find some value in one of these lurks at least. The position here for Rhyme to be towards Vents and Hoodie, obviously positions towards Ramp. With that plant, they have that utility to rely on. That's the strength of this composition. If Giants can get to the post plant, I mean, I don't even want to say get to the post plant. Cloud's finding that value on 5 HP so early on. Yeah.
Yeah, the unconfirmed damage is kind of rough. When you look back on that, that'll certainly sting a little. But plenty of ults run through in that round. A couple more to play with here. Hoodie with his Chronicle on the other side. Loved the implementation of Chronicles earlier. Leo going through the protocol list, but we've seen Giants running this. A lot more presence towards A this time, though. Way heavier attention towards the side of the map. Trailblazer going to go in. Cloud noting very little early on, just the opposing numbers. And Leo going to spot at least one. Not sure if he noted any behind.
I believe 2 off that Trailblazer. At least from the spam. There was somebody else trying to shoot it, not Nuki, so. On the back of that, actually, you see Rhyme and Fatinho try and find some space towards heaven here.
They're ahead of the rotation, right? Noting Durka, he has to still commit towards that A site. They're trying to work these rotations and try and find a punish on it, which I don't mind. Changing up the pace a little here, and does Durka get punished for this now? That lurks in place. He does. This time success, but it's the pendulum swing to the other side of the map. They're intending to go towards B,
the
but
timing.
Boaster could not get better with the timing on that. Catching Rhyme in the worst position possible. Kamek is in a world of danger. 26 HP. I don't know how he hasn't been killed yet. The cross is being watched. The flash is there. The plant's coming. Hold on. Kamek worth his weight in gold. Denying Cloud in this. Yes, the plant gets picked up. Yes, the spike's back in hand. But Boaster striding in, and now the 1v1. And Hoodie is a mile away. He has no time to be subtle.
So
the steps are heard. 13 seconds. Just Boaster has to hold down Mouse One, and he does. Huge round from him. And Giants looking fluid that round, looking like they had a bit of a read that time.
I mean, the safety net in place for Fnatic there. 2 watching across from Spawn. Kamek just has to commit to the crouch behind default. The flash from Leo is perfect. And then it's the double swing once again. It's Kamek in a position where that synergy really on display.
Noting it earlier on, seeing it here, crystal clear.
This is a beautiful round from Giants. Take nothing away from that.
No, the fact that they got to that plant, that they got on the site, was a incredibly well-painted picture. They fell to pieces. And now the Perch is left in a little bit of a shaky spot here. Nuki with nothing.
Toxin screen down.
Rifles scattered throughout. Ryan with one, Hoodie the other. Bulldog Guardian on the other side. The money looking far better off.
I'm not actually, I mean, it looks like in the minimap they might have caught Boaster, but hard to tell really with the radius there, but still have the information that it cleared through Mail at least. Flash doesn't catch in towards heaven. Talk about safety nets. Look at this setup on B. This is the problem when you have this lurk. To complement that perfectly. So once again, Fnatic at least have favorable numbers to greet this hit. Now, the flash doesn't catch. That might draw the rotation.
It could, yes. It certainly has. Leo swinging back over towards B. Now ringing the dinner bell. They're going to have to respond. Chronicle is ready for this, though. So should be able to quell the pace a little bit. And Dirk has found a pocket to play in. He found success before. As well. Does he find it again? Flash, good, gets it. Clouds there. Leo's now on the site. The Spike's now down, and they can try and defend this with their lives. 15 seconds, Mike. This is getting so dicey. They have no means to get this back. And Fnatic are just flooding the site. Bodies on the line. Flash goes in. The smoke's still in place. There's no getting past it. If Fnatic can just play to the clock, which they've done perfectly, this round is theirs. Devastating for Giants. And a gut punch for them.
All right, thank God Fatinho is able to recover a weapon there.
Last round in the half.
But again, it's textbook from Fnatic. The catch, and that's the one thing, that's the curveball in this round. Could completely throw the plan off. Rolling Thunder in position to seal the deal, completely stop that push in its tracks. And like I said, the spike falling ahead of that smoke means that Fnatic can just solidify it.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
So a couple of light armors here for Giants, but coming to round 12 with Seekers and the Viper's Pit. Fnatic got 2 up on this wall. What? They catch Hoodie on the timing.
And Hoodie has been having these lurks every now and then. That presence may be considered. Really nice isolated hit. Smoke goes in. Boaster has been good for a couple here, actually finding the timing right. This time warded away. Now we look down towards the likes of Kamek. Maybe Leo a little, see how they combine once again. Nuki can just flying towards the site. Kamek is surrounded on all fronts. Does he even survive? Still standing, but only for a second. This time, Giants working their way in. Boaster, though, slips the net a little. Nuki not going to fall for it. Rhymes there. Giants keeping this game alive. Tied up 6 apiece. This is the matchup we wanted.
Switching sides.
Very different to Iceboxer. Fantastic opportunity for Giants to actually have some sort of buffer, some margin for error in the second half.
Yep. What a game. This is much better. It feels so good when you're looking at it from a Fnatic perspective, but Giants are keeping up. They are clawing back into this game, Mike. They are somehow digging deep enough, which is very surprising.
Yeah, and the real positive to see here is some really well-constructed rounds from Giants. That was, for me, what was very, very absent on Icebox, particularly on the attack. We were questioning that default, the value that I guess they thought they were getting, but we can see the minimap. We know that Fnatic were on point with those reads.
They certainly were, and speaking of Fnatic, there's a bit of an icon waiting on the stage, and for once I'm not talking about just...
Currently Khan. Hi Khan, you know, it's been quite a few years in the making to bring the boys to this stage. So how does it feel to be able to sit here, watch them, of course, when they were in Brazil, and also watch them live here in Berlin?
Yeah, what a journey it's been, right? Starting with Valorant a few years ago, slightly later than some other teams. We took our time, we found Meanie, found Boaster, fast track it to now. We actually come in here as a champion following lock-in, so extremely excited. Extremely proud.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Well, we would.
Now, of course, Alpha Year is not here today, and I think that not a lot of people are familiar with Kamek, who's playing really good right now, but it does feel like he's not just a substitute, he's not just a sixth man.
No, I think the team has done everything right when it comes to incorporating a sixth man, a sixth player, a substitute. It's one of the challenges in esports, right, compared to sports. You don't really have that kind of rotation, but I think the guys have done really well to ensure that he's up to speed with our playbook, the culture of the team, so quite plug and play, but obviously we miss Alpha here, and shout out to him and hope he can be back soon.
I also think after locking, you guys gain a lot of new fans as well. A lot of people are tuning in right now just to watch them. Is there anything you'd like to say to the Fnatic fans out there?
No, I mean, it's just a privilege to serve you guys through different esports. I mean, it's been a busy day already for us with League of Legends fighting their lives in the regular season. Now back here in EMEA, trying to do our best to qualify into another international event. So, yeah, lovely having you on the journey, and thanks both in the good and bad days, of course.
Thank you very much, Khan, for
Thank
joining
you.
me. And we'll see if the boys can pull this 2-0. And I'm going to throw this back to Pansy and Hyper.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sue and Khan there. Honestly, I do like hearing from Khan as well. He's one of those players, and I say players, that's mad. My brain defaults to that.
Yeah,
once upon a time.
to players, yeah.
But as said, you're a great mind for esports as well, and seeing Fnatic hitting these heights, it just feels poetic after such a long run of their journey.
I mean, even the insight there are just about, you know, the system.
Culture.
Yeah, the system in place behind this team, and knowing that actually Kamek has been supported to not just be the sixth man, but also be part of the team and actually be a plug-and-play element to this Fnatic roster.
Because I think it's fair to say normally that's nonsense. That never really lines up. It's not normally the truth to the matter when it comes to these six players.
We're seeing it today, though.
And this is exactly why I wish more teams took it seriously, because this is the value you can get. This guy is a really hot prospect. I'm sure some teams might be looking at him for an option now, if anything. But still, 6 apiece. It has been a fabulous matchup if you're just tuning in. Giants scrappy, but keeping up in the fight. Fnatic pulling out a couple of gorgeous rounds themselves. And they're able to take a round ahead yet.
I mean, I almost feel a little heartbroken for Giants to not come out with some sort of advantage from that first half.
Blocking vision.
Obviously, we talk about a massive improvement from map 1, but a couple of rounds that you got to argue should have gone their way as well here on Split. Ryan will be caught by this fault line. Gravity Roll will slow things down. Again, it will be noted at least. Just isolate Nuki temporarily. The flash is perfect. And actually, Durka and Leo will find kills. Hoodie will respond, but Chronicle there. Shut this down. Nobody else from Giants available on the site. Fnatic will find the plant and a comfortable reset into this post plant.
This gets tricky. What do we have? Okay, 2 flashes actually still to play with. Knife quite far off. Chronicle tries to take a little bit of information and will receive it, but Durka playing patiently. When does he pull the trigger on that? But Cloud allowed so close. Does take down Chronicle. The trade's good. And Durka's patience pays dividends. We have the pistol for Fnatic here, and Giants now back under the gun.
Unfortunate there for Ryan. We almost think with that fault line. Nuki's ready to catch the cross, but it relies on Nuki just finding potentially 1, 2, or 3 kills with the swing coming through. At that point, that second wave, that flash to follow through onto Rhyme on default meant that they could find the opener. Chronicle will actually have the handle in hand here. Boaster, I was going to say. He's been good for that Marshall purchase in the second, but came through pretty late on. We don't have that same focus on getting that ultimate online here with the Omen, obviously, but as good as an operator here in round 2, even when you're blind.
Fully blind. Count to 3, press mouse 1, hope for the best, and you might actually get some goods for it. Hoodie, though, does have a... Hoodie readjusting over towards rafters, but again, no follow-up threat to this.
That's a key early on, though, that pocket is checked on.
Yeah. I mean, Durka loved it there.
Yeah.
So you end up...
And with this wall that comes through from vents, the opportunity for Giants to post somebody up there.
The fight on the other side is horrific. It's all about timing and a little bit of luck there. Rhyme going to try and hope that luck's on his side, and it's not. Durka selling them the dream, but Hoodie does do the damage. Okay. And this is where the spike is, so he's got the majority of the players here. Fnatic are still going to continue this way forward. Chronicles found him. There goes most of the threat. The rest are classics. Good as they are. Shouldn't have much play here, and we do have what looks like the eventual lurk coming in as well, so very little play to be had. And yes, it's comfortable. There's Vitinho. Faces it down, and he does at least take down Boaster, so making it a little bit more costly, you could say.
The interesting thing to note here as well, one thing, the Giants obviously have 2 members committed to that lurk position. It was very rare that they were taking contact on both sides at the same time. This here, Fnatic take contact, and immediately Durka's ready to follow through on the smoke. I think he's even the one to relay the information of when that smoke is put down, so that the timings are in place for Fnatic. And that's key. We're talking about, obviously, when Giants were looking to push and pull rotations, it was very rare on the back of contact, especially on both sides, or 2 massive pivot points on the map. That's actually very interesting to sit back and watch, and whether or not Fnatic will actually rely on that a little bit in some of these buy rounds.
I'll have to try and check back in on that and see if that does become an element.
But it was a pendulum swing, right? It was like Hoodie trying to find something over on one side and then Rhyme over on the other side. This here is so refined.
Yeah, the systems are quite impressive when you start really getting into the meat of it for Fnatic. Rhyme checked on early and left walking away with a little bit of a graze down to 50 HP. Does have Nookie up towards heaven. And actually not much of a focus towards middle just yet from Fnatic. This time we're seeing that tested now. Flash does go in, doesn't actually catch Hoodie on the other side.
That's interesting. I was going to say, think he might be in the smoke here, but the spam, and Hoodie will make no secrets about his whereabouts.
And I quite like this default so far as well. A lot of a test, a lot of presence noted. They found Hoodie here at this point. They found a couple of other players. Nothing too wild, but proactive for sure. But Hoodie kind of re-clearing this might be indicative that there aren't as much presence in that position as there actually is here. Now, Rhyme's under scrutiny once again. Still 3 players here, but look towards middle. This is a dangerous part of the map. 3 players are standing here, now just 2. Nookie barely alive, 30 HP, dealt with, snapped on. It was Kamek who got him, the one who got Hoodie. As a gorgeous little 2-piece up towards heaven.
Sorry, in the frame.
Plant is down. And Vitinho's on the other side of the map. So this one looks like Kamek. All right. Did go for, you know, you got your 2 earlier. You don't get 3. Vitinho just wants to keep that rifle, if anything. That would be a dream come true at this point.
We do start getting a little concerned. This will be 9 for Fnatic, and with the purchase in the next, you got to argue should be 10.
And then, hey, we wait and see. Crazy things have happened. But again, I'm just still so impressed with Kamek, because I think at the start of this, I kind of asked you the question, because I was very unfamiliar with him, that this is not his traditional role at all.
No, and I think what's important to note is kind of the emphasis around some of these setups. And yeah, Kamek might not be fragging as hard as he was in some of those situations on Icebox here, but it's the value they find from his utility. Oh, okay, well.
Not fragging
might
as
not
hard.
be fragging in some of these situations, like on Icebox.
God, they timed that to absolutely wrap
I
you
only
out,
scrapped the point I was going to make, to be honest, because we run clips like that, and it's just like, yeah, the guy is actually insane, by the way.
Yeah, mechanically, just dirty with
but it's the value, right? Some of those setups
Sure.
on the defense where it's like there's a very heavy emphasis towards Boaster playing off that utility and being that second layer to that B-side defense. A couple of times trying to put him in positions, but on the Cypher, it's a very different role you're playing versus the Killjoy. A lot of it is just relaying of information, and you ultimately are the one to dictate some of those rotations. So yes, it's not reflected in the numbers, but still delivering here for Fnatic in my eyes.
Yeah, and it was a heavy emphasis towards the B-side early, almost chasing down Rhyme there, the kind of follow-up flash that was just chasing him all the way back, but luckily did manage to pop the smoke.
Well, because Fnatic have identified he's kind of overextending on some of these jump peaks. And also then, the spacing between him and the counter swing on Heaven, all it is a slight adjustment on that smoke to force Nuki into a very, very unfavorable position to try and stop that hit coming towards Rhyme.
And now the sign of wonder is this now an A piece because they've gone completely silent on B main. They've got no big information towards it either, but look at the slip up here from Durka. He's able to get so deep. And I think they're guessing there's presence, but they've only found Durka, and that's it.
This could be a big jump scare actually for Patino if he thinks it's only Durka on the other side of things.
Does have Cloud with him, I guess that's a little bit of a helping hand towards the site. But
That has given up Heaven completely.
Yeah. They have so much space.
This is always a very difficult hold. Coutinho good for the first though.
Okay, got to see if there's a follow-up because the crunch is coming in. Here's the ult invested as well. That's going to put Cloud in a really uncomfortable position as well. And yeah, he's dealt with so quickly. They know Coutinho's on the site. He was the one who got the first blood earlier on and now down to 10 seconds. Whereas a spike, it's being planted. No threats to deny that. No, it's down. Leo does get around the corner before he takes any more damage than that. And it's a 3
at the choke point. Well, Giants can even get out here.
It's a double stack. At best, you get a trade, and that's what they get. Hoodie, though, gonna find Chronicle. Hold on, Leo. Is he the final line? No. Rhyme still standing, putting Boaster in a dangerous position. The timing, the ping on the spike, and it's a fake, but it's fine for Boaster. Converting them up towards double digits now. Fnatic looking in form. A costly round, but they have plenty of cash to spare.
I was going
here.
to say, I did actually reference it in the round. I did notice halfway through, this was the one that Giants did throw back some investment into.
Yes.
So it almost makes it worse because I was saying you got to assume 10. Now you have to assume 11. There might be a rifle.
It's the knock-on,
yeah,
right?
it's the domino effect, basically, with making the decision to throw some investment in that. Previous, maybe on the back of Coutinho, holding onto that rifle, that was the one that they wanted to build around.
Sure.
But it now comes a little later on in this half. Just pistols here. And it's mountains to climb to come back into this.
And it's just a wrecking ball approach from Fnatic here, just as 5 approaching the site. Yes, there are bodies here, though. This is not a completely free site. This won't be as easy, but Kamek going to make light work of 1, and Leo's there. The flash not finding much, and again, this is Fnatic just fighting as a pack. It's 5 players standing, and the information out free flowing. Coutinho not having a great day. And sadly, he feels very alone here. No one able to help him out. The other two a million miles away, but a banger of a shot. He's hit a couple of those now.
He's been good for one with the Sheriff.
Now, it would be lovely to see a bit more, but we are asking a lot of one man and a Sheriff. How about 2, joined with a Frenzy? First ball. Oh, come on, Kamek. Just farming it up now. 11 for Fnatic, but you did say this was a round that's going to make it very difficult for Giants, but now they get to buy back in.
Concern being, it almost feels like we'll get a chance to just look back at the ultimates. In terms of the tools, it's you leave it this late in the day. So precarious.
Why do you look like such a gremlin then?
I mean, looking at, Cloud 1 away, Rhyme 1 away, do have the null command. Not really a game changer in terms of...
That's off.
Sets it up.
Oh, come on!
It's so fast.
So quick.
Response is there from Giants, though.
Yeah, they dealt with it. They tempered that tempo towards middle. They've dealt with that pace. Chronicle position noted. They're going to know there's more in middle as well, so this could be a good read from Giants on what's in front of them. Now, the 3 remainders from Fnatic have to try and somehow find those steps in, right? How do I find a favorable fight here? Coutinho just want to let it. That's good. Coutinho denying the slip back through from Chronicle. hustle about it either. In the meantime, Boaster clearing through sewer. But now Leo spotted. 50 seconds, it's a lot to play with, but where do they try and find this one key fight?
Ultimately here relies on going out. Nuki really overstepping the mark here. Now he's, could argue he's in a one and done. Does actually get away from it here. Boaster, almost an opportunity to catch him off guard.
Nice, very nice from Nuki there. Stalwart and approach, immovable, because they were trying to sell this concept of that kind of CT play, right? The smoke going down towards CT side on A, very deep. You had that ping off the back of the suppressor, the knife coming in. But this was Durka earlier on. I mean, god damn, he is quick as lightning, this guy. What are you meant to do if you're on the other side?
That's what Hoodie saw.
Take me back to the winner's POV. Take me back to the winner POV. I don't want to see that. Oh.
But the other thing to note as well, Force surviving there, so that is a little bit...
It's a boon.
Yeah. A little bit of an opportunity for Giants to maybe stabilize, build up a little bit of a bankroll.
They're actually kind of puffing up the chest towards middle, looking like they want to maybe show a little something. Boombot goes down, but you can see Fnatic holding a little bit deeper this time.
Yeah, I haven't really seen any exploration on the side of Giants. Haven't had an opportunity to see it in many of these rounds.
Hoodie does not like that Durka is on the other side. There is no comfort
I mean,
there.
it's a tall order for Hoodie to really continue committing to playing this position behind his poison orb. Fnatic just sending so much pressure his way.
And they've garnered the response of 3, right? You have Nuki looking this way, you have obviously Hoodie there as well, and it has pulled Vitinho to deal with this too, leaving just Cloud towards A, so a lot of faith in his hands. Now with 50 seconds, Fnatic can still hit rotations here. They don't have to funnel in late.
Interesting to see is actually if on one of these B hits, they actually put Chronicle towards Sushi here to actually stun off that angle behind that smoke. Like I said, the number of times Fnatic have tried to isolate Rhyme.
He's tucked to the back of the side this time, though.
Well, he's actually, no, I think he's stunning across.
Oh, that's lovely. Nuki! Oh! Catch that, Durka. And now there's 2 towards the back of the side, but Nuki is putting on a damn show there. 2 big kills, quelling all of this danger, dealing with all of that threat, and it's dealt with. You ain't getting towards B this time. Time is done for as well. Hold on.
10 seconds left.
Nah. Cloud sends him away. Says, nah, not today. You can watch the clock rot. We'll take another round back. It's going to be 8 for Giants. Digging into this game now.
I was curious. I was kind of speculating whether or not that fault line is going to come through on Heaven. I think Chronicle actually sets up for it and stuns across onto Nuki, who's playing up on top. Yeah, you see on the replay here. That's the adjustment I was waiting to see from Fnatic is actually, yeah, we know Rhyme's being forced off these early angles and put into a pretty tricky spot.
It's horrible.
How do we actually isolate Nuki? What's the second kind of face to this B site hit? Unfortunately, it's a showstopper, so even when you're stunned up, that thing will still land where you send it.
As we saw, timeout going to come in. This is Fnatic. They have pumped the brakes here. Maybe feeling the Giants are starting to get a bit of momentum behind them, a bit of a roll. Don't take that away. Mini, a main stage man at this point.
Killed the walkout earlier.
Oh, mate.
Nailed it.
Naomi Campbell
A
level
seasoned
of the walkout.
veteran.
He's just strutting.
Yeah.
Someone snap him up.
He's going to hate listening to that.
Of course, yeah. No, it's
We made him
good.
feel very uncomfortable
Yes,
between
yes,
matches.
of course we do.
Yeah.
Because Mini is the nicest person in the world,
Yes.
so you have to be...
You can get away with murder.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it though? 3 rounds separating Giants and Fnatic here.
Yeah.
I'm saying it felt like Giants should have come out with an advantage here, and you can almost argue that actually it's the tougher way to spin this now with Fnatic finding double digits so early on. And Giants now have to walk the tightrope. But 2 back-to-back rounds where 4 survive. Like I said, just to come back to that point, building up a bankroll.
And a couple of very contrasting keys. Nuki isn't having one of those outstanding games. Yes, it is good, but it's not one of those is flying off the rail sort of games. On the other side, actually, seeing Durka look comfortable on Raze is wonderful to see. And speaking of that, we're off to middle. And once again, Hoodie is dead. Rinse, repeat, play it back. It is the same scene, and middle is divided. And they have access to both sides here. So it's going to be Cloud on one side, joined by Vitinho. On the other, you're going to have the option of, Rhyme and Nuki, I believe. So pick your poison. Where do you want to go? Cloud. Trying to be subtle about, oh, the paranoia sends him into the arms of Boaster. It's so choreographed.
It's just textbook. Coutinho will respond, can't find the second though. Durka will shut it down. It's just Rhyme to try and recover things here, and he's still on the other side of the map. He'll retrieve the orb at least, but it's a consolation, nothing more. All those positives from back-to-back rounds, 4 standing, will be ripped away here, because Fnatic should find match point.
And you have to say as well, Hoodie sadly is the sore spot that Durka is constantly going to, and there's no support system.
I mean, I'm talking about the variations of the B site here. If you find this kill on Hoodie for free, it makes it so much harder to reinforce that heaven hold. You haven't got a second flex player coming through.
There's no one else there. And yes, he was stunned by it. And again, they found something that's worked. And even if they just posture that that's the case again, it's going to add to the paranoia. This is all now a mind game. Let's see if we can watch this one back. That was the paranoia as well. Cloud getting caught in that one. Nowhere to run or hide at that point. Fnatic, they occasionally pull out these rounds that look like they are scripted from start to finish.
Sure if that's actually for the fault line to line things up here.
And it's pacey. Looks like Durka wants to get a quick bit of territory garnered into their side, into their favor, into their hands. And then it's a little bit dealt with. The spray does find Kamek on the other side, but the pressure is mounting. Coutinho stands up to it. Nookie towards Kamek. This is great work coming out from Giants, handling the threat that was poured towards A. Spike a mile away from Chronicle's hands as well. Does he get the fair fight towards Heaven? Hoodie turns the flash, swings it, doesn't matter, wins it. Hoodie gets vengeance from before.
And what's great here is you can see that side-by-side comparison. Actually, the way to bail out Cloud in that situation with that paranoia, exactly the same thing thrown once again, forces Cloud into exact same position as the round before, but Coutinho's there to bail him out.
There it is. Perfect. You nailed it there, just spotting that he was there ready for it. Lovely quick adjustment. And it's worked out. It's given them another lifeline, a couple more opportunities to bring this game back.
Difference being, though, there's no paranoia around Vents control. Hoodie stayed alive. There's a slight adjustment there. He's playing towards Mail instead. There's no paranoia that Heaven control is going to be a problem.
Well, I don't know if they noted this element prior, but a lot of early utility put down towards B to deal with any of that aggression that could have been mounted.
Dirk is probably smiling about it. His spotter is like, yeah, Hoodie's in Mail, by the way. He's not in Vents anymore.
He doesn't want this. He does not want this anymore. It does mean the rotations are a long way away if you leave one man late middle for that A hit. Let's see. Just pulling him over towards that side. It looks like Giants instead wants to get a little bit proactive, taking the space towards A and maybe...
remove the camera. And that's actually huge. To catch any information towards ramp or any progress towards A main. But on the back of that, I'm wondering if Cloud's just repositioning to Heaven.
Okay.
Yeah, he's fast going to come through towards Vents.
That's fine. They could take a little bit of space in between, start working up towards ramp themselves. Coutinho this time does get noted watching this position. Let's see if there's a little pre-fire towards it.
Someone's got the wrong thunder. They're going to post it towards site.
But there's 4 players on the site now on the other side as well. So this retake actually could be incredibly strong, or they try and take the fight here. Coutinho is almost out of the fight though. Great stopping power. Giants stop him at the door. Perfect utility work. Cloud does get overwhelmed this time. No chance of a bailout, but the trade they'll take. Hoodie the one to connect it. And now favorable numbers for Giants. Double digits calling their name. And the others have to back away. Kamek 11 HP, Boaster 13.
Boaster and Kamek actually the two that you need them to hold on to these rifles here. Boaster at 850 credits. Kamek down at 1,000, so. Again, the placement here. Hoodie knows exactly where to spam with that gravity well. Coutinho good for the clearance as well, just in case somebody had slipped in. It was Leo on the other side of things.
When does the money go away for Fnatic here? It feels like they've had a buy so often in this.
Oh, they're still running the light armor rifles. Actually, Chronicle the one to go. That's Leo as well to pull in a full shield here. But
a second attempt. Nookie. That time he's got it. That time he connects it. Last time there was so much early work put to forcing him away. Hoodie, he's gone for the other side. He's trying new things out, but that is great early damage done. Hoodie, can he make something more of this now?
Removes the smokes as well. It's going to be very difficult for Fnatic to recover here.
Hoodie, there it is, vengeance! Sweet, gets to peel away, Nookie on the other side towards Kamek, and we are starting to see Giants find that rhythm now.
They'll respond, Hoodie. Does fall here in heaven. Flash won't catch anything, but Nookie repositions with his operator now. Tough for Leo to swing this and even escape. You can see Chronicle on the other side of the map.
These guys flash in like 9, 8 seconds, something like that. How do you clear Rhyme up there? You just don't, do you? Where's that chance going to come from?
Actually, I'm not even sure where the flash went there. Might pull Nookie off the angle. With no confirmation. Fnatic gonna either hold on to these rifles.
But I also don't mind them just pausing to see if anyone overextends potentially. I
It's
doubt
what
Giants
you need
would.
here in this 2v4.
Yeah,
it's for Giants to give you one, give you an opener.
Very unlikely. And there it is. You know, Leo's going to make it out of here, but now it looks like they're just waiting for this clock to rot.
10 seconds left.
Rhyme, this position just wouldn't be a traditional check. And yeah, so the rifles being the paramount element for Fnatic to take forward. The two Vandals going to stay in hand as the money is starting to come into question here. And Giants are taking it 1 round away from OT.
See how the purchase does settle. So yeah, Bosa didn't even get a chance to use any utility, so we'll be able to get that light shield and rifle back in play. That's where the benefit comes through with that economy management. Only Kamek's ultimate here, but Durka 2 off the showstopper. Bosa and Leo 3 away. But he does have that Viper's Pit, and do you know what's great, Ats, is not see his confidence knocked. You see he's challenging ahead of that utility in mid now.
It's just the switch up here. I'm a little worried for Rhyme if they've identified that there's going to be a potential switch in middle. Now, whether or not they know that, they're absolutely right. Durka is now unleashing. Heaven, a little bit deeper. Oh, again! Why? Towards Mailroom. We're looking at the rest of the side though. It's under the Fnatic banner somewhat. Poster from Hell gonna take down Cloud for the trades there. Rhyme working his way in. Goal denied on the ultimate. 3v2. It's just Patino in the final moments. This could be ripped away from them. How much can one man do? He takes the first fire. Oh, and Kamek's got him. The young man standing in as a replacement to seal it for Fnatic.
Beautiful way to close things out. Another great example of a very reactive piece towards B.
Yeah.
Rhyme even, it gets the first there. Durka unable to find that kill stun, but on the back of that, Fnatic capitalize that early pressure into site control. Kamek somehow gets away with murder. Nookie missing that operator shot could have completely torn this round apart.
It could have. I have to say though, bigger picture for me, in my mind, that young man is a wonderful stand-in. Getting to watch his work throughout this, Mike.
Yeah.
He has been fantastic. I've rarely seen a player in that sort of role look so comfortable.
I mean, I'll say it again, it's the nature that he's delivering value in some of these rounds. It's not just coming out, solo challenges, whatnot. His utility was on point on Icebox, serving a very different role here on Split, but seeing a lot of potential actually here for, obviously we don't know what the story is behind it, but this is a huge positive for Fnatic to have this to fall back on.
Yeah, and in case you missed it, it is the Prime Gaming post matchup and map highlights here. Rolling it back to Icebox the first, and it was an absolute clinic from Fnatic. Looking like they never really skipped a beat here.
It was clinical from Fnatic. Saw a couple of different looks as well. I'm excited to see the variations of that pistol round once again. That was definitely the most exciting part for me. Speaking of pistol rounds, Cloud, this is how things started on match 2 as well. Giants definitely looking a little more comfortable. It's obviously a question mark, having not seen it so far from them, but Split felt so much better.
Certainly did. Glimmers coming out from Giants. We've seen it on a couple of occasions at NRG rolling your mind back. There have been these moments. We wait to see it hopefully hit throughout full best of 3.
Let's call a spade a spade. We come away from lock-in, obviously, in anticipation of seeing Giants deliver here regionally.
Yeah.
We're talking about them having a rough draw, having to play against NRG round 2. They're probably Fnatic here to open this season. So, again, take from this what you will. I'm still excited to see Giants perform this season.
I'm absolutely with you. It is a long season as well, and I'd say Fnatic are very much the creme de la creme. They have not missed a beat off the back of Iceland. Yes, without Alpha here, but still looking as formidable as they did prior. Even different looks coming in as well that we're seeing here. They've not really let off.
Yeah, and Khan touched on this in the interview as well. You got to credit the preparation on the side of Fnatic there to come out and perform like this with a substitute in place.
Well, it has been a wonderful day.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat.
everyone, and welcome back once again. I'm here to introduce to you guys the brand new post show. It's called Post Plant. Get it? I know like at least 2 of you at home laughed. Sliggy, you better have laughed at this. But yeah, it is our new post show. We're going to be here every day at game day to bring you guys some more chilled chat. And as you guys can see, we brought in the most chilled player. I was going to be like, it's not that kind of post show, but we do have Boaster here joining us. Of course, after your 2-0, we got Cougar and Lothar back as well. Let's take a look at some of the actual map highlights. Obviously, you haven't had a chance to look back on everything that happened on Split. Were you happy with how the boys played today?
It's all in my head, though.
Yeah,
was I happy? Yeah, of course. I mean, there's a lot of when you come back from a big win in a tournament. You never know how people's mindsets are going to be when they're like, whether they're going to be still as kind of disciplined. But we made sure to speak to the boys, and yeah, we showed up. We clean slate. It's in the past, as Leo likes to say, and we're going for our next one now.
Yeah, definitely. You're coming back now into Berlin. Is life in Berlin as you expected? I know that you haven't been here for that long, but is this the experience that you've been having, I assume, for at least the last couple of weeks, what you had in mind when you thought about moving here?
Yeah, I actually think I'm settling quite well with the boys. It's nice to have the boys with me in the office, you know, because it's really easy to keep their kind of morale high and the positive vibes going, especially when we're all together. Like, we might lose a little bit in scrims, and it's like we get up together and it's just like we reset. Whereas at home, it's a bit harder to reach them as easily.
Yeah, and speaking of being in the office, you have a 6-man, Kamik, debut as well today with Fnatic. I know he's been with you guys at Lock-In in the office and so on. You must have been pretty proud of what he was able to do, you know, at such short notice as well.
Yeah, especially because he's only 19 as well, so another youngster we've managed to find. And I just remember yesterday I was walking home with him, and he was like, bro, I'm so excited. And I was just like trying to give him all kind of tips and advice to keep it cool, keep it calm, and don't expect to win or don't expect to pop off, just have fun and enjoy the moment. And yeah, he really showed what he's capable of on a tier 1 stage, which is what I love to see.
Well, it's actually kind of crazy how he performed on Icebox, because we were praising him for his collectiveness. He was very calm, waiting patiently for getting his kills, not just trying to show up and do some action star, you know, packed rounds. And is that something that you try to like put into his mindset?
Yeah, of course. Like, whenever we're in scrims, I'm always saying peak together. We play together. If we're in a man advantage, we play together. If we're in a disadvantage, like we can try and make a play together. And it's all about just being able to trade and use utility, flash for each other, communicate. And yeah, he hasn't had actually that many scrims with us. But whenever he does sit in, it's like it doesn't actually have a big impact.
Wait, you said he doesn't have a lot of scrims with you, but when I spoke with him, he said like 20, 30 scrims, right? So for you, that's still like not a lot.
That's not a lot. For him, that's like,
but
what I'm asking is because I would like to have the context for the viewers. What do you consider is like, how many scrims do you play each week?
So I will say the last... each every 2 weeks or whatnot. So overall, he's probably had 20 to 30, but a lot has changed since then. And when we found out that we weren't going to be playing with Alfia 2 days ago, he had the 2 get days to kind of brush up on all the new stuff and all the new maps. Like, he hadn't even played Lotus with us that much yet, so...
Is that why you banned it?
No, well, yeah, we did ban it on the second run. No, we banned it then because we were like, I don't know, we kind of wanted to play the other maps. But yeah, and he didn't have that many games, but like we got a lot of time till Friday to really work on our bits and bobs.
I have a quick question about Kamik, because obviously he's stepped in for Alpha, right? Like, he's taken off Alpha's roles, and what Lothar was saying after you had a chat with him is that no matter who might not be available due to illness, whatever, he's just gonna slot in. He's not kind of there to play his agents. So what happens if you're not there? Is he just going to be IGLing? Like, how does that work?
We postpone the match.
Yeah, we honestly postpone the match. If I ain't there, the show ain't happening. Like, we'll cancel the show.
Yeah.
No, I think, yeah, he would have to replace me. And I imagine, I don't know who would call out of this lot.
Leo?
I imagine Leo, but he'd just be like, bro, we just go here. Send it, bro.
But you know what's funny is that Kamik said his best role, he actually thinks his best role is being an aggressive, like, small smoke player, like an Omen with combat smokes.
Listen, don't you guys remember what happened last year with FPX when Angel could not play and we would have, you know...
Body G.
Exactly,
Yeah.
we have Body G, so, you know, Kamik is maybe the Body G for this year.
Also Polish.
Yeah.
I was going to say, let's not put ideas into Minnie's head.
Can we call him Cami G from now on?
Kamikaze.
No, that's a Spanish caster.
Oh, really?
No, he's retired. I think he's coaching in Latin America. I wanted to ask you something. Now that we're talking about Kamik and finishing this, what do you think is the best way to train that sixth man? You're talking about the scrims. What do you think is a quality that is necessary for someone that is going to be your sixth man? And how do you how do you implement it as having a sixth, not just a substitute?
You treat him as part of the team. Like in Brazil, he was always hanging around with us. Even when we did like debrief at the end of the day, like one good thing you did and one thing that you felt you could improve on, we even asked him like to do with ranked. He was only playing ranked that day, and we had to give him a compliment of the day as well, like what he did well. So whether it was like he kept his smile throughout the day.
You must be building the most healthy relationship I've ever seen in esports.
Because you do end up bullying Minnie sometimes. I
Yeah,
feel
we bully Millie, but that's it.
Minnie gets bullied. In
But
these
he's allowed because
compliments.
he's from the UK and we're used to it by now. It's like yeah, he's accustomed to it. But yeah, so we just really integrate him in the team, and we just show that, hey, Kamik, even if we had to play with you in Brazil, I think we would have done really well with you as well. And then when it comes to the scrim side, it's just about sometimes making him come into what. Notepad, like going crazy mode, but yeah, it's just integration is key, and just making him feel like we trust him.
Now, Lothar, I believe you had a question for both we have a round for you, if you're looking at that screen over there. You guys are going to see it at home. Yeah, you had some questions about what was happening here on stage.
I just hope you remember this round, because I wanted to like hear what's the call out. You went guys into B main here? Right? Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit problem.
So I remember. Yeah, sorry. Do you mind?
Yeah, the question is, do you remember what was the call from B main to go into A? Because right now you guys are going from like the entirety of the round went from B towards A split on Haven.
I think it was because I can't remember what U-tier was thrown or what happened, but I just wanted to split the A. I felt like I knew that Viper and Raze were playing towards middle, and I knew that Astra was on B. So Astra, I was just like, I think their A feels a lot weaker if we split it. And we kind of just split it, and there wasn't much thought as that. It was just we're getting information, and I was just making a call based off it that I thought was best to go to.
I wanted to ask you also, now that we were just taking a quick look at a split, you know, after 4 rounds the Giants gets in a row, we do not see a timeout coming out from Mini. Even though on Icebox, the moment that you lost a round, Mini came in and be like, I know those trades were not on point. So I want you to tell me, what was it that Mini was listening, was hearing during those 4 rounds that didn't make him ask for a timeout?
I said, Mini, you ain't pausing. We got this. No, it was essentially, I think he felt there wasn't anything, there was no reads. It was too early into the game, so there was no reads of like that we're playing wrong. I think it was just essentially, we just made little individual decisions that kind of screwed the round up, especially on that first buy as well, the bonus round. We didn't play very well on that one. But yeah, I think it was because I knew what I wanted to call, and when I normally give Mini a heads up saying like, I know I'm going to call this round, just so he knows whether he needs to pause or not. So I think I said I know what we're doing that round, and then we might have switched out, but I can't remember fully. But yeah.
Now, Navi, they lost earlier.
Yeah.
I don't think many of us expected it. I don't know how much of it you watched, but also I didn't expect us to see 2 maps back-to-back of Gekko, like right out the bat. You guys didn't play it, so, and Simple was in the arena, and he thinks that Gekko is kind of OP. So what are your views of Gekko right now? Of course, on these maps as well, Ascent and Lotus. What do you think?
I think it's like, people like, they must struggle to kill the wingman. That's why it's broken in scrims or something, because once you get used to it, I think he definitely has potential. Like a lot of teams are kind of using him right now, and that's tier 2, tier 3, tier 1. I don't know, honestly. I've only played him in ranked right now because I find him really fun, but I'm not sure. Like you'll have to wait and see if Fnatic are using it or not. And
I'll play it at all? What did you think of his Gekko?
I did, but I just think Actually, I can't give any tips to Navi. Yeah, I did see him play it, and yeah, that match was crazy with the retakes, especially the Lotus. I didn't see the Ascent so much because we were in the car on the way here, and I didn't want to use up all my data. So yeah, I didn't see the Ascent, but I did see the Lotus. Not sure how I felt about how they were using it, but yeah, I can't comment.
I have a question actually. Do you think that this Gekko, let's say quote-unquote oppressiveness, because I don't think he's like really OP or anything, it's just kind of mediocre. But do you think the lack of, or like the upset, the fact that people are upset with this character comes from the fact that they don't really shoot the utility? Like, you know, 2 years ago when Reina was released, everyone was kind of like turning around from the Lear. Do you think that's a thing?
Yeah, I think with, you know, with all these aim trainers, aim labs with the flicks, and you got like people using any sort of way of training their aim, and especially at higher tier, like it's one shot with a pistol, I think. So
20 HP on the Dizzy.
Yeah, it's nothing. So, and it doesn't flash instantly. It has to stay in your radius and then flash. So you have to be at least me not to shoot it. So
no, you had a nasty little flick on Icebox.
yeah,
didn't you?
honestly, I wasn't looking.
We were like, I could tell you weren't looking.
I could smell him. That was it.
It was great. It was great. And speaking of performances today, we do have an update of the top 5 ACS players by ACS of the day. I want to see who's on there.
I thought I'd be there.
Well, we got Shados on top, Durka, Starkso, Cloud, and Chronicle. Yeah, what do you think about this Shados being on top? It's been a while.
Yeah, I mean, when he did that clutch on Breach, it was wild, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was sick. I was like, sheesh. I was like, Chronicle, you do that on a daily. He was like, I know.
Yeah, but Durka is getting beat out right now.
Oh, don't worry. Durka's, you know, you might have won the battle, but they haven't won the war yet. So Durka's a consistent player. I don't know if Shados is. I'm not saying he's not consistent, but I know from.
Wow! Cancel him. Gambit fans and Koi fans, come and cancel.
But I do know that Durka is obviously a world-class player on a world-class stage, and he's got the bold buff to prove it.
I wonder if there's a difference between the ADR, because this is only ACS, right? There might be a difference in the ADR as well.
I can tell you that Shados was around 200.
Yeah, I mean, he had some crazy rounds, and on Lotus, if I'm not mistaken, 3 players from one team reached over 30 frags. That was Starkso, right, who had 34.
We had Starkso, Shados,
Trex.
And Trex, and Trex. It was over 30 frags. I mean,
you see, he's been paying attention. He just doesn't want to give anything away.
I mean, Starkso's Omen tech was kind of...
Wow.
It's very combative, very in your face.
Yeah, a lot of TPing into them. Like me on that last round on Split, you see me?
We did,
I was crazy.
We did.
I was like, I need to make a play with 3v4s.
Were you surprised that they let Icebox through? And do you expect teams for the next 7 weeks to keep letting that through?
No, I wasn't surprised because I think they have the same kind of... The maps that Pipson likes the most are the maps that I think we like the most too, kind of. So they let through... they just let through a nice box, which is, you know, if it's there, we might pick it, we might not, depending on the team. I just felt like it was a map that Kamek would be comfortable on. You know, he wanted to play the Killjoy. Yeah. So I was just like, we'll go for that. We won't pick a different map that we had in mind, but we'll go for that. And also we were kind of setting up the next game for the next game.
Also, you decide to change compositions for splits. What happened? Is it that it wasn't ready at the time for lock-in? Was it that you wanted to try something different, but you go from the dual duelist to now a double initiator? But we also saw a lot of double controllers, so why did you decide to go for this specific composition?
Not entirely sure. Minnie's normally in charge of that now, ever since my triple smokes on bind. But I do have a lot of input when I do ask him what's going on. Yeah, the double dive, it was fun. But with the current meta and whatnot, we wanted to try something different, I guess. And our assistant coach wanted to try it. And generally, when he's very keen to try stuff, we always give it a try. We haven't had, like I said, we didn't play it that much yet.
Are you solo this composition then?
Am I sold? Well, we'll have to wait and see, I guess. So, like, a lot can change within a few days, as we've learned from Brazil with Loud switching it up and all these other teams. So, yeah, I think we have the players definitely, and we have the potential to prep it. So maybe.
Well, now before we close this out, let's take a look at the schedule for the rest of the week. It is Super Week for a reason. We have more Valorant coming to you guys tomorrow, the day after that, and the day after that as well.
You're welcome.
If we have a look at this right now, before we talk about our BBL boast, tomorrow I believe we have Heretics versus FUT and then Liquid versus Vitality. Give us your predictions.
Team Heretics versus FUT. I will go for...
You know you're a fan of FUT.
Yeah, I'll go for Footballist.
Yeah, why?
I haven't scrimmed against Heretics, but I have scrimmed against Footballist, and I seem to remember Brazil. They looked okay, so I'm gonna believe in the Turkish power is definitely there, and especially in their other teams as well, like Fireflux and the other ones. No, Fireflux, S2G.
Yeah,
I do know them. Parla,
they're all
Supermassive
there.
Blade. And what was the other one?
Liquid versus Vitality.
I think it depends which Liquid shows up, but I'm gonna go for Vitality because he.
I think he is here. I think he's co-streaming.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, I'm gonna let you trash talk them. Go for it.
I can't trash
talk your
them.
trash.
I'm just gonna say, let's just hope it's not like that top lane Lissandra play.
Oh wow. Okay.
He probably didn't hear, knows it.
That's some niche jokes right here.
It's a League of Legends reference where there was unfortunate thing. Someone got one shot. There you go. And that someone is Vutagen. Yeah, he got one shot by Naru's Lissandra. That's a deep cut. That is a deep cut.
It's the only thing I know how to flame.
Yeah, there we go.
Because I like DB.
With ice.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I mean, Bear, you're not with us tomorrow either. So,
I'm not.
Lothar, you're going to be back. So, what about your predictions? Heretics versus FUT and then Liquid versus Vitality.
I'm going to go with Heretics because I still think that Spain needs to keep winning. Okay, but I said that we take one win at a time. That's what only one Spanish team won today. And for the second one, I was so excited to see Team Liquid back, and especially with the new iteration. I think I'm going to give them a try. You know, I'm gonna vote for them this time.
Well, you're going to keep your secret because you're back tomorrow. So we're going to get yours tomorrow.
I'll keep my mouth shut.
Yes. Well, that is all the time we have for a post-plant. Get it?
Do you want to take it with you?
We need a wing.
Wait, no, you're not allowed to take our post-plan, but we are going to be back tomorrow with more Valorant, starting with Team Heretics versus FUT. Thank you very much, Boaster, Bayer, and Lothar, and to all the teams that played today as well. And for you guys at home for watching, have a lovely evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.